Alright, y'all. Welcome to Hyper Game Dev. Today, I'm doing some helicopter stuff. Yeah, I'm feeling some helicopter stuff today. I am not entirely sure how it's gonna go, but we'll figure it out. How's everybody doing? Yesterday, I did some development of helicopter movement. I had some help from wonderful folks in the chat, of course. And as you can see, these helicopters, they certainly line up. They spawn from the distance, they come towards the player, and they stop when they get a certain distance away from the player, or a certain closeness to the player. You can see if I like jump around, it'll like change like where they stop. So you know, there's some clunkiness to it, but this is more than we've had, and that excites me. What I might want to do today is maybe figure out how to get their formation different. Maybe just figure out how to get them to like do something. Because they're just sitting there right now, and it's not like we can run into them or catch up to them or anything. And so maybe they shoot you and they hurt you. There has been a lot of work that I've been doing on this project, and I've had some wonderful help from folks who come through in the chat. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate it. I like you guys. I really do. And you know, backseating is entirely welcome as long as you're kind and willing to follow through with some of the advice that you're here to give. I'm all for it. So come through, help me out. I'm new to Godot. I've only been using it for a few months. I've only been doing, you know, programming and text code for a few months. I'm kind of new to it all. So anything that you can help me with, I'm here for it, but also no pressure. Come through, hang out, say hi, chill. It's all good. We're just here to share the process. I'd love to hear about your own process. What games are you working on? How's that going for you? We got S in the house. Hope you're doing good, S. Welcome. I know you've been doing some animating lately. Godot has excellent animation tools. I've got my tea. I just made it, so it might be a little too hot. YOLO! It's not that hot. It's actually fine. That was totally fine. I feel totally fine. So I don't know. I mean, so a lot of the things that I've been working on in this game lately have been to do with like obstacles that you run into and stuff. So this is supposed to be like an endless runner game, and you survive by like not getting whittled down to nothing. There's obstacles that can hit you and hurt you and tear you down. Let's bring in, I just recently renamed all these. Let's bring in this one. Let's bring in this one. I think this would be a good block. So these like terrain blocks spawn in and they come towards the player, is how they're supposed to work. Wait, why aren't they moving? What? Why aren't they moving? Why is it stuck? That's news to me. Only when I added that block in did it get stuck? What? Okay, so now it's moving. You can see them moving forward. I don't know what happened. Well, it looks like I already have a task ahead of me, which is figuring out why that's not working. Let me try a different terrain block. Maybe it's something to do with that particular one, which doesn't really make sense. Okay, this one comes in just fine. This one comes... Wait, then there's a solid wall? What? It must be thinking that there's an obstacle that it's supposed to... You know what? I wonder if the helicopter's spawning in. But wouldn't that also break it? We got some things to think about. Should they get a timer after they get close, then move away after it runs out? Then taking damage could reduce that time. Should they get a timer after they get close, and then move away after it runs out? Them taking damage could reduce that time. Oh, that's a great idea. So I don't have a system for damage being taken yet. I do. I mean, not for the enemies. So that would be I'd have to start with like first you can damage the helicopters, but I think that's a great idea. Does the level stop moving at some point? I'm a little confused about what's happening here. So no, it keeps moving forward. So something that I did to help myself develop this was I took out all the obstacles. Normally when I do this, welcome Minnie. Normally, good to see you, thanks for stopping in. Normally when I work on this game, you'll see like trees and houses and stuff all on the ground. And then those obstacles can actually hurt our player character and make it take damage. Is a helicopter spawner solid or some bug like that? Maybe. Yeah, maybe I should turn off the spawner and see if that fixes it, actually, now that you say that. See, this is what I mean. Just coming through and asking me questions like that can help me move forward. Let me just make this, I don't actually know how to turn off the spawner. I guess I could un-auto load it. So basically, this NPC spawns is this auto load script that currently does it. I guess I could also comment everything out. Maybe we say that, well, it's gonna at least do one. Let's just try commenting. The other thing I could do is I could come to the project settings and just disenable the NPC spawns auto load. That would probably do it. So they shouldn't come in then. And then now what if I put one of these in here? Because, I mean, so one of the reasons why I turned it off was so the obstacles in the area, I turned them off so that way I could not have to think about the helicopters colliding into the obstacles. I wonder if, oh no, look. It's like we're running into something, but there's nothing. Is it the blank ones? Let me get rid of the empty ones. I'm only a little confused. So basically what I'm doing down here in the bottom left, by the way, and the way that this all works, is there's this script that I got from somebody else. That is to say, I didn't write it. But the script basically checks this terrain blocks folder down here. It checks that folder and it wants to know, is there anything in here? And if so, I'm going to spawn everything in this folder randomly, one after the other, and have it move towards the player. And when the spawned ones come, there's like, 7 or so that spawn in. And when the first one goes past the player, it deletes the first one and it adds another one on the end. And so then I have the second folder here where I just keep the ones that are not currently loaded in. So if I only want it to be all grass, I'll put the empty ones, or only dirt, I'll put these in there and it'll just be like empty, which is what you saw earlier. Normally I would have like all of these in here and we'd see a bunch of different stuff. I'm going to try with just this. I didn't think that, oh, it's just frozen. So what I think is at least happening is it thinks, oh no, the helicopters haven't stopped. Oh, so one helicopter still came in. Interesting. Wait, are all of them still coming in? Even though I disenabled the auto load script, is it still, oh, it's still there. What is the point of enabling or disenabling an auto load? It looks like it's still auto-loaded. Yeah, there's still helicopters coming in. So that would possibly explain why that didn't fix it. Because we didn't stop the spawner. Evidently, this box, I don't know what this... Oh, this just makes it a global variable or not. That's all this does. Gotcha. So this doesn't totally turn it off or on. So I could just delete it from here, which... that's probably fine. So I'm just going to delete it, and it's no longer an autoload script. Super easy to fix. I just add it back in. Oh, it's still not working. Weird. Something very strange has happened. Oh, but you know what else I did? I don't know why this would matter, but I added this area player proximity. I bet this is the problem. Let me turn this off. I don't know, but actually, I bet you that's the problem. I bet you that's the problem. Okay, I think I know what it is. First of all, let me undo this. Oh, I just Control-Z'd that. Wonderful. I know what the problem is. The problem is I added in this new area. And this area was added in so the helicopters would know where to stop. It's this area player proximity. And so in 3D space, if we look at the game, I gotta find my footing in here. Player, there we go. So here's our player, right? And the player just stands there, and the level comes towards the player, right? And then these two like tubes here kind of represent some of the normal collision that's there, that collides with objects. Now, yesterday, I added in something new, which is this, if you can see it, see this sphere, this wireframe sphere? I added that in there. And that is intended to represent, and let me show you the game dev document that I put together for it, just to sort of plan out what we were doing. Copter spawn, is that the one? I think that's the one. And so the plan was to have this, see this yellow circle here? That was the idea. And this is the player right here, was to have this and then say that the helicopter stops moving when the player is in range, at least. And I think that this detection area is colliding on the objects in the level. And I think part of the reason for that is because there's logic that's just looking for any area that's in here. If there's area with collision, I don't know if it's going to look for anything on the player in general, or if it's going to look for anything in the detection areas node. I'm not sure, but I bet you anything, this is the problem. And so I think we just have a conflict. So I'm going to come over to this collision. I'm just going to say that it's turned off. I'm going to disenable it right there. So that should make it not work in theory, which should mean that the helicopters don't crash into it or don't stop at the player. And now we can move and we don't bump into things. So that's what some of that bumping was. I do still get some funny bumping. We might still be getting weird bumping from the helicopters. So they're the helicopters, now they don't stop anymore. Oh yeah, look, did you see that? When the helicopter collided with the tree, the game stopped. So we have a few interesting problems here. Oh gosh. Oh man. Wow. Megacopter. This is fascinating. And we have bugs galore. Wow. Just amazing. What happens if we run into things? Not much. Wow. What happens if the game restarts? So, one way you die is by taking damage on your head. I'm just gonna, I don't know if I can, I don't know if I can hit my head much. Oh gosh. The frame rate's dropping. The frame rate's dropping. There's too many helicopters. It's absolute chaos. I don't know if I can hurt the head. Oh, we got the head hurt a little bit. There's certain obstacles that hurt the head. Most of these don't. So I don't know how well I can test it. But I want to see what happens if we... Because if you lose all your health on your head, the game restarts. And I'm just kind of curious to know if it just like properly expunges it. I know it looks like the stream is lagging. It's actually because there's so many helicopters. My broadcast is just lagging, but we're about to die. There it goes. Restart. Now we're clean. Now everything is nice. It's choppers galore. That's exactly correct, Playboy Stacks. I don't know why your message didn't pop up on my chat, but I see you. I see you. I see you. Mega Chopper assemble. Yes. We got Chopper Galore here. I don't know why that wouldn't appear. Sometimes it's goofy. Welcome, Playboy Stacks. Good to see you. Yeah, so that... Whoa, I like how like they unshuffled like a deck. Very interesting. If that's it, you should use multiple collision layers. Yeah. Something with mask 1 on will only get stopped by something with layer 1 turned on, I think. Yeah, I think that that's true. What are all the bugs? Up vector and direction between node origin and target are aligned. Look at failed. Oh, okay. So this look at that we set up that makes the helicopters turn and face the player. And I guess if the helicopter is right on top of the player, it can't look at it because it's right on top of it. Would be my guess. Layer 2 and 3, etc. Yeah. All right. So I think that makes sense. There's a few different layers to this problem actually. If I'm being honest, there's a few layers. Namely, we have to figure out how to keep that area around the player from colliding with objects in the scene. So that's one thing. The second thing is we have to make sure that the helicopters colliding with objects in the scene doesn't affect the player. And in fact, this gives us a good beginning for what if they collide with, I mean, ideally they would avoid the trees, right? Because I don't particularly want the helicopters to be clipping through the trees. Like, that's silly. That's just silly. I want them to move around the tree. Now, yesterday, someone in the chat, my 2 cents, was helping me set up this thing that I don't know how to set up called Navigation Agent 3D. I don't really have any way to figure out how to do this. Unfortunately, looking up YouTube videos right now on the internet that I have is going to cause the stream to glitch out. I wanted to download a tutorial before the stream started, but we didn't get to. So I don't think we'll get to do this unless that person comes through. And if anyone knows how to use Navigation Agent 3D. But the idea is that this thing will help objects pathfind, and they'll avoid certain obstacles. And we kind of got this started to be set up, but we have a bit of work to do before it will actually go into effect. So, you know, a part of me is tempted to like set up our own way of doing it, since, I mean, the helicopters already are seeing these obstacles. They already see these obstacles. The trouble is, we don't, what Godot's logic might do is already save us from having to get them to move around things, right? So, but you'll see I'm moving smoothly. This helicopter back here, if it, see how it just barely bumped into that tree? I kind of got to get it so it definitely bumps into the tree so you can see. Hey, yeah, Brown, welcome. Good to see you. This is how it's going. It's going well. It's going well. I set up some, so this is a survival runner game I'm working on. I wish I had, I need an easier way than deleting. I guess I can just do it. Just delete the auto load for now. It's the easiest way. It's the easiest way. And then I'm going to add in some of these other things here just so I can at least show you things that we do. Let's do this. Oh, this is the debug one, but this one doesn't have debug active, so it'll be okay. Sure, let's put the, no, don't put the falling pit. The falling pit is too treacherous. The falling pit can sometimes cause you to fall right away. What the hell? I'll put it in, but just be aware. Okay. Oh, I didn't actually move. Where did I move them if not in the right place? Oh, I just pulled them out? I just pulled them out. All right, let's put these in here. Oh, then the debug one. Where did that one go? Where did I put that one? I've lost my files. I've lost my files. Debug. Oh, it's in there. Okay. You kind of gave up with game dev? You gave up? Oh, no. See, this is the problem with the pit that I set up is it will often spawn and you'll fall right away. It's very cool and it's very exciting. And we can come up with ways to fix that, but I don't want to. Not right now. But yeah, so this is kind of the game that I'm working on is this survival runner. And so like I was working when I met Brown, we were working on this sort of game that also had a game engine called Dreams, and I was working on this massive survival simulation game, like this ridiculous ridiculously complicated survival game that I thought I could make. And I was like, wait, this is too big. And one of the main things I wanted in it was limb damage. So I decided I was going to just, for my first Godot project, I wanted to just focus on like one little aspect of that, which would be just limb damage. And then I'll just build a little game around that. So that way I'm not working on a massive project. And I can still learn something about how to achieve those things. And so we have this alien here, and if I bump my limb into things, you can see it like flashes, and then these limbs shrink and they get smaller, and the idea is that they become less effective as they get smaller until they eventually break off. So I still have some work that I'm trying to do on this, but you can see the head shrinks and all of that. But like, let's say you break your legs off, now you're just like on the ground, this little stub. So that this kind of like the game that I'm working on is like limb damage having an impact on the gameplay, and then you have to survive based on that. And then there's ways to like grow your limbs back. I still have to re-add growing the limbs back. That was something that I took out recently to build in the shrinking. I need to build in the growing as well. But I got distracted. I got a little distracted by, well, by doing the helicopters. Ria Brown said, I gave up with game dev, might go back to Dreams, if anything, but it was taking too much time for me to learn. So I'm glad to see you making great progress. I've seen you dealing with coding. You've learned a lot. Yeah, I mean, I owe so much of that to the chat that comes through these live streams. Like, folks are so helpful, and that's what I love about Godot especially, is the community is just very supportive. And I'm so lucky to have stumbled into Godot because, I mean, I tried Unreal Engine, I tried Unity, I tried GDevelop, and none of those had the same level of community support that I find with Godot. So I really, really enjoy learning that way. So that's been a huge help for me in terms of learning how to get my code on is the chat. But besides that, you know, Godot is a nice starting engine, I think. I think it's a great engine for beginners. The code is pretty straightforward. It's very similar to Python, which is a pretty popular one, so it's not lacking too bad in resources on how to do things. And for me, it's been pretty approachable. But I like how you're saying you might go back to Dreams. Like, honestly, make games where you feel motivated to make games. Like, that's what matters more than anything, you know, is following your motivation. I also would say it's important to make games where you can own those games and share those games somewhere people can actually access them. But one thing about Dreams is you can always record the gameplay, and that could be something. So that could be great for like a Kickstarter or you know, promoting whatever related to that game that you have going on, a comic or something like that. Certainly, it's great for making promotional stuff. And if it just feels good for your soul, if it's just good for your soul to make games in Dreams, freaking make games in Dreams. You know, do it where you feel good about it. But I hear you, because it's hard with like life and work and learning coding and a new engine. Like that's a lot. That's a lot to put on someone's plate. But, you know, I would say even if you just devote, even if you do go back to Dreams and you just try to devote like a couple hours a week or a day to learning that engine, you'll be surprised what you can build up. But I'm not here to pressure you into that. I'm glad to be making progress too, for sure. And I appreciate and thank you. Yam Brown, excuse me, I forgot to do this, but Yam Brown is actually a patron of this channel, which that means I gotta sing you a song. Oh, Yam Brown is around. Yam Brown is around making games about fighting. Yam Brown is around doing things in life, doing things that are game dev and aren't game dev too. Yam Brown, you are around. Yeah. Okay. Yep. I sing songs. I sing songs for the patrons and the members. So You're welcome, and I'm sorry. That's the reason you wanted to learn a different engine, but I felt the learning curve was huge for me and my time management. Dreams, at least I already know. Yeah, yeah, that's fair. And you kind of gotta like figure out that plan that works best for you, going from something like Dreams to a pro engine. Like for me, the transition just like lined up right. Like I had the time, I had the motivation, it worked out. But I still worked in Dreams alongside learning Unreal Engine and stuff. And that was helpful and valuable to me because there's still so many fundamentals to game dev that you learn working in an engine like Dreams, even if you can't export your games. I didn't know I needed that song until today. You're welcome. Come through here any time and you will get a song. That's the deal. As long as you're supporting Hyper Game Dev, that's the deal. That's the deal. Unless I forget. But I try not to. Yeah, it's and like if it's gonna keep you from making games, right? If you're like, well, I have to leave Dreams behind, and now you're not making games at all, that's not worth it. You should do what keeps you making games. You can export to the Dreamiverse. Oh, interesting. Milo, even though it says Milo's a member, Milo is not a member. Milo's a fake member. That's okay. But it's a bug in my chat app that I don't fully understand. But that is what it is. It's other devs make this chat app just like us, and you know what? They make mistakes. So Milo is a mod though, so respect him. Respect him. A phony. Gotta let the people know I'm a fake. You're a phony. No, I mean, look, I want to make sure everyone knows why I'm not singing you a song. That's all. Someone's going to join after this and isn't going to know any better, and then it'll be fine. So I wouldn't worry too much. You can export to the... Yeah. A little bit. Yeah, kind of. Sort of. All right, so what am I doing? What am I actually... What is it? What am I... Ooh. What am I actually up to anyway? Right, collision stuff, at least. So, I mean, I think you can notice, like, if I'm just walking, sometimes it's gonna, like, trip and it's gonna, like, stutter. See how it just did that? The reason it did that is because the tree and the helicopter collided. Because when the player and the tree collides, the game stops. And so it's not differentiating the helicopter from the player. Yeah, Brown says, I gotta go back to work. Just wanted to say hi. Thank you for saying hi. I appreciate it. It's a pleasure to hang out with you and check in with you and know how you're going and how you're doing. And I appreciate your support of Hyper Game Dev for sure. So thank you for doing that. And yeah, I'll see you later. Yeah, Brown. You take good care now. Now I'm gonna need you to go ahead and take some good care. All right. Joke's on you. I'm a member now. What? What the what? Hold the freaking phone. Milo Artie is a Hyper Game Dev member. That means you definitely get a song. Then you have to get a song. That is a mandate. Welcome to the actual membership. Who knew? It was this chat app's plan all along was just to like fake members so they would join. Oh man. Milo. Oh Milo. You were a member back in the day on Patreon, but now you're here on YouTube. Milo Artie, are you here? Milo Artie, are you here? Milo Artie, you are here. Milo Artie, I'm so glad to have Milo Artie who are here. Yeah, welcome Milo Artie. It costs you $0 the first month. That's true. That's true. So in case you didn't know, if you have YouTube Premium, you can literally support this channel and get a month of Hyper Game Dev perks for free for like a month, basically. That means four. That means four free live streams. Yeah, I do live streams that you can't watch anywhere else. Every Monday I do Blender mostly. Mostly I do Blender. It's game art and research. So that helicopter model, I actually made that in Blender during a Monday member stream. I made that. It's a great place. We can just hang out, chill. We can look at stuff, do stuff, you know, whatever. But mostly I'm just sitting there doing Blender, and it's a chill time. It's a full stream, 8 hours, about, sometimes less, sometimes more. And you get 4 of those if you have YouTube Premium and you sign up to be a member. So just so you know, and it'll still support the channel. So, like, why not? Like, what do you have to lose? What do you really have to lose? Lucky for you, because you just canceled your YouTube Premium. Oh, nice. I see. So, like, the subscription hasn't run out. So, like, the timing. Woo! Lucky for you. Lucky for me. Lucky for the channel. Lucky for the channel that you just slid in there before it was too late. Thank you. Thank you for c'est la vie-ing your YouTube Premium with Hyper Game Dev. Honestly, I appreciate it. I don't know if I said that right. C'est la vie. I don't know, but I said things. So there's that. Okay. So that little stutter that happens is because the helicopter is colliding with a tree. S makes a great point and suggestion that we should use collision layers and masks to determine whether or not, see how it's like stuttering? That's just because, yeah, it's just because the tree stops us normally. And also, yes, it is Katamari Damacy. I mean, it's not supposed to be, but, you know, here we are. It's interesting, like, what causes the slowdown. It's something that I'm gonna have, it's weird. It's like I can't tell if the frames are dropping. I guess I could look at like what's happening, but it's weird because it like feels like the frames are dropping, but actually it's just the helicopters colliding with the trees. Okay, so let's see if we can fix this. I'm gonna get the I'm gonna get this, not that, this. I'm gonna get this out of here. The little pit drop. The pit drop, we're not winning with this pit drop. It is not working for me. So we're gonna get that out of here. There's no reason to have it other than to show it. But I'm glad this is actually a great task for today, is to try getting this collision to work better. Or to work less, actually. To do less working. So, I need to write this out because I can't hold this in my head. So we've got a helicopter. Okay, that's a helicopter. Trust me. And then we've got trees. That's a tree. I promise. I guarantee it. Less work is more better. Less work is more better. I agree. So I like agree. If that can be made to work at all, I agree completely. And we've got the player. This is the player. Trees can also be other things, not just trees. There's like houses and stuff. Even though the helicopter probably won't reach a house, what if it does? You know what I mean? Then we kind of have to keep that in mind. So I'm even gonna just draw, we're gonna say every obstacle, there's a house. Every obstacle needs to be considered as potentially being on a different layer. That's clearly a baobab tree. That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Like, it's not only a tree. I actually drew a specific genus, a specific phylum, okay? Something I didn't just Google. No, of course not. I mean, how could you even forget such a memorable name as baobab? You know? It's if you learn that once, you know it for life. At least I would. The genus genius. Yeah, so I identify as the genus genius. I think these are all the components. So if the helicopter is in layer, well, right now, what is the deal right now? Like, where is it set up right now? Baobab sounds like a Zelda monster. It does. Defeat Baobab. Or like an ancient, Bob. Like we have Roberts who are Bobs, but the ancient Bob is Baobab. I don't know. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. And who also has to be defeated. We also have to defeat the ancient Bob. They all must be defeated. Not the Baobab tree. It actually needs to be protected. We need to protect that. Baobab also sounds like someone who sells tasty buns. Baobab. Yeah. Oh, Baobab. Oh man, you gotta go down between 5th and 6th. There's this awesome tasty buns dealer, Baobab. Ugh. The player is probably on something. Now I have to think of like what aspect of the player are we talking about here? Because there's a lot of aspects. So the player itself, that is to say this node that represents the character body, that is the player. This one is on, I don't think it matters. It's on layer 1, which I don't think matters. Oh, so good. So delicious. S says, I've never used a PlayStation and don't know anything about Dreams, but I used to make WarioWare DIY games on the DS when I was young, and that was fun. Wait, you could do that? You could do that? I didn't know the DS had... Was that like the precursor to Mario Maker? Was Wario Waker? What? That's pretty awesome. Yeah, so, I mean, Dreams... You know, the best... It's hard to explain Dreams. It's a little hard to explain Dreams. It's probably better if I just show you Dreams. I'm just saying. Dreams is kind of like a game. I have no reason to promote this other than to just make sure that there is some continuity in my content. Right? I want there to be continuity. If we mention something and talk about it, I think it's nice to actually have it be there. DS ahead of its time. Mario gets all the credit. Mario always gets all the credit for all of Wario's achievements. The amazing Wario. Amazing. Dreams got me through the pandemic. Yeah, right? Same. Yeah, right. It was an amazing community. And that's something like I talk about the Godot community, which is also amazing. But there was something different happening on Dreams because you had people from so many different disciplines coming together to make things. And that's part of what made it so special. WarioWare DIY lets you make 5 to 10 second games that are touchscreen controlled. That's awesome. That's awesome. And that's just it, right? Like, that's why Dreams is cool. That's why Mario Maker is cool. WarioWare DIY, whatever. Like, Little Big Planet. This way these things are cool because they help young people or older people get interested in game dev. It's like an entryway into this concept of creating interactive experiences. And I just think that's amazing. I think that's a wonderful thing, and there should be more of those things. Those things deserve to exist and be around. I hadn't ever heard of that, but it sounds extremely fun. It sounds extremely fun. I only have a PS4. I would have gotten a PS5 if Dreams hadn't died. Now, Dreams is not actually dead. Dreams is still there. Or younger, old people like me. Dreams is still there. But the developers have committed to not updating it anymore. They have, and it's not their fault, probably, who knows, I don't care. It's Dreams isn't getting any more updates. It's game over for Dreams. But it's still there. You can still access it. You can still use it. You can still make stuff on it. But it is never gonna be what it was or what it could be. The more ways to get into game dev, the better. Yeah, 100%. Deeply. Absolutely. Rest in peace, the dreams. For real. Need MM to uncommit. Yeah. A lot of layoffs in games industry. Not a good time. No, it's not. A lot of layoffs in tech, honestly. But yeah, games industry is feeling that for sure. It's always been like that. Right. And it's like these companies, like layoffs are part of the way these companies operate. I don't know if my controller is charged, but that's one of the wonderful dramas of working in Dreams, is making sure your controller is charged. So this is the Dreams homepage. So there's all kinds of games on here, and games made by the community for the community. And I used to stream Dreams. This is what I first started streaming, was Dreams, and how I met people like Milo and stuff. And the community in like Godot is awesome. The community in Dreams is on another level, was on another level, because you had so many different disciplines going in here. So there's music you can make here. There's visual art. There's video art. There's 3D art. There's games that you can make, big games, little games, interactive experiences. There's so much variety, and what we're all looking at here are a bunch of games made by people. So you can just jump in to some game, right? Like, I don't know what seems, there's a lot of trend stuff. That's trend stuff. New stuff in our playlists. 41, sure. What's that? What's this? By the Big Pier. Ah, yes, somebody that I recognize from that community. Need to fire up Ye Old Dream again. It's still there. People are still working on stuff, and you can still play games. And it's got a lot of original work in it, which is just amazing. So people are telling stories here with like a cinematic, right? They're referencing each other in the community, music that was made by other dreamers. Layoffs in the game industry means more potential indie game devs to make more creative projects. I like that perspective. Always look on the bright side of life. Yes, hell yes. That's an excellent point. That's an excellent point. So, I mean, this one, I'm sure it's a great one. It's not a game, so we're gonna look for a game. We're gonna look for a game. Fending for ourselves. That looks like a music video, maybe? I mean, it's just so much variety. This says single player biome. Procedurally generated FPS on an alien planet. So there's just so much variety of things that you can create here. Hey, what's up, Stormrun? We had some mention of Dreams, and I wanted to follow through with it and make sure we show it off proper. You've heard of this peer feller. Yeah, exactly, right? It's like the community, we recognize each other, you know? This has some, we got some, nice. Okay, all right. We got some shooting. Yeah. Seems like my controls are a little delayed. So that's real. Whoa. So there's quite a variety of experiences. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. My goodness, look at all this. I don't know about procedural worlds. Sometimes they feel empty or out of place. I agree. I completely agree. I think they're nice sometimes for indie games because it saves you some level design work. But then again, what you lose in level design work, you gain in, mathematic algorithmic effort. So I'm not always sure that works out. The game that I was working on out here in Dreams, there's all kinds of, there's big experiences, there's little ones, there's so many different things. The project that I was trying to make was this survival simulator that I mentioned. Oh, I also used to do my 1-hour game jams on Dreams. Actually, there's a frick ton of those. A frick ton of those out here. Where do I even, how do you even use Dreams? Where is my, oh, here's the game. Here's part of the game that I was working on. There's part of the game I was working on. Good if you can do quick math. That's true. Right. And so, right. So for a lot of indie game devs, right, it's like making a procedural world is like actually very simple. So I was working on this survival game. Uh, and I barely even got limb damage set up in this version of it. But some of y'all, if you were here back in those days, you'll remember I spent some time on limb damage. This one doesn't really have it. But, you know, we had some things. We had some things built in there. I think I can put down I can craft what you call it? I don't remember how you play this game. Oh, that's how you run. I can do slow maps. What you do is slow maps, then what I do is like snail maps, like mega ultra slow maps, because you have impressed me with what you do. Oh right, we have the looking, right? So we like look around and then we grab stuff somehow with a button that I'm sure makes sense somewhere. Oh, there, that button. There we go. The Dora game. Yes, the Dora game. Well, now it's apparently CJ with a dump truck is what this one has been described as. This iteration of it is CJ with a dump truck. So, yeah. That's what I get for trying to have simple designs of characters that are diverse. It's either Dora or CJ with a dump truck. So I just built this bush with good sticks. Yep, that's what I called it. So I just crafted a little fire here. Yeah. Yeah. We were getting somewhere maybe. We were getting somewhere maybe. And then actually your warmth will go up. So you can see in the top left there, that warmth is increasing. If I walk away, it don't be increasing. See in the top left, way up there, it says 68. We get closer, it gets warmer. I'm just saying, it was kind of coming together. But there was a lot more to it. I'm not going to bother going through it all, but it was a fun thing. It was a really fun thing. Isn't that amazing? It's how it works in real life. It's the most realistic game ever made. So, and the tools are very nice. Now, I want to preface this all by saying, also, hello, welcome, Kappa. Good to see you. I want to preface this all by saying that Dreams is not supported by the developers anymore. It will not be getting any more updates. You cannot export anything. Everything you make is stuck on this PlayStation game. That is an incredibly important thing to point out. So here's the logic, right? And so let's say you want to do math stuff. You get this nice calculator gadget. And it's even got some trigonometry on it. And it's got vector math. So I don't have to figure all that out like I do in Godot. It's all figured out for me. And I just say, oh, I want to know the distance between vectors. We just plug in a vector here and plug in a vector there. And kablamo, we've got it. So, you know, it's got some really nice visual stuff. Even like timers. Timers are something that I'm getting better with in Godot. But look at this beautiful setup. You can change the time here. You can make it behave in different ways. Set it to loop by plugging it into itself. It's just got like a lot of really nice visual programming. So this was like kind of how I really got into game dev, was programming this way, which made everything so much easier in my life. Oh, I miss it. I miss it terribly. And then, you know, they have, but it's okay, because I do like text coding. I think there's a lot of advantages, and I appreciate it. It's great stuff. It's such great stuff. And it's something that, like, anyone can learn. So we got a character already in here. You know, you can open this character up and configure it to be a certain way. Milo says, my warmth meter increases when I'm near open fires. Yes, right? That's how life is. I'm pretty sure. 1 + 2 = 3. That's right. 1 + 1 = 3. Mama, daddy makes baby. I think you mean Babby. We'll see about that. They'll change their minds. Oh, any day now, Dreams. Yeah. I just memorize every possible math operation instead of doing the math. That's amazing. That's genius. Like, you literally have to be a genius to do that. Like, are you a genius? You are. Maybe you're in the genus genius. I see. So you can modify what buttons do and stuff just from the character. So we can like say, we can easily just quickly set up. I can't believe I'm doing this right now. It's like when I press buttons, they show up here. You're just a liar. Oh, I thought you were serious. I totally thought you were serious. You know, and let's say I wanted to make the counter count up, or the timer. Let's do a counter. Let's do a counter. What are we doing? Is this dreams today? Are we just doing dreams today? Or we could do a selector, which is kind of like a switch in a lot of other engines, right? So you can create all these extra ones. It has some problems though, right? So I can only make this many on a selector, or a switch on integer, basically. I can only make this many, and if you want more, you have to chain them together. There's a lot of like stupid things in Dreams for sure. But you see, now I press R1 and the wire lights up and it moves to the next one. And so I could say, you know, the character whatever jumps whenever that becomes true or something. So right now jump is set to triangle. Screw that. Forget that, or whatever it's set to. I don't know. Get out of here. Walk. Wait, that's walk. Here's jump. X. Get it out of here. We don't want it. I said we don't want it. Get rid of that. And I could say whenever this comes around to this switch, the character jumps. And so it's just got a really nice intuitive set of tools that make doing things you want really simple. So now when we come down to that particular option, it's gonna jump. Doot, doot, doot. See how it lights up? Doot. Oh yes, yes, there's lots of VR options. It's the only reason I have one of these. VR in Dreams is freaking amazing. Dude, VR in Dreams is amazing. It's probably one of the best VR games ever made. Like, you know, you can't use PSVR 2 with it. Yeah, yes, it works. And so you can actually, you know, access everything in 3D space. What a gamer! You can access everything in 3D space. It's awesome. You're not supposed to twist wires like that. Increase the amperage if it crosses itself, IRL. I love that you know about that, Stormrun. I love that you know about that. But they have a lot of built-in tools for, literally, I would love to learn electrician stuff. I would love to. Here, we have the VR head tracker here. And this will actually tell you the position of the player's head. Excuse me. I need a sip of tea. It's awesome. It's awesome. So if I go into test mode here, and I'm moving around, and I hop out of here, well, in theory, the head should be where my... It's over here. Oh, because did I put it inside of the player? Yeah, I did. Pull this out. There we go. So if I move around to a certain position, you can see the head is right there. And so then you can even like add things in here. So if you want like a cool VR interface, yeah, I'm just showing how it works. I'm not using Dreams now. It's just it came up and now I'm going way too far. Now I'm going way too far, but it's okay. You can put this in the scene and we can put this inside of the head. And assuming I put it in the right place, oh, and we have to put a little text in there. There, it'll appear on the screen. So there that is. So you can have like interface, like UI interface and stuff that's in VR. That's like right up there all the time. In addition to things in here, it's awesome. Not real quick. Yeah, let's keep it quick. Anyway, I really don't want to sell you guys on Dreams. I miss it. It's a beautiful, beautiful program. But at the end of the day, it is too limited. It is far too limited because you cannot export anything that you make in Dreams. You cannot export anything. Also, one other thing, if I'm gonna just just make sure we appreciate how cool Dreams is. I am fluent. I'm sorry, it's true. They have awesome animation tools. They have a timeline that's really useful. So you can put keyframes on here and stuff. You can put logic on here. You can have it run all types of things. And you can make music. They have an entire music mode with instruments that are free to use. And you can like literally you can export this pretty well and not have to worry about copyright things and stuff. And you can just like make music and it plays music and it's awesome. It's awesome. It's an awesome tool set. But, the most important thing to understand about Dreams is that you cannot export anything you make. And as long as you're okay with that, freaking have at it. And if you want like a bunch of games to play, if you just want games on games on games, thousands and thousands of games, literally thousands of games, right? Dreams is an amazing investment for like $20 or less. I don't even know what it's going for these days, but at most $20, you can get thousands of games and people who are still updating them and working on them and that you can talk to. Like, this, to me, Dreams is better for gamers than developers. At this point, you know, I can't really recommend it for developers. But it's a cool thing, especially if you have like young children or something who are interested in learning game dev. It's a great tool. I would recommend it for that for sure. YouTube changed chat layout again. It did? Welcome, Dragonblade. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Is that true? Is that true? But, I know. I still think you should give Fortnite Creative a try. Has so much you can do. Not at all like the real Fortnite. You can make anything. I haven't played in a while, though. Yeah, it seems great, you know? I just, like, it's just about, like, dividing my time, you know? To me, I want to spend all of my free dev time working on one game, so I can get one game done. And then, you know, but then again, I do like to play, so I've been playing Fallout 4 a lot lately, and what do I do mostly in it? Settlement build. So maybe I should try Fortnite Creative, and instead of building settlements in a game, just like in Dreams, building things that are stuck in Dreams, maybe I do Fortnite Creative, because you can actually export things a little more so, right? So, yeah, heard. We'll see what happens. The emote and send button are on the text bar, like on phones. Now it's below it. Interesting. Interesting. Oh, I guess it was above it. I don't know. Fortnite Creative is cool. Yeah, I see how there's similarities, for sure. We're doing stuff in Godot too, also, by the way. Right, you can release the maps and make money potentially, right? Yeah, for me, it feels like spreading myself too thin, like for the effort that goes into it. So the problem that we're having, there's so many things. I mean, there's so many things I could work on. But what I realized, because yesterday I was working on these helicopters, and they work great. They spawn in, they stop short of the player. Well, not right now. And the reason for that is because I've turned off this collision that I created. I created this collision. Let me adjust my zoom just a little bit. Zoom! And right here is the collision that I disenabled. And the reason why I disenabled it is because as soon as we start playing, we're going to get stuck on stuff. So I can't move because I created this like zone. So this kind of illustrates it right here. So this yellow circle is around the character, and I made it so the helicopters would stop in front of the character. That's why I made that yellow area. And you can see, indeed, they stop before they reach the player, which is good. But now that's colliding with everything. It's colliding with everything. Oh, that's what I should add to this drawing here. This is me trying to figure out what to do about this problem. Now, S has made an excellent suggestion, which is to use collision layers and masks. So that's probably what I'll do. Another cool thing is anything done in Unreal Engine can be imported to Fortnite Creative. So your full Noodle game can be a Fortnite game? What? Okay, that's actually awesome. I knew that it had crossover with Unreal Engine, but I didn't know it quite crossed over that way. Fortnite Noodles, when? Does N disenable mean enable or disenable? I think it means disenable. Because if you, to me, so like I have ADHD and autism, right? And I identify as disabled in that regard. And for me, it just feels like it takes the power out of the word disabled when if I just like use it willy-nilly, like, oh yeah, I'm disabling collision. Like, get the hell out of here. No, this collision is not disabled, all right? I'm disabled. That's not disabled. Get out of my face. How dare you take that language? So that's why I say disenabled. I would say N disenable. If you're N disenabling, you're enabling disenabling. Yeah, it was super intentional. Super intentional. It's just my little way. It's my little way. That's all. I have many little ways like that. Where is the chat message? Did my keyboard glitch out? Or there it is. Yes, it was intentional. I tried to put that up there like 25 minutes ago. Not really. It's still kind of goofing. Why is it goofing? The internet looks fine. Why is it goofing though? Is my broadcast software collapsing? Uh-oh. I'm not saying that the stream is gonna crash, but if it does, it'll come right back. But let me see if I can show you. Oh my gosh. Dude, what is happening on my computer? What, do you see? What is happening on my computer? But I'm still live? Chaos is afoot. Chaos is afoot. Microsoft Windows has got something to say. What? Oh, it's back. Are we okay, Windows? Is Windows having a... Oh, it's because I have the game running. That's why. It's because all these infinite helicopter spawns. It's causing my computer to collapse. That's why. Oh no, I can't get in there. Oh no, how am I gonna close it? Control-Alt-Delete! Control-Alt-Delete! Apparently, we now know, as Minnie points out, that you can have too many helicopters. Too many helicopters are possible. And that's exactly what happened. That's why the stream just collapsed on itself, is because we had too many helicopters. Now, chances are everybody in the live stream got booted out of the live stream as well, which is just true. Which is just true, and I apologize for that. I apologize for all of that. Oh my goodness. Refresh if the stream doesn't show for you. Yes. Oh yes. Refresh. Refresh the stream. Absolutely. All right. We are back. It is back. I apologize, everybody, for that happening. So what happened was we had too many helicopters spawn in. I think we have a new task for today. I have a feeling we have a new task. And that task is nerfing or capping the helicopter spawn, because dang, that was too many helicopters. That was way too many helicopters. Yes, refresh the stream. Oh man, what a thing. I was like afraid. I was like, what could possibly be happening to my computer? Why do we have to refresh it? I mean, you may not have to. Some people might have to refresh it. If you don't have to refresh it, don't refresh it. You would think Task Manager would have stopped that. You would think. I feel like it tried to, but by the time it noticed it, it was just too darn late. So I think we have to cap these helicopters. I think that's immediately what I should work on, like right now. By the way, I did notice, I did happen to notice something that I try not to look at, but I did happen to notice that we don't have a lot of thumbs ups on this videos. We got a bunch of y'all coming through, but I don't know if all of y'all have hyper smashed that thumbs up button. Now, as Dragonblade would point out, we have to say, thumb it up so that it's filled in. Thumb it up, don't thumb it up if you've already thumbed it up. Thumb it up one time. Please, thank you if you do that. I really appreciate it. It helps support the stream. It means more people will see it now and after the live stream ends. Thank you if you're able to do that. Neil smashed it. Okay, that works too. Smashing it works. Pressing it gently. Trying not to break things, that works. Or, you know, break things. Whatever. Anarchy. Like on the Xbox, do it! There's one fix you could do to fix the memory problem because that's not normal. Oh. Stormrun thinks it was too many animations. That's not normal. Oh, what have we done? What have we done? You stabbed it! Yeah, I wonder if it is the animations. I don't know. I wonder what you mean by that's not normal. So you're saying I should be able to spawn in a bunch of crap and it not kill my computer? What? Yeah, what's going on? Why would that? Shouldn't, like it could, like, let it crash the game. Why is it gotta crash my computer, you know? I would rather the game handle it until it dies. Like, shouldn't there be a setting somewhere that, like, has its own built-in kill switch? For each spawn, you are loading the resource. What is the resource? What is the resource? What does that even mean? So here's the spawn logic. No, this isn't the spawn logic. Spawn logic is over here. Every time you are filling the memory, spawn logic is right here. We're instantiating this scene is basically what's happening. So a copy instead of a new original. Every instance of an object will take up memory regardless, Dragonblade. Right. You should load it only once and instance it only. Isn't that what we're doing? We're instantiating it. It is loading once and I think that's what's happening. I think that's what's happening, though. So, one reason I might argue that is true is when they spawn in, you can see the first one is copter. Down here in the left. Let's see if that's in here. Hey, what's up, Merp Maker? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Today I'm working on this game that I'm usually working on, which is a survival runner game. Kind of endless runner, kind of a roguelike. It's got a long way to go. We'll get there. So you see we've got a copter here. So this is like the original. And then we've got instance. So it's loading once, as you say. And then we've got these instances that it's creating. So I think it is doing that. I think, like Minnie says, it's still going to cause a bunch of problems anyway. A dumb fix could be to only spawn new helicopters if delta is low enough. Ooh! If delta is low enough. My computer just had a full conniption because I let too many... Oh my god, it's going to happen again. I let too many helicopters spawn in, so I got to be careful there. You could change that to preload, I think, in Godot. Preload is smart. Oh... is smart in that it will load the resource at the beginning and not ever do it again. Oh. Not to be rude or anything, but you look like if Michael Jackson and Pirate Software had a child. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I take that as high praise, actually. And so a couple things. Number one, you did mean to be rude. Number two, I take that as a compliment. So I just want that all to be clear. I'm like, thank you. Like, that means I have twice the chance of being famous. That means I'm a Nepo baby. That means, like, I'm going places. So thank you. We're going somewhere, y'all. You heard it here first. Copter sounds like a bad guy name. Copter. The evil Copter. So, like, I haven't seen any helicopter streams. Oh, okay. Yeah, so I made a helicopter on Monday in the member stream. Does the alien, like, rent a helicopter in the game? So it's this enemy, this NPC, right? Because aliens are invading the planet. Do you know what I mean? Aliens are invading the planet. And so the military is going to respond and try to take out the aliens, right? And so We've got this helicopter that I made all by myself in Blender, and what I want is them to stop and start shooting and attacking the player, and then we can also attack the helicopter as well. So this is the beginning of that helicopter work here. And somehow I made it only spawn one. How did I break the helicopters? Did I type something in on accident that only made one spawn? Why did only one spawn? What happened? What happened? And it goes into taxi obstacles. Yeah. More ways to optimize if you need to later is implementing an object pool. It just means that you keep your objects around even if they die and just reuse them. You only spawn more if you reach a cap. Interesting. We have the same mouse color? Nice. Nice. Why did it only load? Did I? Oh, I cut out an entire line of code on accident. It's neat they kind of follow you, even though they just pass right by them. Yeah, let me take out some of these. So, okay, so this is getting, the tasks for today are getting just tasks on tasks. They're multiplying constantly on top of each other. As happens when developing games. Okay, so this is the way I've been making the helicopter stuff, is just in this blank area. And this is why I didn't notice some of the problems that were coming up. And I'm glad, because I just wanted to set up so they come from the distance, they spawn in, and they approach the player, and then they stop. And ideally, I was thinking today, maybe we get them to shoot and start hurting the player, but there's a lot of other things to think about. So yeah, they do kind of follow you. And another thing that I'm going to want to add in is like a formation, so they don't, because right now they'll all stack on top of each other, and they all kind of stop at the same place. So I kind of like them to form more. And then one day we'll set up a way you can attack them and things like that. So this is like one of the more ideal setups of them. How do they spawn? Should be max of 10? Yeah. So there's a lot of good ideas here. I'm surprised we haven't heard from Dragon Blade in a while, but that's okay. Totally okay. From the load documentation, its counterpart, the load method, loads a resource only when it reaches the load statement. That is, it will load a resource in place, which can cause slowdowns. Oh, interesting. When it occurs in the middle of sensitive processes, you can replace it with preload. Okay, let's try that. Let's try that. Let's just make it preload. Blammo. I clicked on another video just for a second. No, how dare you? That's fine. I don't really care. Just make sure you leave a like before you leave. That's all. And it had the same data from the stream. Oh, that's interesting. So on this video, there was the live chat, but later there wasn't. Yeah, so that might have been why, when you said you didn't refresh it earlier. Maybe that's why. Because the stream died because we loaded way too many helicopters in, and my computer just, like, melted down. That's okay. That's okay. That's alright. Because now we know we need to put a cap on these helicopters. So what will happen, Minnie? So you're saying that, like, when it reaches the load statement, it will load a resource in place. So that's what the load does. So what'll happen instead now that it's preload? What will make it so much different? I feel like we should sit here, because honestly, and wait for it to slow down. Because I've noticed it will slow down before the computer starts melting down. So I think we could just, like, see how many we load in. I think they follow a little, almost too closely, but, you know, I'd almost like to see, like, variation in the way they follow, but I'm not going to worry about it too much. The global preload method, it loads resources as early as possible to front load the loading operations and avoid loading resources while in the middle of performance sensitive code. Right. So are you saying we can just, like, constantly load all these in and everything's going to be fine? Or it's just, like, less likely to cause slowdowns? I mean, so far, we're loading quite a few in. You know what I'd like to do? I'd like to count, before we even do this, couple things. Number one, we have the spawn, and we need to speed this up. Right now, the spawn interval minimum is 3. What if I make the spawn interval minimum 0.5 and the maximum 1? We're going to get a lot really fast. And this is going to be obnoxious. And then, I'm going to make it load, all right? I'm going to make it load for now. How do I feel about Scratch being a coding method / game engine? I think it's awesome. I mean, you know, I don't think it's practical for making huge games. For making small games, I've played some good games made in Scratch. And if it's something that you know, if you know Scratch well, use it. Like, use it. Use what you know to make games you want to make and learn the fundamentals of game dev. And what's great about Scratch is you can actually send them around and have them as URLs. And you can probably, can you export Scratch games? I don't know. Probably can. There's probably a way you can do that. I think it's a great thing to use. I love visual programming. If it helps you learn, you should use it. That feels like an old arcade game. Good job on everything about the helicopters. Thanks! Yay! The preload is smart. It just does it once. Even if you are in a loop or whatever. Interesting. Oh, Neil has made some great stuff in Scratch. Did I tell you Risk It All is out? Oh, the game that you were making. Nice. You can use Turbo Warp and you can export it. Nice. So yeah, we got, and so I do a game jam on this channel every Friday. It's a 1-hour game jam. You make a game in 1 hour, and you know, we've had some great entries from Scratch. Scratch has its place in game development for sure. And Neil makes some good ones. And you can just link your Scratch project. Nice. So we can't do links in the chat, so you might have to go looking for it, but it's called Turbo Warp. Okay, so I want to do a test. I want to do a proper test. I'm going to speed up our copter. I'm going to speed up our copter so it loads in very quickly. Very quickly. Let's say the speed right now is 10. I'm going to make it 100, and they're spawning in absurdly quickly. Like, this is dangerous territory we're wading into, but I'm willing to do it because I want to really be able to determine how many more we can do with this preload method. So what I'm gonna say is every time one loads in, I'm gonna create a variable, and this is copters or spawns, total spawns. We'll just say total spawns. And I'll start out at 0, and then we'll say every time one spawns, we want spawn total, add 1 onto it. And then I'm going to want it to print spawn total. Did I spell it? Total spawns, whatever. Whatever it is it's called. That's what we'll do. And we're going to take this risk. We're going to enjoy this risk. You're going to check the videos out on the channel. I'll be back in a few. Yeah, we got a lot of them. And there's playlists at the bottom on other engines that I've done as well, if you're interested. Total spawns. And then why don't we say copters spawned for funsies. Okay, so now we should be able to see all the copters. Should be looking at the profile as well, if you know how to make sense of it. Oh, okay. Well, that's a good idea. So here they are coming in. I already set this up. We might as well do it. So this is with the load. Yeah, this is with the load. So I'm going to check to see when it starts slowing down. Oh, it's already slowing down. It's already, you can see it's getting choppy. And this is my frame rate on the live stream right here. Look at that. Oh my God. It's dropping. We got drops happening. And we're at, oh shoot. Uh-oh. 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 Okay. I'm stopping. So I couldn't get to 30. We hit 29. I couldn't even get to 30 before it started glitching. Probably around 20 is when it really started dropping. Now if I switch this to preload, and we do it, what's gonna happen? What's gonna happen? Let's see if we can get more without dropping. Thank you, Minnie and Dragonblade, for helping me optimize this. That's definitely not normal. That was very quickly. So far, so good. 17, 18, 19, 20, no problems. I think, Minnie, that solves it. We're approaching 30, no issues. Frame rate isn't going down. Look at that. Dude, thank you. Thank you both for just like helping me make this better. This is so much better. It dropped a second there. That's because I clicked away. But they're starting to lose now, around 40. Things are starting to drop. I'm losing frames on my live stream. It's starting to hurt the computer a bit. So we can get around 40 before it starts. And then when it gets around 50, 60, things start really falling apart. So it's better. It's better, but it's not great. So we by using preload, and I would think there's more there's more optimization we can do. And I don't really know what we can do about that. I mean, like, I just don't know. Like, I genuinely don't know. Like, let's say let's try something else. Like, let's say, what if I spawn in, I'm gonna create a new scene. I'm gonna create a new scene. It's a 3D scene. And in it, all I'm gonna have is a simple mesh instance. It's not gonna have collision. We'll give it a little bit of something. Just make it a box, all right? It's just a box. That's all it is. And it's not gonna behave quite like the copter, but it'll technically spawn in. You have to use the profiler to see if it's a memory issue or a CPU issue, because it's certainly not a GPU one. Oh, so what is the profiler? What is the profiler? What is that? What even is that? I, like, don't even know. So what I was thinking, among many tests we can do, was setting up a different scene to spawn in besides the copter, and seeing what happens and how many it can spawn. So I just created a new scene. Let me save it. This is block test. And then we'll just get a reference to that. Plop it in. But yeah, we should do the profile. When you hit play, you can go to the profiler tab in the debugger and start a capture. It'll capture everything that happens and give you graphs. Ooh, I like graphs. Okay, so I've started play. So they're spawning in right down here. So they're all on top of each other. And then we can see them on the output here, how many it's spawning. So they're all just right on top of each other. Nothing interesting. Very simple stuff. You can go to the profiler tab in the debugger. In the debugger. Oh, there's more tabs. Gotcha. And then we start it, and so now it's going to start tracking it. Interesting. Okay, I like this. This is helpful. It seems okay right now, and we're up to 50 just like blocks spawned in. Nothing complex here. Not running into any issues so far. I'm not seeing frame rate drops. At least none that I can perceive. So certainly something to do with the copter. I could also try just loading the copter file itself in, right? Like without any code on it. We've got, I mean, I'm going to say if we get up to 100 and there's no problems, this test is pretty much as I care to know. And then over on this profiler, it looks cool. So is this, what am I even looking at? We have so many different options here. Oh my goodness. Physics process frame time. You said there was like visual profiler. Start that. Oh, this is different. Oh, maybe this kind of is more what we want too. So here we see, oh, CPU, GPU. There we go. CPU versus GPU. And then is there like more than that too? One thing you can do to optimize the copters that comes to mind is simplify the collision to just be spheres. Spheres are the most optimal collision type, right? Because spheres are just like 2 points, right? And then it like draws between those points, or like a couple points of some kind. You can just calculate the radiuses. Yeah. That makes sense. So I'm not experiencing any issues here at all, and we probably have almost 200 spawned in, and it's not causing any issues. So yeah, you're probably right that the collision could be simpler. So this is what it looks like. I stopped the test for now. So this is what it looks like with the collision. It's pretty straightforward collision, but I could even go simpler with it, right? For sure, like you were saying. But it's pretty simple. But yeah, we could go simpler, to be sure. Yeah, I don't think we have like separate collision for things. For like the propellers or anything like that. Try with the copters. You might see spikes in some ground. All right, let's try it. So this just has a regular mesh in it. Instead of that, I'm going to drag in the blend file. So it's just the blend file with the copter on it. That's all it is. Nothing more. So there's the copter. Now that's an instance of it, right? So this is actually instancing the copter. And so if I wanted to edit it, I would have to create a new inherited scene. So that's going to kind of change it a little bit too. But technically, all that it has are these meshes in it. The mesh for the body, the mesh for the propeller, for the top, and then for the windows. And those are all in there. No collision, nothing like that. So let's see what this gives us. And this is in the block test. So if we hit play, and this one doesn't have a collide. No collision. No collision. So you're all going to spawn on, no animation either. Spawn on top of each other. Just the model. It shouldn't have many polygons. I personally crafted every polygon. It should not have many. Start these profilers. So just saying, what do you think of the new Poppy Playtime trailer? I don't know. I haven't seen it. It's not a game series that I really know much of or play much. But welcome to the channel, Creepy. I think some people in this chat might have seen it. I have a feeling some of you in this chat may know what Creepy is talking about. Personally, I haven't seen it, but I see, honestly, there is some similarities between this character and that character, especially if we turn this character around, look at his face. There's a few similarities, to be sure, but technically I don't really know the game that well or anything about it. How many helicopters were you planning on having on screen at a time? Go to the regular profile. This was probably a CPU or RAM issue. Okay, profiler. Where does it tell me CPU or RAM stuff? The visual profile lets you check things like overdraw and rendering stuff. How do I know if it's like the difference between CPU or RAM? I don't really know. So far we have spawned 100 copters and we're not experiencing any frame rate drops. So the model itself is not the issue. It's not the issue. S asks, how many helicopters were you planning to have on screen at once? I don't know. As many as possible. Like, I don't really know. I mean, that's a good question, and that's something, it's like a balancing question that I don't really know yet. I kind of want, my goal right now for making this game is to have as many playable elements put together as possible. So, like, the player can get damaged, the player can damage things, things can spawn in, we can attack them, they can hurt us. You know, I want, like, all of that stuff there, and then I just want to smash them all into the game and see what happens, right? Build a level, put some stuff in there, see what happens, and then be like, okay, this is too many enemies, let's take the enemies down. So I don't really know yet. I'm kind of trying to get the pieces built up and just find out how it plays, and then just follow the fun from there. But, I mean, technically, I think I'd want as many as possible And then if we don't end up needing that many, now we have a hella optimized game, and we don't have to ever worry about how many we spawn in. They just released a second trailer, but Huggy looks like a failed one in the second one. Oh no. Huggy should look awesome. Try profiling with the one you got the issue with. Okay, let's go. I think you will see the difference. All right. I guess you can always use the Windows Task Manager. That's true. What's cool is you can stop capturing, and then you can drag the line to a point where you see spikes. You can then scroll down on that menu you see there and look at what was called at that frame. Nice. By dragging a line to that point, I mean scrolling on the timeline of the capture. All right, so let me stop this. And you said stop capturing, and then you can drag the line to a point where you see spike. So is this the entire line? Oh, this is the whole thing. So it like compresses it. I see. It compresses. So this is the beginning right here. Maybe I clicked away or something at this point. I don't really know what happened there. But it is gradually getting higher, which is interesting. And so now we're going to try it the normal way. The normal way. On the left, what is shown is the data on the frame you have selected, the frame time, etc. Oh, I see. I see. Don't rush anything because some devs rush things, so there can be bugs in the game. Yeah, totally. Totally, I agree. And you know, for me, like, I'm here to prototype the game as quickly as I can, so I have like a playable version. This version of the game is going to be released free and open source on itch. That's the destiny of this version of it. Then I want to get feedback on the game from players on itch, friends I send it to, people in the chat, stuff like that. Based on that feedback, I'm going to soup up the game, make it nicer, maybe even rebuild it entirely. Give it, you know, maybe hire people to work on it, like really build it up into something very special. And that's where I would be like careful like that, is to make sure that it's going to be ready for a market. So right now I'm kind of open to it being a little sloppy, but you make a good point. You make a good point. Perhaps it's increasing because you're not unloading the tiles behind the player. Oh, they are unloading. That's the only way a new one comes in, is if the tile unloads. In fact, if I zoom out the camera, you'll see that happening. You'll see them disappearing behind the player. So like if I take the camera, if I remember how the camera works, which I may or may not, the camera's got some quirks to it, to say the least. It's a quirky camera. Where is the camera? It's all the way up there. Nuh-uh. Where does the camera live? Oh, it's right there. So let's see, if I pull it back, will that work? It might, the camera might move to its position. Yeah, it moves to its position, so that doesn't really work. Maybe if I move the cam, oh, the cam target. The cam target is what we move. That kind of makes sense. Let's push it way back. And so you'll see they actually disappear. Oh, it's still adjusting itself. Okay, all right, all right. Maybe it's moving with the player. Oh, you know what I could try is moving the player forward. Will that work? Apparently I've made an unbreakable camera system. I've made just an amazing unbreakable camera system. Oh, we have an offset here. Let's try this. Let's make it 4.75. But that's not, that's the interpolation. Let's try this. I know I'm going into this, but now I just kind of want to like believe I know how to do this. Apparently I don't even know how to push my own camera back. Apparently I don't. What about this one? We're just pressing buttons at this point. Oh, there we go. Okay, there we go. Oh, it's the exported. I should have just used the exported one. That's hilarious. I set up all these settings over here. to be used this way, and I didn't use them. I just didn't use them. Sometimes I assume I don't make things as easy for myself as they should be. Okay, so here you're gonna see that this tile will vanish. So they're all vanishing behind the player. Once like the far edge of this tile reaches the player, so this edge right here, bam, it goes away. So they're all getting removed for sure. But that's a good thought. But that's actually been accounted for. And apparently I've also set up a wonderful little system for me to change the camera. Good job, Lise. Thank you for that. You're welcome. Okay. Yeah. If you now scroll down in the scroll view, I restarted it. You might see some of your own code being called there as well. Interesting. But this will be more clear when you have issues like before. Okay, so let's get that set back up. Maybe you could even make a remastered one, like a sequel. Yeah, maybe. Right. Dude, that would be awesome. Yeah, potentially. Right, so if I decide to totally rebuild it, that would be a cool way to... It just kind of depends. It depends on, like, how everything goes. I'm sort of playing it by ear right now. But my main goal right now is to get it to be playable and fun. And once that's done, then I start making bigger decisions. It might say things like process frame time 1600 milliseconds, which would be a lot of lag. Oh, for a specific object. Interesting. You could also make like a remaster if you want it to be like a sequel. Absolutely. Bye for now. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you for hanging out, S. I appreciate you. And thank you for the well wishes. And for just helping me just get my head in the right place. And yeah, take care. Have a great rest of your day. So let's run the test. Spawning the copters normally. So we're going to change this back to the copter spawn. Now this is with preload. Now the preload still has a problem, right? It takes longer than the load, so we might as well use this. Since it will be gentler overall, we might as well do the gentler thing. And then I'm gonna make sure I start the profiler. Oh, it still saved it. Nice. And then we'll see what it looks like. Games that have remasters are like very good but interesting. Game you're making. What's it about? Yeah, so it's dropping. So right now, these spikes are because I clicked away from Godot. So I clicked on another program, and now we're seeing this. Now if I click back on Godot, I wonder if it drops. Oh no, we're just already, okay. Oh my gosh, okay. Isn't that because I clicked away from Godot? Oh my gosh, enable the physics time as well? Oh, so you have to check these for it to be doing it. And then should we just do all these? Let's just check all of them. Let's just check them all. Let's check them all. I'm going to not click away this time. So this game is about an alien who is sent to invade Earth. And you play as this alien. The goal is to capture humans and send them back to Earth. Or not to Earth, to send them back to the alien planet. And that's it. That's the game pretty much, in a nutshell. And you are the alien who is here to capture stuff on another planet. All right, let me try this again. No, it's just for showing them. It will still capture everything. Oh, oops. Okay, sorry. Oopsie. All right, do over. Play it. I'm not going to click away this time. So if a chat comes in, I can't click on it until we're done here. Because if I show the chat, it'll mess this up. We gotta test it staying on here. Okay, so we're spawning these in. We've got a good few. Oh yeah, there's lore, creepy. There's definitely lore. There's lots of lore. Oh, wow. Is it doing worse than it was before? Or is it just me? We must be on load. Why is it going so badly? All right. How many did we get? 27? Oh, I guess that is more than we had before. Okay, all right. So yeah, there is some lore. So the way that it works is humans, and this is true, humans have sent animals into space to test survivability. It's messed up. And some of those animals are mice. And there's mice, in fact, that were lost in space. Just freaking lost and never returned back to Earth. Well, some of those mice, one of those mice, ended up on an alien planet. They ended up on an alien planet, and that alien planet happened to have these little creatures that, when they consume said mouse, they grow the limbs of the mouse. They get fingers, hands, and feet, and only one alien actually got to enjoy this luxury. And that alien was like, guys, we need more of these. We need more of these immediately. So here's that alien commanding the other alien. So really they're just these heads and these bodies. That's like how they start out, is heads. Well, actually, they actually only start out as heads. They only start out as heads. On their planet, there are these space winds that create pearls. And these pearls, so you can see they're all little heads. And these pearls, once they slobber on them with their salivary secretions, those pearls become their body. And this body is the magical element that allows them to grow limbs. And they can build stuff with these and all kinds of things like that. And so that's how this alien was able to get these mouse limbs. And they're like, look, we can build a civilization if we all have these. They kind of look like frogs. Yeah, they're kind of like alien frogs. So they invade Earth, and your goal is to get meat to send back to the home planet, or score dunk them, right? And the meat also heals you. So you'll have some health, and it'll heal you if you eat meat. Cows, everyday people, stuff like that. But it's actually only going to be cows at first. So you'll eat the cows, and it's going to help you grow these limbs. And then you're going to have to manage the health of your limbs and your head. So that's going to be something. Meanwhile, you can choose as the player to either send your the meat that you eat, either you send it home to your planet, so that way more of your alien brethren can grow limbs, or you eat it to heal yourself. At the end of the first level, you are going to fight a cattle farmer, and you're gonna have to eat that cattle farmer in order to win. And once you do that, you're gonna get the human limbs. And you and your other alien friends who have been invading will just be running rampant on Earth, eating up plenty of humans. But you didn't just get limbs. You didn't just get limbs from these humans. You got something else. The humans are very upset that you're eating them. So they're protesting the aliens. They're like, can you stop eating us, please? And the aliens feel guilty because they didn't just get limbs. They got empathy from the humans. And so this provides another little health bar that if you eat humans who are innocent, you are now going to be penalized for that. So that introduces that. And then this is a cutscene here. So this is lore, but this would be like maybe a cutscene or something. While that protest is happening, the military, the police attack. They don't just attack the aliens, though. They attack the protesters as well. This solidifies the union between aliens and activists. And together, they will fight the violent authority that seeks to oppress them both. And so now, you no longer want to eat animals and everyday people, because that's going to lower your empathy. And if you have lower empathy, you're going to get less bonuses throughout the game. However, the violent authority that seeks to suppress you and oppress you, they are totally edible, and you can send them back home to your home planet. And that's basically going to be the gameplay right there. Is you are this alien who has these human limbs, and you're going to be fighting violent authority, getting help from everyday people who are appreciative that you aren't eating them. And that's it. That's the game. That's some of the lore so far. So that's a little background, more than you probably ever wanted, but you got it. Not gonna lie, why do I think we need a multiplayer mode and a debug mode for admins and the founder? I mean, that would be awesome. Multiplayer is going to be the death of me. This game will never get finished if I add a multiplayer. But, you know, that's the kind of thing that, like, you know, say we get to that point of releasing it on Steam, right? And let's say it does well on Steam. right? And let's say it even does so well that let's put it on console, you know? Maybe then, if it does well then on something like console, maybe then and only then does a version with multiplayer come out. Because to me, it's more important to just get a game, you know? Yeah, it's like, to me, it's not even on the table, right? To me, the Steam aspect isn't even on the table. Consoles isn't on the table. Right now, I just want to get a playable, fun thing. That's it. That's all I care about. But it's fun to imagine what these things would be like. But multiplayer is like the easiest way to just like ruin a game, because a developer is going to burn themselves out trying to do that. And it's easy to want to do, but it's really hard to implement. And it's just a lot of effort. It just like multiplies the amount of work, you know? Imagine different endings where like one team, you team up with humans and slaughter your alien frogs brothers. I like your imagination, Creepy. I liked it a lot. I like it a lot. I worked on a multiplayer survival game that's on Steam. There's so much more you have to handle with multiplayer, right? And especially, right, and oh my gosh, like you have to maintain a multiplayer game on a whole nother level. Like even forget setting it up, which by the way is incredibly difficult. You have to freaking maintain the thing. Oh my gosh. It's like, to me, that's not something worth doing unless you have like a paid studio. If you have a studio, you know, where people are on payroll and you've got like, you know, a financial plan and you have publisher, like you better have infrastructure behind you, or else you're gonna end up just like burning yourself out, you know? Coding multiplayer is hard in getting everything to work. Yeah, exactly. But it's fun to imagine. It's fun to imagine. My 2 cents, welcome. My guess for the optimization is the areas of copters are checking each other for collisions and it's too much. Interesting. The solution would be to remove the mask of the copter area. Oh, interesting. So that was something S was talking about earlier, is we need to adjust the layers and the masks, because that we were having other problems with collision. If that solves all of our problems, that would be good. The area's collision shape has too many vertices, if I remember correctly. Okay, heard. We've got some consensus. If multiple of y'all come through and say the same thing, like, it's time. The time is nigh. So this is yeah, I mean, you know, it's a pretty sloppy collision job, but yeah, we could sort it out. We could sort this out. Spawn too many at least. Now you need to scroll to the frames where it started taking a long time and then look on the list and see what's going on. Okay, so here's our profiler of what happened when we were running it. So here everything was fine, and then at some point it just like explodes with a problem. So we want to check process time and physics time. Oh, interesting. This is tiny. This is some tiny data. It's so itty bitty. I'm gonna have to make it a little bigger because it's so itty bitty. Okay. So interestingly, I actually don't know. What's the blue? Is the blue line, it's frame time. I'd say just use spheres for the copters. They don't need to be mesh colliders either. I have a lot to learn here. I really want to focus on this today. Wonder what a debug mode would be like. I mean, you know, it's kind of all debug mode. It's kind of all debug mode. I mean, I think debug is awesome. I would love to, like, I try along the way to set up little things. I don't have much set up right now, but I try to set up along the way little things for testing stuff. Honestly, I'd love to, like, spawn in enemies. I'd love to spawn in different tiles, so, like, different obstacles, different ground types. I'd love to have just a whole like board of choices and be like, let's throw this at the player, let's throw that at the player, let's buff the player, let's nerf the player. You know, I'd love to be able to do that. That'd be a lot of fun. Someday. Someday soon. I think removing the mask of the copter area is an easy potential fix. Easier than making another collision shape, at least. Interesting. So physics time is going up. What else? Scroll down the list. Oh. Oh, there's more down here. There's a lot going on here. Maybe I'll just make this taller as well. Let's just Stretch this out. Whoa, not like that. Big list. Big list. Copter physics process. Oh. Oh, so because of these calls, is that what you're looking at? 192 calls, but not a lot of milliseconds. What does that mean? Probably just the collision calculations then. So I'm putting this on the peak pretty much. Now it's at 200. There's also copter process for whatever that's worth. I wish I could zoom into this a little bit, but I guess it's also tiny. Oh, if I get rid of that, that's a little better. Now I can see more. Physics time. Interesting. So I'm just trying to figure out like how I could deduce myself sometime. But I guess we're just looking at where the big numbers are on calls. And then that tells me something. I mean, I guess this is calling 25 times and it's 0. So I don't really know what that means. The thing that contributed most to the total frame time was physics time. Right. Right, that's that pink one here. That's this one. And then this is also on a physics process. And so that helps contribute to that. Interesting. And so to me, like me not knowing what I'm doing or what things are supposed to be, I'm like, okay, so we have the physics process function here, right? I can imagine just game having players. Yeah, right? 1 millisecond per call or total time of all calls. What does that mean? This is fascinating stuff. I love that you guys are here being so helpful. It helps me so much. 1 millisecond per call or total time of all calls. Measure frame time milliseconds, time inclusive. I don't know what any of these mean. If it's 1 millisecond per call and 200 calls, that's 200 milliseconds, right? Oh, total. And so why is that? If it's a lot, but not taking a lot of time, that would mean it's not having a big effect, right? But the calls help us kind of see like what's happening the most. So we're kind of like trying to deduce what's making physics time be so explosive. Basically. We also spawned, I think, 30 helicopters. Total frame time. Where do I see that? Oh, up here? 195 milliseconds. Oh, that's almost 200. Oh, so it's almost 100% of the frame time. Gotcha. That's interesting. Maybe the workspace code. It has to be total. Total frame call is 195. Right. If it was per, then that's already 200 milliseconds of physics process. I mean, is that, am I understanding that right? So if there's 200 calls of 1 millisecond, that equals most of the total time? Am I understanding that correctly? I mean, obviously it doesn't add up perfectly, but I guess that doesn't make sense. So it should actually be more maybe if it was adding it up. Did it be more? Right, so that's wrong. Okay. Interesting. Interesting. So then basically it's adding all of these once onto here. What it shows is the total. So 1 millisecond for a total of 200 calls. Gotcha. I mean, you're right. One call, and that was 35 milliseconds of it. That's a lot. The physics frame time is also quite a lot. I mean, that's also quite a lot. What I get from this is that physics time is the issue. If you sum up the times below, you don't get 195, though. What? Yeah, that would be definitely not that much. That's a good point. 35 plus 16 plus 5, that would be like maybe 50. 51, 52, 53, you know, there's like not even... Yeah, that's an excellent point. How confusing. Average time, frame percent. This profile isn't as good as the ones I'm used to. Oh no, Godot, get it together. Physics frame percent. Whoa. 1,000%? 1,000%. 1,000%. At least it does tell you it's a physics time. Yeah. So okay, so knowing that, if I come to the collision, let's say I just get rid of the collision for now. I'll just get rid of it. No collision. It doesn't collide. Collision is gone. What happens? What happens? No more collision. Collision is gone. Oh, God. So now it's not going to stop before it gets to the player, but that's okay. That's okay. I forgot to start profiling it. I wish it would auto... Maybe there is a way to set it to start automatically. I wish it would, though. I gotta, like, come out here and remember to click it. Okay. Come down here, debugger, profiler, start. Okay, we got it. We got it. So let's see how many we can get. So we got the animations, we got all the code. The only difference is no more collision. The profiles make the game lag a bit on its own. That makes sense, right? So doing it automatically would cause problems. That could be why it doesn't show all the frame time. Oh, interesting. You can click on the area and on the inspector, remove one from the collision mask, and that should do it. Okay, let's try that next. So we only got about 30 copters last time before it started going to hell. Here we're almost at 50. And I'm not seeing a single performance issue. Oh, but we having fun. It's straight up Katamari now. Look at that. Look at them rolling. This is amazing. I love like all of the random game ideas that are like coming together just by like having debug and stuff. Like it's like, wait a minute, there's like a game in here somewhere. It's the new fashion helicopter jacket. Oh my God. So yeah, collision making all the difference. Copter Mar, yes. This is a horror game now. With a crazy AF alien. Oh my God, you're right. Like this is the alien. It's horrifying. It's very scary. So clearly, the collision is making all the difference. Okay. So I'm going to put the collision back in there. And now, if we just remove one from the collision mask layers, I mean, that would maybe almost be about the same thing to do. So we'll come to the area, and on the collision, we just remove one. So now it's not set to collide with anything, right? And we're just going to be okay with that. We're just going to take that off. Just get rid of it. The code debug mode, true if debug mode. Your debug specific code here, print debug mode is enabled, performing debug actions, else your regular game code. I don't know what that means. I don't know what that means. Creepy, what's your coding experience? I know you asked about Scratch earlier, but it sounds like you've got some kind of experience going on there. Remove just the mask. Okay. I kind of know what those things do. They like make it right so things see each other differently than things other than itself. Probably could have landed on this conclusion with the process of elimination you had going, but always nice to learn a bit about the profiler. Oh, extremely nice. No, don't you dare devalue the amazing contribution you've made. That's how it works in the source code of Godot. Oh, interesting. Yeah, I'm like, I don't even creepy. I don't even, like, you're on a whole other level right now. My older brother is a game dev, so I know stuff. Wow. All right, so we're sitting at 50 copters. No problem so far. The profiler is getting a little... There's some, I mean, it seems okay. It's staying pretty stable, actually. It doesn't seem to be going too wild. I guess if I look back down here at the copter physics process, or at percentage, let me do frame time. Well, it does have 70, it's 80 calls now, or 82 calls, but it's a fraction, it's like a huge fraction of the amount of time now. Little spikes could be something called garbage collection. Is that the preload? It takes a bit of time to clear out some objects that aren't being used, etc. Gotcha. So we're at 100 calls now. We still aren't hitting 1 millisecond per. And I'm not dropping any frames. We've got 116 copters. That's totally normal. I think this is better. I think this is better. Not something to worry about unless it causes you lag spikes. So what was the... I mean, now that I don't have... Like, what are the consequences now that I don't have the mask checked? Right? Just, like, magic it solves the problem? Or, like, what... What was that even doing for us? What does it do now that it's not the case? Yeah, this is running great. We've got so many copters. We've got so many dang copters. Look at all these copters. No problems. Another game idea that this gave me was like placing copters, like placing like, I don't know, like a Tetris-like game, right? Like piecing, because I can like kind of control where they go here. Just a totally different game, you know, wouldn't be related to this game. But it's like, oh, look, this kind of inspires other types of game ideas, which is kind of fun. Now that the mask is turned off, the area is not checking for detection with other bodies / areas. So then how is it stopping? Because the only reason that this stops, that these helicopters are stopping, is because there is an area on the player, right? So there's this area 3D collision shape. It's like a sphere right here around the player. And the helicopters are running into that and stopping. So it's at least seeing that. Still not getting any issues here. Yeah, it's hard to put code in there in the chat for sure. I just don't know what is going on with what you're talking about, creepy. It looks very interesting, but I truly don't know what to do with it. Sorry if the whole code didn't show up. That's quite all right. This also means signals like body entered will never be emitted by this area. It's stopping because the player area is detecting it. Right. But you said the area is not checking for detection with other bodies/areas. So look at that. There's so many. I mean, we can just keep going. It's like not even gonna. So like, I mean, obviously Dragon Blade and Mini were absolutely correct. It wasn't normal because now we're experiencing a very normal thing where we can just spawn helicopters all day. No issues. I mean, this is incredible. This is like absolutely amazing. How many of these are here? Like, I don't even know if I need to be like, this test is like, we're done here. How many did we end up spawning? Like 300? Yeah, 330. Quite a few. It's not checking for detection, but other areas can detect it because layer is active, but mask is not. Are the masks just for area triggers, not collisions? Yeah, the mask stuff is confusing in Godot, and I really still haven't heard the explanation that makes it make sense to me. My internet, hopefully, I'm taking a bit of a risk here. I'm gonna use ChatGPT. It's for both. Dude, it's so confusing. I'm gonna use ChatGPT because it hurts my internet the least if I go search something. Godot. Collision layers versus masks. Explain it as clearly as possible. Collision layers and masks are used to control interactions between different elements, such as objects, scenes, and physics bodies. Collision layers essentially specify the category, to which the object belongs. They indicate which layer or layers the object is associated with. For example, if you have a player object and an enemy object, you might want to put them on different layers so they don't collide with each other. Collision masks, on the other hand, determine the interaction between objects. The category to which an object belongs. Determine the interaction between objects. Ask it for a code and test it out. I could. I don't know how that helps me in this situation. Collision layer determines what the layer object is in. What layer the object is in. The mask determines if you actually collide with that layer. They define the layers with which interaction will occur, allowing for precise control over which objects can interact with each other. For instance, if you have a player object and a coin object, you might want to put them on the same layer so that they can interact with each other. Why am I still confused? Mini's got it. Mini got it. Mini didn't understand it a second ago, and now Mini gets it. And I'm still kind of confused. So it's the category to which an object belongs. Collision layer determines what layer the object is in. So think of layers. Layers, layers, layers. The helicopter and the player, or obstacles and stuff, are in the same layer. They're on the same layer. But the mask determines if you can actually collide with that layer. What? Okay, I kind of get it. Okay, so now the helicopters don't collide with each other, for example. So they're both on layer 1, and other things could have the mask set to 1, meaning that they can collide with the helicopters. So if I have some other thing that's on mask 1, it can collide with the helicopters. For example, that detection area that stops them, that's going to be on mask 1. So therefore, they can still collide with that. And they're on the same layer as well. Maybe they don't need to be. I don't know. But they are. It doesn't really matter if they're on the same layer. It would only matter if I needed things to... I mean, that'll work fine. If I take it out of that layer, everything will be fine. I mean, it almost makes me feel like everything should just be on no layer by default and no mask by default, and we just have to set them. I mean, I get why they wouldn't do that, but I feel like I should go through and unmark a bunch of these and really ask myself, does this need to be on this layer or not? And if not, take it off, because we might run into this funny issue. Okay, so that's good. Now there's another issue that came up while we were doing this. And that issue was when I added the obstacles back in. When I added the obstacles back in, the helicopters would run into those obstacles. Oh, we do have my 2 cents here, and if my 2 cents is interested, we could try to set up the other thing, the navigation. I'm not saying, don't worry, no pressure. I don't care if you can't, you're not interested, you're busy, don't worry about it. But I am open to that. By the way, games do have alpha and beta testing for the players, such as Bendy and the Ink Machine, before being a full game. Yeah, totally. That's what I'm going for with this. Is I'm making a prototype that's fun, that can go out and be. It wouldn't be an alpha or a beta. It's a prototype, so it's even earlier than that. But that's kind of the idea, is we can get people to play it first. The default is there just so that it works out of the box. Right. It'd be confusing for new people to put out stuff and nothing collides. Good point. But defaults can sometimes be bad for performance. Right. We can set it up for sure. It depends on your priorities right now. Yeah, well, my priorities was, if my 2 cents is here, set up navigation. If my 2 cents isn't here, let's make the helicopters attack. And then I started discovering things like the performance issue, and that if I add in the obstacles, so if I add the obstacles back in, so there's actually there's a couple problems that came up. First of all, that detection area that I set up for the player, oh, that fixes that. No, it doesn't. Oh, no, okay. First of all, it does. Second of all, all right, Creepy. Yeah, I'm doing a game jam tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. I am doing a game jam tomorrow. So, yeah, I'll see you a little later, about 2 hours from now, tomorrow. I'll be doing a game jam. Take good care. Thank you for stopping in. Make sure you leave a thumbs up. That goes for all of you. Leave a thumbs up. Thank you. I appreciate it. Take good care, and thanks for hanging out with us. So, yeah, so you might notice a problem here. You see how we're stopping? We're, like, running into things? That's because the helicopters are detecting the... Yeah, it is an amazing game jam. It's so much fun. Thank you, my 2 cents. These helicopters are colliding with the trees. And then when the player collides with a tree, we're supposed to stop. And so that was one of the things that came up, which I think now we can probably figure out how to fix this, now that we know what we know about collision stuff. But that was one thing that was coming up. The other thing that was coming up was that area proximity that I set up, that this in theory yellow border around here. I think because this was on layer 1 before, it would collide with stuff. So I would run into this tree too early, and I wouldn't be able to move around, and it would stop. So I'm just gonna test that out real quick. I'm gonna actually get rid of the NPC spawns just real fast, so we can bear that out. So yeah, I'm down to work on it. I just want to make sure I've checked all these boxes that came up. Yeah, so see how I'm running into the tree early? That's because of that detection area. But if I set the detection area to not be on layer 1, now it works properly, and we run into the tree as we should. So that's fixed. So I guess what I'd want to do is make sure the obstacles aren't looking for the helicopter. Or I say that the helicopter isn't looking for the, because the helicopter is currently set on layer 1. So in theory, maybe I could put it on like layer 2, which means it's not going to collide with the player area anymore, right? It's just going to, oh, let me set the spawns back up. Let me set the spawns back up. So if I set this on layer 2 and not layer 1, that means it's going to just run onto the player and Katamari Copter Damachi. So obviously that's not what we want. But then in theory, I could come to the player area and set it to mask 2. Now the copters should miss the trees and we shouldn't get any more running into them. And they stop at the player. Nice. I think that fixes all the problems. In theory, I could like name these, right? So I could rename this layer. I've renamed it to ground. So this is the other thing, is like, I don't know that I have been keeping a good track of my layer names. Yeah, we got there. We got there. Thank you, thank you. Thank you truly for your help. So I do have here 3D physics. So we have layer 2. I don't even know if I'm using these well, but I've named layer 2 as ground and layer 3 as obstacle. I'm sure this was to solve other problems. I actually think some of these aren't even issues really anymore. So I feel a little like lost in what things should be. There's a ground on the main scene. So that is to say, if I were to not have any terrain blocks spawn in whatsoever, which I think I can do by turning off the script. So if we say spawn 0 terrain blocks. Oh, it doesn't like that. Out of bounds, get index 0. Oh, it doesn't like that. It's like, I'm gonna need 1, please. You're gonna have to give me 1. I guess probably the easiest way to do it, I should actually rename these. So I'm trying to organize my blocks a little better. Probably the best way to test this would be to not have this be called empty dirt, but maybe we'll call it blank. And then if I make a truly empty one, we'll call that empty. Rename blank. So this is what it draws from for the terrain blocks, is this folder. I'm going to drag these out into the unloaded section. And let's duplicate that, and I'm going to call this empty. Put this one in. I'm just trying to figure out what these layer names are, because I really don't want to start ignoring this right now, or continue ignoring this right now. And then if I'm not wasting too much of your time, which I apologize if I am, I would love to do the navigation thing. Block empty. Okay, so for this one, it's not empty. Let's just empty it out. It needs to have at least a terrain mesh on it. You can open the block scenes and see if you actually put terrain in 1 and 2 and 3. Right, exactly. So that is one aspect of this. So right now, the terrain itself, well, it doesn't have collision, so it doesn't really matter. But the mesh is on layer 1, but I don't think that matters. The ground, the static body, is on 1, right? So like that doesn't make sense, right? But what does make sense is over here in the main scene, I set up this like other ground, right? And I don't know that we actually need this anymore. I think this was an old thing, but there's like an invisible ground under the player in the main scene. So remember, the player isn't moving, it's just sitting there. And I believe this is what is on 2. But what I'm trying to remember is if I made that matter. Now you're right, I could look and deduce, but that would be too smart. So instead, I'm just gonna see what happens and test it. Make this invisible. I mean, I could probably just give it no texture at all. Oh, then it just looks like that. Okay, give it a texture back, and we'll just make sure that it's invisible. And so now we should be just like literally floating on air. Okay, so that collision isn't even being used. Why is this appearing if I give it no alpha? I guess there's other things that make it visible. I'm a little surprised by that. I guess the alpha isn't doing anything. Oh, we can do transparency. I see. That's why. Thank you. I caught it. I caught it. But yeah, you caught it before I did. All right, there we go. There it is. So yeah, so I think that was something that I had set once upon a time. Was this separate ground. I don't think I need it anymore. I think I can throw it in the garbage. I think I can put it in the trash. Which means I don't need layer 2 to be marked for ground anymore. And I think I actually moved it here in part so it wouldn't collide, which is just terrible. I was just like, just put it over there, get out of the way. So if I move this onto 1, we land on it, and now we're not falling. But we can actually walk off the edge of it and then fall. Okay, cool, 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 cool. So I'm gonna actually delete this. I'm gonna delete the ground. This extra ground we don't use. I'm gonna get rid of it. It's a big, kind of a big deal, but I'm burning it to the ground, literally, because I don't think we need it. So that was the empty block. Let's put the blank ones in. So the interesting thing about the navigation thing that you're talking about is it'd be interesting to see if we can get it to navigate around like the trees as well, not just other units. So now that that is understood, what is this obstacles on 3? It's important to delete it because some of your blocks have a hole you can fall into. Right, exactly. And like, it wasn't actually working at the time, but like in theory, you know, if it does come on, that would mess it up. But right, it doesn't belong there anymore. It was some old thing that is just not necessary now. So we don't need to save this as the ground layer. Now, why is this the obstacle layer? I'm gonna open up an obstacle. Here's a tree. It is on that layer, so we aren't actually using it. Oh, and you know what? I think we're setting it in code too. Here, right here, set collision layer and mask to 3. I'm doing that in code. So I did that so that way, if I were to create a new one and just attach a script to it, I wouldn't have to come into the inspector and mark it as layer and mask. And that's why I set that up that way. So I could keep it as 3. But it kind of raises the question, like, what's the difference between an obstacle and an NPC? Right? I mean, I guess those are different. But what if I want an NPC to also be an obstacle? Oh, I know what I would do. Right. We would put them in the same layer, but make sure they have different masks. So then I don't really need the mask to be set on the obstacle, right? We just want them to be on the layer 3, and then whatever collides with this mask. So let me go to the player. I think I'm starting to get it. The player, I don't know what part of the player is gonna be. Oh, here, there we go. So the limbs, no mask is needed. Let's go. So the limbs here are all set on 3, which very tiny, move my zoom, very tinily, you can see has been renamed to obstacle. And so similarly, I don't need to put this on the layer, right? this is the limb. This is like the head body part, right? And then we have like a right leg, a left leg, and a right arm. I've currently set them all to be on the third layer. They don't need to be on the third layer. They just need to be on the third mask. I get it now. I get it. I understand. I like when I get things. So I actually probably want to change all of these. I don't know if they'll change all at the same time, but I can try. So I'm going to try taking them all off of layer and then check to see if they are. Yeah, it did them all. Let's go. Cool. So now they're all off that layer. Actually, the player proximity, right, that's set on 2, right? Which we could say is the NPC layer. That's the NPC layer. Nice. Okay, cool. Got it. Figured things out. See why we did this? So this is the NPC layer for now. And then what's layer 1? The ground. That's actually the ground. Okay. Now I currently have the player in layer 1. Don't need it there. I don't even know what I would do that as, if I even need to do it as anything. The mask, we definitely want it as 1, because we want it to be able to collide with the ground. We're dealing with the collision in different ways. So if I were to set, to 3, so right now I have the slowdown, it's like fake collision. We're not actually colliding with the trees. There's just this terrain slowdown thing that happens, and it stops the terrain whenever we bump into like a tree. How did we decide that? How did we set that up? Amount slowed, we're connecting that here. Can I just comment that out and everything is fine? And we won't slow down. But see, it kind of makes me curious, like, what if we actually physically collide with the tree? Yeah, nothing happens. So we don't actually physically collide with it. Oh, maybe because that's the wrong collision? I don't fully understand. I'm sure there's a really obvious reason why that doesn't work. Physics process-wise. Oh, I guess that makes sense, because the player isn't moving, right? The player isn't actually moving. The terrain is moving at the player, and the terrain isn't going to stop based on any physics process. It's just continuing. I mean, I don't fully understand it, but like, that doesn't work, and that's fine. I'm getting distracted. Let's not worry about this. If a tree is only an area, oh, it's not a body. Right. Thank you. Thank you for making the explanation that makes the most sense. Welcome, DTRGX. I know I'm off topic, but would it be a good idea if there's any add-on creators out there that have ever thought of releasing a visual scripting add-on for Godot 4.2/3? Just a thought I had today. Yeah, there is someone working on it. I always forget their name, but there's somebody who is working on it. I've seen them on Twitter posting their progress. I can't pull it up and find it right now, but someone is out there. I'm sure you could like search the GitHub repos, the GitHub repos. Repo. You can search them and maybe find it. But someone is doing it. Someone is doing it, because that would be really nice. That would be really nice. Also, welcome DT. Thanks for stopping in. And yeah, I agree. That would be nice. Seems possible. Because Godot used to have visual scripting, but they discontinued it because it wasn't very well made and people weren't using it, and it was a lot to maintain. But there's definitely people working on it, and there's somebody who's like really making headway on it. So they're out there, and I'm sorry I can't give you the exact name, but if you find it, let me know. I'd be curious. I think Godot 3 does have... Oh, that's true. Yeah, so Godot 3, if you're using Godot 3, you can still use it. True. Yeah, they discontinued it. They did a whole message. All right, I'm going to test the boundaries of my internet, which means the stream might glitch. But hopefully this site won't demand too much. Because they put it up on their own website as to why. Here. Hopefully this won't slow me down. But yeah, they shut it down themselves because people weren't using it and they preferred GDScript. Can we dark mode that? Oh, hell yeah. And it didn't have like the most useful aspects that it needed to be viable. And so they provided this like graph here about the percentage of people who used 0.5% of Godot users used visual scripting. So they removed it, but it is something that that community is working on. I tried making a visual scripting thing like Scratch, and yeah, it's a lot to support all the features. That way, and that was why they discontinued it, in part, was just because, especially if 0.5% of people were using it, it's kind of a weird thing. Like, well, yeah, if you guys don't make it good, no one's going to use it. But if it's keeping the engine from moving forward, I can see how it's not worth it. Not for Godot, but for a code learning platform made in Unity. Nice. Interesting. Oh, that sounds kind of awesome, actually. That sounds cool. I'm really curious. I love learning about these projects that you've worked on, Minnie. It's really cool. All right, so now that that's out of the way, I mean, I'm not curious to make it a physics body, right? Like, I don't actually want to find out what would happen if I made a physics body in the tree. Like, who cares about that? Like, that's not something we need to explore. I'm gonna stop myself before I start doing that, right? Like, I'm not about to even, like, zoom in and show you that I've created a static body here in the tree, and then I'm going to literally duplicate a collision shape, put it in there so it has collision, and then find out what happens if we collide with it. Like, we're not going to do that, like, actually, right? Right? It's this forward one on the left. Okay, I'm doing it. What am I gonna do? Not do it? Sitting here learning about collisions. I'm curious. So that's on 3. It has to be glitchy. This has to be glitchy. Something very bizarre must happen here, right? Surely. Oh! That was kind of interesting. Boop! Huh. Now it doesn't do the slowdown thing anymore. Oh, I think I still have that commented out, maybe? Wait, I commented that back in. Why did that stop working? Is it because of the way I set up the collision that... I'm confused. Now I'm confused. If I take that mask off, and then we try it, does the slowdown still happen? Wait, why did the slowdown break? It's not because that was on layer 1. Did I just, like, do something else that I didn't mean to do? I wonder. How did that break? What? I'm confused. I've confused myself. They're all still marked. The obstacles are all still marked as layer 3. And then when that happens, when the collision happens, it should send out amount slowed. And that slow down the terrain. Why did that break? I'm confused. Because what was happening before, we're not even getting hurt by it anymore. Actually, no obstacle is hurting me anymore. What have I done? Hey, Thoughty. Hey, welcome back. Good to see you. Thank you for saying hello. I appreciate that. I've broken something. I think you removed the mask from the obstacle. The thing is there's so many obstacles. There's so many obstacles. I would have to have done it from each one. So each obstacle has its own set of things on it. So I only modified this one obstacle, and all I did was add a static body in there. So naturally, I'm a little confused. I mean, maybe it's when I modified the body parts. Maybe I needed the body parts to be on... You did remove mask 3 from something. It wasn't the body parts. Maybe limbs. Yeah, that's what I'm checking right now. So these are all the limbs. They still have 3 on here. The player itself. Maybe the player itself. Maybe that's it. No, that's not it. I'm confused. I'm a little confused. Fonty, things are going well. Things are going well. I've been working on this helicopter NPC spawn. And it brought up some concerns about collisions. So now I'm just experimenting with collisions, and I've experimented too far. But we've got these awesome helicopters that spawn in, and I want them to like shoot and stuff. I think today I'm probably gonna figure out a way with my 2 cents and others how to get them to like navigate a little bit. So that's gonna be kind of fun. But I've added a lot of things that I can't test anymore because I've broken the collision. So now I gotta figure it out. Then it's definitely the layer 3 of the limbs. Oh, layer 3. Let me set the legs to be layer 3. And see if that fixes something. Does that fix something? That's it. Yep, that's it. Oh, so they do need to be in layer 3? But that's supposed to be obstacles. So I guess the obstacles... It's confusing. Because each obstacle has the mask 3, but they also have the mask 1. So maybe I need to put them in layer 1. And we say... Or I need like a player layer. I need a player layer. I need a player layer. I think that's what I need, is a player layer. Right? Yeah, it's really cool. I'm really proud of like everyone who's helped out, including you and myself. I am proud of myself. We've got limbs that shrink too, which is really cool. I also don't get it, to be honest. I'm pretty sure mask being 3 is all you need if you have set it up like I think you did. I mean, so here's an example of an obstacle, right? Right now it's in layer 1, which in theory it doesn't need to be. It's got mask 1, which means it collides with the ground. If I've named these rel, then this shouldn't need to be marked, right? So that way it doesn't worry about that. Now I have to go through all of these obstacles, which is actually quite a bit of work, and why I don't like marking it over here, and I'd rather do it in code, because this is a pain to have to change all of these. I mean, luckily, this is just on one block, right? So I've got other blocks that spawn in, and I have to go and change all those too. So if I take all of these out of... We definitely don't need them in layer 1. But mask 1 was allowing it to collide. So if I say we got up to 16, can you add more? 16 is the most. Let's say 16 is the player. I'm just going to make the player layer 16 since it's the last one. Is that a bad idea? I don't know, maybe. We're going to say it collides with max 16. And then the player, all these limbs here, I'm going to give them layer 16. And so now, I think all the limbs are going to collide with stuff. Yeah. So there we got collision. And so this is the other thing, Thoughty, if you're still here. We've got limb shrinkage. So I was doing a bunch of health bar stuff, but I realized that it would be better if we just have, thanks to the chat in part, if we just have a non-health bar way of tracking limb damage. So right now we don't drop to the ground, but you can see the legs are smaller. And we take damage all the way down until they're so tiny that they basically disappear. And that happens with the head and the arms and all that stuff. So kind of a little fun development. We do drop to the ground a little bit, but that's only after the legs are completely gone. I'd like it to be gradual, but we're kind of getting there little by little. And then the game does restart. It does restart if we totally lose all of our head health. So there's things working there. So yeah, so I don't know. I'm surprised that you think it should work without me doing that. Let me see how this collides. Oh, so the slowdown overrides that physics body collision a little bit. You can see if I get a little close, it kind of like jams me into the ground in a weird way. But then, because the terrain slowed down, oh, you can get stuck. Now I'm stuck. So that's one reason not to make them physics bodies, because then I'm actually going to get caught on them, and that's an issue. Oh, so that explains why this other thing I added didn't work. Oh, so I added this cliff once upon a time, and I was meaning to figure out what was the problem with it. Now I know. The terrain slowdown is happening in addition to a static body. They don't need to be physics bodies. Welcome, Psychonic. They absolutely don't need to be. Oh, that doesn't work like I thought it used to. I guess we broke that. You're supposed to stop when you run into the cliff there, but it looks like that actually got broken at some point. So that's cool. All right, well, whatever. What happened? Well, I'm just experimenting with it. Literally, we had some collision issues earlier, and once I started spawning in those helicopters, and so now I'm just kind of experimenting with collisions to try to understand better, like, how they work and stuff. And so I was just kind of, once I finally kind of got the collision layer and mask thing, I wanted to sort of just better understand the labels that we already have and make sure that I've got everything set up right. And then, so I just experimented, what if I set those to collidable? Just out of curiosity. And it does actually bump you a little bit, which is kind of cool. But if we do the slowdown plus the physics bodies, then we can get stuck, which is obviously not ideal. Where does it collide? I guess it's just that. I see. So this collision, how big, what is this collision shape here? Is this collision shape like an entire wall? It is. Okay, so this is the wall that we collide with. And then we have it on mask 1. Oh, we got to put it on mask 16. That's why, because I recently just changed that. So we want to say that's on mask 16. Okay, so then we'll have it working like it used to work. Which means when you run into it, you stop. So, like, this was kind of an idea I had, and I still want to put it in here, where you can, like, you know, almost climb upstairs, sort of. And if we run into this, we stop. And this is all fine and good. But if I jump into it partially, we get stuck. And this was like a bug I didn't really understand. But I think I kind of get it now. Maybe. Actually, I don't know if I do, because there isn't a physics static body on here. So you know what? I don't really understand what's going on there. Unless, well, actually, there is a physics body here. Oh, wait, there is. The ground. We're getting stuck in the second ground piece. I see. because there's like a ground layer down here, and then there's a ground layer up top. And so we're not getting stuck in the wall, we're getting stuck on that ground, which has that collision. Interesting. Still not really sure how we'd solve that, but that sheds a lot of light on what's going wrong there. Interesting. And so if I get rid of that terrain slowdown bit on the terrain thing, am I using a character body? Don't they have a step up value? Oh, I don't know. Do they? I mean, I don't know. So when I say stairs, I didn't actually technically want it to be stairs. I wanted it to be like platforming, like you're actually like jumping up things. When I said stairs, I didn't mean literally stairs. But that would be something to think about too, actually. Let me make it not slow down real quick. I'm gonna catch up with chat. Let me just try this. So then here's the other thing. Yeah. But I didn't realize that that existed though. So this one tree is set up with a static body, and it's kind of interesting, because we can like kind of bump into it, and it'll push us out of the way, which I think is kind of cool. We don't really need it, but I didn't realize that that would kind of work, where it bumps you. Kind of. Emphasis on the kind of. So that was kind of just an experiment that I was running. And now that we've run the experiment, I'm going to let it go. So basically the way the collision actually works, collision, is it just detects if the player is nearby an obstacle that stops them. And this is a tree, a giant tree is a type of obstacle that can stop them. And then it slows them down. And this, we can't get stuck on this because there's no physics happening here. It's just area detection stuff. So this is among one of the better ways I have for detecting stuff collisions, but the problem is if I like jump on top of it, we can kind of like clip through it a little bit. Oh, but this one actually, since this one is set to be a static body, that fixes getting on top of it a little bit. So I don't know, because the problem I was having was I can now jump on top of it and we just clip right through it, which doesn't make a lot of sense. It's kind of not the end of the world. It's really not that big a deal. But then this physics body one, since it has, we could almost, I don't know, it gives me ideas. There I can actually land on top of it. Anyway, oh, but see, then we get stuck. Then we get stuck. So we got to get that out of here. All right, anyway, that's some background information on what's going on there. Thought says, an entire mana elemental got stuck in me permanently in WoW yesterday. What? Even after relogging. Fortunately, I found a post on how to fix it. Okay, so I've never played World of Warcraft. I have played MMOs. And so I don't know exactly what a mana elemental is, but that sounds kind of amazing. Like, that sounds like something that you would want to make sure you took video of. You made sure all your friends saw you do that. Like, it's like getting like a cosmetic or something that's like super OP. Like, that sounds actually awesome, but mostly annoying, obviously, because I'm guessing it's not something you particularly want to be stuck inside of you, other than it probably looked freaking awesome. Bugs happen. True that. I'm surprised such a bug would happen in a game as mature as WoW. Right! That's why it seems especially so amazing. I'm gonna get rid of this static body. We're gonna burn it down. Like, how rare is it to, like, get to have something like that? There's a lot of bugs there nowadays. Oh. Ooh. Maybe it's wearing out its welcome. I guess you can never reach perfection. I guess not. Did they refactor the game code recently or something? That would explain it. Yeah, maybe. It's because you're not using move slide in the player code. Oh, with the weird collision thing? I don't know. So I'm using whatever was in there by default. Also, the player isn't moving. Remember, the player doesn't actually move at all, other than jumping. Oh, so maybe the move slide, the non-move slide is happening with the jumping. I think that might even be... Oh, it is in here. Collision stops level movement. Move and we are calling a move and slide function. Moves the body based on velocity. So I think the jump is move and slide, which would actually make sense as to why that's why we get stuck. I don't actually understand what's going on here. I actually don't really understand what's happening here, if I'm being honest. A lot of this is like the default player stuff. This is just in the physics process. It's just at the end of the physics process is move and slide. What happens if I get rid of it? If you don't use that function, you are likely to get stuck often. Oh, so I can't even move now. I'm stuck. I'm stuck. I'm pressing stuff. I am pressing stuff. But I'm stuck. So we do actually need it. Wait, but it's not even... Oh, it speeds up. Okay, I was pressing the wrong key. There we go. So the speed up happens. But jump doesn't work. Left and right doesn't work. Interesting. So we are using it. We're definitely using it. Godot's body parts are decreasing. Yeah, right? It is cute. Dude, it's so cute. I love how cute it is. I'm obsessed with how cute it is. Like, especially at certain points, it just looks like a little toddler or something. Like, if we just shave it down to like 2 HP on each limb, except for the head, because the giant head is part of it. I think it looks freaking adorable. Look how cute it is. It's a little baby. It's a little kid. It's just a little kid. I think it's so cute. I couldn't agree more. Little tiny dinosaur arms. Doop, doop, doop. There is no step up in the character body. I was misunderstanding. Oh, okay. I'm misremembering. The thing I confused it with was the snap feature, but that one just keeps you grounded on slopes. That's also interesting. Understood, no step. I guess you're supposed to die or something if you fail the jump. If you fail that jump, you don't die. You would just take some damage, is the idea. So, like, you would run into it, and then it stops you. So that could be bad too, because maybe you'll get like less points because of like a time score or something. I don't know if I want to do time score. We'll see. But if I do, is there... Where is it? Did I not drag it in there? I didn't actually drag it in there. Did I put it somewhere else? Where did I drag it? Sometimes I be dragging things in the wrong places. Where did I put it? Wrong place, that's where. In terrain. Oh, I see. We need to put it in terrain blocks. Okay, there we go. So the idea was that it would hurt you a little if you run into it. So like you kind of like smash your face on something. So like if we hit it, it's gonna like do a little damage to us. Ouchies. Whatever hits it first. So then, and then also slowing you down, like especially if you're trying to avoid enemies and stuff, like it could be bad to be slowed down or whatever. And then, you know, it would be like a platforming section of some kind, in theory. Try set max slides to something super high like 20. What is set max slides? What is that? Okay, so clearly I need to understand what this does. Moves the body based on velocity. If the body collides with another, it will slide along the other body rather than stop immediately. Oh, I didn't know that's what it did. I didn't know that that's what it did. If the other body is a character body 3D or rigid body, it will also be affected by the motion of the other body. Interesting. You can use this to make moving and rotating platforms. Modifies velocity if a slide collision has occurred. To get the latest collision call, get last slide collision. For more detailed information, use get slide collision. Get slide collision. Interesting. And so we can increase the number of slides so it doesn't just like give up after a couple slides. So I would just like what? Just say that set max slides I don't even know how to use this. I don't even know how to use this. Did I use it? Did I do it? Have we done it? Maximum number of times the body can change direction before it stops when calling move and slide. So I guess I'd want that to be before? Or something? I don't even know how to add this in. But I'm intrigued. Yeah, just take a bit of damage. In the ready... Oh, okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. That makes sense. Due to damage, it regresses in evolution, and it becomes a baby again. Yeah, exactly. That's kind of trippy. That's very trippy. Everyone would be taking damage. What a bleak like concept for a movie or something. If you hurt yourself, you'll get younger. What? But like you're hurt. So like you have to like literally amputate a limb, but you'll be 20 years younger. Oh, that's kind of interesting. It should probably be before move and slide. Yeah, at least. At least. Okay, so we set the slides to 20. What's gonna happen? Is it gonna fix? Okay, I still get stuck. I still get stuck. Oh, but a little less stuck. Oh, yeah. It's interesting to know now that it's the ground and not the wall that we get stuck in. I don't really know what to do with that information. Mexicans have an advantage. That's true. That's very true. They've just been biding their time for this moment. I mean, that couldn't have been 20 slides. There's no way that was 20 slides. Like, that happened immediately. Try 100. Okay, all right. Shoot, I'm like, why stop at 100? Let's try 1,000. All right, let's see. Whoop. Oh, but look, I mean, look, we can move a little bit. Wow. I mean, it kind of is better. We still get stuck, but we get a little more free. I'm doing 1,000. Screw you, I'm doing 1,000. Can you test something real quick? Print is on floor all the time and see if that changes when you're stuck. Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, okay. I see why we didn't do 1,000. I see why we didn't do 1,000. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. I apologize. That was my mistake. Yeah, let's do that. Let's print that all the time. Is physics process all the time enough? Print. Oh, and I gotta get rid of the copter printing. Is on floor. Okay, and then let me get rid of the copter printing, because that's taking up. It's just clogging things up a little bit here. NPC spawn. Okay. Yeah, that's a good idea. Like maybe that has part of it. Is on floor. Oh, I thought it was gonna say true or false. It doesn't. So wait, when this is printing, I guess we'd want to see if it stops printing. I see. Let me get out of the way. So you can see it's increasing here. Is this working? How does this work? It should. Try is on floor. Oh. Okay. Where did I do that? Player? It's been so long since I used Godot. That's alright. Can you show the scene setup, please? The player should not clip through like that if it's set up properly. Yeah. Hell yeah. Oh, there it goes saying true. Oh, now it says false. Oh, interesting. Nice. False. It's false. Run it again. Run it again. False, false, false. This is awesome. I didn't know you could just do that. That's super helpful. True, true, true. False. Super false. Mega false. Yeah, because it does, like, it blocks out the jump and stuff. So it kind of makes sense that it would not let us jump out of it. But yeah, so here's the... You open it up. Here's the scene. It's a little wacky, but it's here. What do we got in here? What do we got in here? We got ground, the first ground, or ground one, if you will. This is a static body. It actually is in just this, it's not really visible. It's just containing everything. We've got a mesh instance in here. I don't know what that, why that's there. Oh, I see. That's moving everything. Yeah, that makes sense. So we have a mesh instance in here that isn't visible because it's covered up by the texture. And then we have this cliff in the front over here. Bonjour. Bonjour. What's up, Jorn? Welcome. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. Okay, so cliff on the front. This is just collision. Oh, so this is just collision. Apparently I've got collision in here. I made this one in a hurry. We've got collision on the front of it. So the actual, like, visual here is just, like, down here chilling. It's just a visual component. It doesn't actually have anything in it. It's just, like, a visual thing. What do we do? We are experimenting with collision stuff right now. It started out with helicopter spawn work, and then that led to collision stuff, and now we're just, like, looking into different collision things in the game. Okay. So basically, these three down here are just representations of, like, a visual component. So I'm even just going to hide these, so we don't even have to think about them. So get rid of all these cliffs. Okay, cool. So we have the first ground here. And this is what is parallel with every other ground. It's got a mesh instance. It's got a collision, so we can land on top of it. And then it has a front collision, so we can, in theory, bump into it. Then we've got the second ground. And this is where we have our problem, it seems. So this is the second layer on top. This has a mesh, just like the other. And it also has a collision shape. And this collision shape is for the top, so we can land on top of it and move around. We then have a wall. This one is an area 3D. It's not a static body. It isn't a static body. Unlike these, this ground, which is a static body, the wall is just an area. The area has a script on it that just... Oh, it has the obstacle script. So it has the class script that we use for every obstacle. It has that on it. It's got a special flag on it that tells it to slow down the player in full. And then in the wall area, we've got a collision. And this collision is just like about the shape. Just like a big enough shape that the player will definitely hit it and collide into it. So that's this right here. And then there's a mesh just for, like, visually representing it. That's the issue then. The wall should also be a collision body to stop the player from clipping through. Oh! Whoa! No kidding! Alright, I'll make it a static body. I'll drop the wall in there. I'll duplicate the collision, and I'll put it in the static body. And you're saying that's gonna fix it? You're telling me that's gonna fix it? Thoughty says, maybe I could do this in a way it wouldn't create a real collision. Just have it slide on a ramp and detect the damage with an area effect. If it fits the envisioned idea. Interesting. Oh. Oh. Well. I can still clip through it. It's better. It's 100%. It's 80% better. I still get stuck. Maybe there's still like a gap between it a little bit. Like maybe I should make that one piece instead of two pieces. If the point is to stop the player, then I didn't say anything. The point is to stop the player. Yeah, the point is to stop the player. That is the point, for sure. 100%. I'm just trying to like see how these match up. It's like there's that collision shape, and then the ground up here is right there. Like maybe there's still enough of a gap, but I wonder if it would be better if it was like one piece that was like shaped like this, instead of being a piece up here and a piece down here. Could try moving this up a little bit. There, it seems to line up a little better. I didn't really move it very much, though. I think the issue is the fact that the static bodies are moving instead of the player. Oh, interesting. I see. Maybe make them rigid bodies instead? Alright. I'll do that. I'll do that. Easy. Change type. Rigid body. What's wrong with the collision? Concave polygon shape 3D doesn't support rigid body in another mode than static. Okay. Can I just change this to something else? I mean, if I do, the shape is gonna be different, right? So we'll lose the whole shape of it. So I just have to remake the shape. I get a lot of errors about concave shapes, if I'm being honest. I don't even know what to do here. Make it a box shape? Oh, that makes sense. I feel like I have too many concave shapes in general. I get a lot of errors about that. Set its dimensions, yeah. Okay. There's a box. Stretch it out. Yeah, stretch it big. It's big. It's a big area. It don't need to be that big, maybe, because I just don't yet know what the boundaries should be for the game. But yeah, Thoughty, you know, I mean, I'm not overly sure what I want this to be. I know for now, I just want it to stop the player and do a little damage. How that could evolve someday, I don't know. I just kind of wanted to have a variety of, like, obstacle types to experiment with for these various situations. Okay. Just gotta place it a little better. It's a little tedious to place. There can be many solutions. Yeah, I'm sure. Sometimes I'm just like, whatever. This is not a priority. I'm not gonna worry about this today. Yeah, the project has come a long way, for sure. Yeah. I really appreciate you saying that, because you especially have that perspective of being here before and then coming back. And so you like definitely have that reference point. I appreciate that. Thank you for like pointing that out. Yeah, I mean, I'm working on it at least 10 to 20 hours a week. Actually, more than that. I would say 15 to 20 hours a week. So, you know, it gets somewhere. You can resize the collision shape using little pink circles. Let me see about these pink circles. What are they doing over here? Why are they out of my way? Nice. No, I never really use these. This is pretty nifty. Let me do this. It's a little more granular. Okay. Oh, it's too short still. It's very tedious. It's very tedious to do this. But it's worth it. Am I doing this on the right axes? I guess I am. Okay, that's pretty darn close. And then I'm gonna have to do the same thing for the ground on top. So I'm gonna switch this to a rigid body. And adjust its collision to being a box. I probably should have saved an extra version of this before I started just modifying it, now that I think about it. In fact, I'm going to make a copy now. I'm going to undo everything that I just did. Yep, I'm going to undo this until this says convex again. Or concave. I'm going to... Wait, don't redo it that far. Made that a static body. That was fine. I'm going to call this rigid collision. Paste a new one in here. So that just so that way we don't lose this. I want to at least keep this. We'll turn this off. Make this into... Oh, this is the rigid one. My bad. This is the original. Oh my goodness. This is the original. This is the rigid. This is the one we want to keep on. It's getting a little confusing, but that's okay. We'll get there. Turn this one off. Switch this to a rigid. Okay, we don't even need to worry about this. We're not using it. I don't care about the warning. And then for the ground up here, change that to the rigid. Turn off its collision. Give it a new one. This is its rigid collision. Make it a box. And then resize it until it's the ground. It's effort. It's a lot of effort, but you know what? This is definitely something I've been wanting to figure out at some point. It's on my task list. It's on my task list. My ever ballooning task list. This one's a little easier to set up, thankfully. Okay, let's just call that good enough. As long as it's not too high, which it is. pull it down. That looks good. Okay, now I think I can test it. Now I think I can actually test it. Oof! That was some effort. That was some effort. Okay, worth it though. Totally worth it. Whoa. What? Why is it not visible anymore? Why did it become invisible? Why is it invisible? Here, let's just put the cliffs back on here, I guess. Very confused. Wait, why is it invisible? Wait, it's falling because it's a rigid. Wait, it's falling. They've got physics. They've got physics and they're falling. Wait a minute. Do we want to tell it to be sleeping or something? It's just zoop, roop. It's kind of amazing. Thati says, unfortunately, I technically can't contribute things because I don't understand the workings of the program, but I'm sure you've learned a lot in these past few months. I have. I've learned so much. I'm still growing, but the one way I know that I'm learning is the game jams. The game jams are a great way to check up on like how I'm doing. And so, you know, every Friday, 6 p.m. Eastern, I do a 1-hour game jam. And only in the last 2-3 game jams, I'm actually like finishing something and I'm like, oh, this is kind of a little playable game. So I do feel like I am getting better. And I'm surprised. I didn't know that you didn't know much about the program because that was sort of how you came into these live streams was the Godot stuff. And you had so much advice for me that helped me learn things. And I think I've got you on the credits list, by the way. I still do have a credits list. I've even upgraded the credits list. But, you know, what I've learned is that ever since I started doing Godot, we're not just like attracting the Godot community. This channel is also, there you are. The channel is also attracting the programming community because of GDScript and that I'm using the engine's code more specifically. It's really awesome and it's cool to hear. I didn't know that you were someone who didn't use Godot. I assumed you were someone who used Godot. But we've got you as a Godot consultant. Maybe I should have said a coding consultant. Maybe that would be more correct. I've got you as a Godot consultant though. So I'm just saying. And then also we've got you down for obstacle detection. So thank you for all the help that you've given. I appreciate it. You've still contributed. You've still contributed. Now we are working on a small game in Godot for Easter for mobile. Wow, that's cool. I love hearing about what you guys are working on. That's neat. And that takes up your time. I see. I understand. My 2 cents also doesn't know most of the program. Thankfully, it's pretty modular, so you can jump in if you follow along with the problem and suggest possible solutions. Yeah, well, wait, my 2 cents, you said this is the only game engine you use. Is everybody just, is nobody using Godot, but like everybody knows it? That's amazing. That's amazing. You can set gravity somewhere. Or mass equals 0. Oh yeah, there's gravity here and there's mass. Let's give it no gravity. Wait, don't we want it to have maximum gravity? Well, this is gravity scale. That's different. Game jams are good to learn things, yeah. You know, 1-hour game jams I think are more complicated for, oh no, 0 gravity was wrong. It's a little more complicated because it's like 1 hour. And it's like kind of hard to like learn much in 1 hour. But yeah, in general, I completely agree. I feel like to me, oh, we can only set it to 0.01 at the smallest. Polish the knowledge. True, yes. Game jams are pretty sweet. I should do more of those. Dude, I love doing the 1 hour game jam. And there's ones that are more that you can maybe arguably learn more from if you spend more time on it. Like there's the global game jam happening right now. That's a really big one. That's a lot of fun. You only used Godot game engine, but you have good coding background in C++. So Godot is extra easy to pick up for you. Interesting. 1 hour's insanity. It is. It is. It's obnoxious. It's ridiculous. But it's a great like quick check of skills. You know, it's a quick check to see like what you know and how quickly you can like shuffle everything into place. And I've seen there's a lot of cool like ideas that can come out of, because there's a creative component. Like creatively what you can come up with in 1 hour is really interesting, and then at the same time you can sort of figure out what you know in a short amount of time. I always cheat in the 1 hour jam so I can work on balancing and setting up score and stuff. It's not cheating, because using assets you've already made, using code you've already made, that's acceptable, because to me that's game dev. Game dev is a part of, like, flipping assets is a part of game dev, you know? Like, imagine if every game never used anything from any other game. Like, that would be ridiculous, you know? So to me, it's totally valid. I had at least 30 minutes of time to myself. Yeah, I mean, I like doing it from scratch. Like, that's kind of what I'm trying to learn, is like the basic level of everything and starting from scratch. But like, you know, it's an important tactic, I think, to be ready with other assets. Maybe the art pack game jam structure could be cool in 1 hour game jams. Oh yeah, totally. You know, I've definitely thought about that, right? We all just use like the same art pack. That's a great idea. We should totally do that. And we could see like a consistency across everybody's things. Let's circle back to that. Let's circle back to that. Absolutely. I love that. I'm super open to that. So do I just want to make gravity scale like as high as possible? I made it 0. That was incorrect. That was the wrong choice. You're still waiting for Leeds to do the 10 devs work on one game without communicating video format. So I've definitely experimented with it. Pierogigon, who comes to this channel sometimes and is a huge supporter of Hyper Game Dev. It is really popular. Yeah. We've tried it. We've tried many different iterations of not communicating, of communicating sometimes. We've done it in 1 hour format, we've done it in 2 hour format, and we've done it in like 6 hour format. And it's interesting. It's interesting. You know, we were doing it in Dreams, so not Godot. We still haven't ever tried it in Godot, and I just felt like it wasn't really working as well in Dreams as it would in Godot. And then the other problem is they're really hard to make, like, in terms of quality, because we have to have like good footage from each game dev's contribution. If depending on like how the format goes, we might want audio or like development from each dev. And so, you know, Pierogigon's microphone and camera maybe not, you know, lining up. So it's like there's a lot of little factors to make those videos. And actually those videos take a long time to make. Those in particular take months, right? Because they have to like coordinate with every dev and then tie it together. So they're just like, they're a lot of effort, and I want to do them. But what Hyper Game Dev excels at right now is live streams. And so what I'd love to do is try to do when Pierogigon and I did them, because we recorded them and we did them live, but they were like private. So like no one was really there other than patrons and YouTube members. So one day soon, this summer, I think, Pierogigon and I are gonna try doing it live, at least once. So we're gonna experiment with it in Godot live soon. You will see it happen, but it won't be like an edited video. It'll be like a live stream, and we try to do it that way, because that's kind of the strength of this channel right now. I get that it's actually way more complex than it seems. Yeah, it's really complex. It's a lot of work. But I mean, man, does it Does it get views? They really do. More work in setting it up and recording and editing the videos in the actual game. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Right. And so like right now, the most I'm working on video editing wise is I'm making the gravity scale 128. Is a devlog. Basically, I'm going to work on devlogs that cut together footage from these live streams. So like problems that we encountered that you guys helped me with, how that went. It's still falling. I don't think a rigid body is going to work. And that's taking me a long time. That's taking me forever to set up, is even just that. So like, you know, for me, the strengths are live streams, and so I'm kind of sticking with that for now. But I know I've long-winded explained this more than anyone ever needed to hear. But if you didn't notice, I do have quite a special interest in game dev YouTube, so it excites me to talk about. Forgive me. You'll forgive me for my rant. Dude, I don't know how to make this work. I don't think this is gonna work. We can also freeze it. Like, what if I reset these and I press this, like, freeze option or tell it to be sleeping? But, I mean, this stuff is just falling. It's just falling right away. Maybe this will fix it. Okay. Okay, the pieces are staying there. The pieces are staying there. Oh, maybe, I don't know. Gravity scale 0 didn't work? No, they still fell. They still fell. I promise. Does freezing do something I don't realize? Something that I don't want it to do? Gravity and forces are not applied anymore. Sleep. The body will not move and will not calculate forces. Oh, sleeping and freeze. Oh, okay. There's kinematic freeze mode. That could be something. Kinematic, similar to freeze mode static, but collides with other bodies along its path when moved. Useful for a frozen body that needs to be animated. I don't think that'll work. But yeah, so if I make this gravity scale 0, I'll try it again. Oh, wait, negative 128. Oh, maybe I need to go lower. So I set it to 0, but we can go lower than 0. Maybe that's it, that I just have to go well below 0. And maybe now? Also, welcome back, Neil. Welcome back, Merp. You're making a Scratch game right now. Right now. Neil, you be making games. You be making games, and that'll serve you very well. That will make it fly, usually. Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. Yeah, that didn't work. Maybe kinematic sleep could work. Okay, so we're going to set the gravity scale back to default. Merp is making stuff. Y'all are making stuff. That'll serve you well. Just so you can, since you missed it, I'll set them to 0, just so you can see. Content creation is a complex thing. I tried to make an edited Unreal tutorial video, but it's not easy. Yeah, tutorials are a lot of effort, especially if you want to, like, try to teach well, you know? It could be a lot of effort. You know, someone like G is really good at, so they stay put, interestingly. Interestingly, they actually do stay put. Wait, maybe 0 is working. You know, but GWiz kind of does, like, one long take. GWiz does a lot of good work. GWiz seems to, like, plan out the code they're going to talk about, and then he, like, records a long take and then cuts it up into pieces. I love Scratch. Even live content is challenging. Oh, yeah. It's hard in other ways. Exactly. Yeah. And so that's just it. Like, for my personality, going live is much easier because I can just show up here and make the content. And there's certain rules I try to follow. I try to make sure I start the video as quickly as possible. I try to make sure I explain things and I go through things and I recap things and that everything is somewhat YouTubey. And in some way, it can appeal to someone watching it after the live stream is over. That's what I'm trying to keep in my mind. But like editing, that takes time overtime. You know, the live stream, I show up, I'm here, I do it. The editing, it's like I gotta every day, every week, whatever, devote time to working on this one thing and come back to it and not work too hard or I'll burn myself out. You know, it requires a different push and pull, and for me, just personality wise, live stream is easier. But I do plan on combining them and making the live streams into stuff. I got a few comments asking me to post tutorial for a fog of war shader I made in Godot. I tried, but then I gave up. I just pointed them to the GitHub repo for the project. Yeah, it's hard. It's hard. Tutorials are especially hard. Tutorials are difficult for sure. I'm always amazed by the great visualizations people make for tutorial videos. Right? Editing is a whole ass thing. It's a whole thing. So I made these 0. Did I do something wrong with the collision also? Like, why are we not colliding with the ground? Something else is happening here. Is the ground not set to the right layer? I'm utterly confused. I mean, besides the fact... Oh, maybe I need to set the mask to 16. That could be why. I bet that could be why. But then why do we collide with the other ground? That doesn't make sense. That doesn't make sense. Because we're saying ground is layer 1. I don't fully understand. Because apparently setting to gravity 0, I thought I had done that. But apparently I actually hadn't. Why am I not colliding? What? What did I do wrong on this collision? Oh, I turned it off. Guys, I turned it off. I turned it off. I turned it off. I turned off the wrong one. I meant to turn off the right one. I turned off the wrong one. Okay, we're testing it for real. We're testing it for real. I'm focused. I'm concentrated. Everything is fine. Let's see what happens. Okay, we land on it. Okay, we're testing it with rigid bodies. Can I bump into it without clipping through it? Oh no. I'm stuck. Yeah, I got stuck again. Alright. Oh man. Yeah, tutorials are rough. I do want to do Godot tutorials. I did some like Dreams tutorials back when I was doing Dreams. I did one really big one and a couple small ones. But I just need to get better in Godot. I'm not like ready. It was worth a try. I'm not really ready to actually do Godot tutorials. Once I feel like I'm good enough with Godot, then I'll do some Godot tutorials. But for now, it's like triple the work because I still have to learn the program. I also need to use the loo. I need to use the loo. So luckily, we've got some BRB music by the same person who does the music for our intro and outro. That's Freakers. I'm gonna use the loo. I'll be back in like a minute. Hold up. And then we're gonna do, if my 2 cents, you're still around, understandable if you're not, let's try the navigation stuff so we can get these units moving around. But just let me know. If not, that's okay too. We've gotten distracted. But good distractions. I'm sure of it. These are good distractions because there's bad distractions. But I'm pretty sure this one was a good one. And that's just my opinion. But I think we did a good distraction. And here's the thing, like sometimes you do other distractions. And it's not what people are, but that's right. pretty much that's why I don't eat out at Italian restaurants anymore, and that's just my opinion. But everyone's different. All right. Okay. All right. Do 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 do. So I do often forget to show off the head. Indeed, there is a face on this thing. This idea was supposed to be like you could like you can like eat. So if you like ate meat, the character like turns around and is holding the meat and just like faces it, just like eats it all up. So that's like what that's supposed to be for. But for now, it just holds BRB. Chat mods are gone now. We can act naughty. It's time to commit some tomfoolery, some deviousness, huh? I got like an hour left before bed, so let's do it. Let's do it! Is stream gonna bug out again? No, we fixed it. Luckily, my 2 cents and Minnie and Dragonblade helped me figure out our problem. And the problem was not only preload, which made a big difference, but by removing the collision. By removing the collision from here, well, we didn't actually remove it, but that helped us figure out that the problem was that the collision was being applied to too many things it didn't need to be applied to. And so now these helicopters aren't trying to collide with each other anymore and everything else. And now it works. Now it works! YouTube doesn't even let me post code in here and deletes my messages, let alone... Yeah, I know, I hate that. Let alone profanity. It's true. I'll get permabanned for sure if you get... Don't get too tomfoolerish. Don't get too tomfoolerish. Most of it is to keep spam bots out, but unfortunately it keeps out us trying to do good things. You can say profanity, I think. You can try. I don't think it'll work. You should try. I think it'll at least censor it on my end. Discord is the way to go, to be honest. Yeah, that's true. Not sure if you were here, but we did manage. Yep, we did. We fixed it. We got there. No lag. That's right. How do you apply the texture to make it look good? Oh, you mean for the face? Yeah, so the face, yeah, that was kind of its own thing. So I'm using a toon shading. Not a toon shader, but toon shading. Toon shading to make that happen. So, like, from bringing it in from Blender, that ain't how it looks. And that ain't how it looks bringing it in from Blender. So, there's a few different things that I've done here. Basically, this is one mesh. The head is one mesh, and it has 3 different surfaces within it. And it actually has this really terrible material on it. And this is like the material. This is all, yeah. So let me get out of here. Let me go into the actual alien scene. Oh, we are in the alien scene. Oh, okay. I guess this is it. I thought just a texture. Yeah. It's all a model. Where is... This isn't the right... I'm in the wrong place. Surface material override. Here we go. Okay, this is where we're supposed to be. So this is actually what I was showing you here. This is where what it looks like coming from Blender is this one, which is not... It's not nice. It looks really bad. And so I just added a new one here in Godot. And for the teeth in particular... The shading by default is this burly diffuse mode and this schlick GGX specular mode. And so if I switch them back to that, it's just, I don't know, it looks a little less good to me. So this, I see now that's not even what you meant, but you can see the teeth really kind of disappear. Looks like he's got cavities like for days. But if we flip on these toon shadings and we turn around, you'll see the teeth really pop out all the way on there. And then this, I just made sure I had a bright red color so it's shown through. I don't think we have the toon shading on here. But, alright, BRB 5 minutes, heard, my 2 cents, heard. So yeah, it's all a model, and then I have these set on here. But if I bring this in, so if I bring in the version that's actually from Blender, which is this one, this is what it looks like when I bring it in from Blender. Not that good. Not that good. But I've made some changes to get it to be a little bit more visible. The shading is different than Schlick's. Yeah. It's much more visible. Looks like literally same model. Shooting. I was like, wow, shooting. It's kind of a fun looking word. So they look really different. And in Blender, this actually looks pretty nice and red in Blender. But once I bring it in Godot, things kind of change a little bit. So yeah, I made a lot of changes in general to all of the materials after they came in from Blender. It's late here now. Yeah, I understand. The spelling is hard. Honestly, I find spelling hard even when it's not late. Okay, so my 2 cents is BRBing. But here's what we've been doing, and here's where we're going with it. So what we've been doing is this past day, yesterday, and for me this week on Monday, I modeled this helicopter, and we've been setting it up so they spawn in here. I'm in the Eastern time zone. Yeah, what about y'all? What time zones are y'all in? I'm in Eastern time zone. Actually, I'm in the Central time zone. I lied. I'm in the Central. I used to be in the Eastern time zone, and then I moved. Now I'm in the Central time zone. I lied. I keep forgetting that I moved. So we got all these helicopters to spawn in. You're in Eastern. Nice. I mean, nice because, I mean, it's fine. Whatever. It doesn't matter where you are. But I'm just saying, like, I know that one. Oh, yeah, I know that one. And so what I kind of want, Viking time. Okay, that's an amazing name for a time. What? It's called Viking time? Let's go. And so what we kind of want to try to do is get them to go around each other. Central Eastern time. Nice. Like Central European Standard Time? Central European Standard Time in Hungary. We got people coming from Hungary, Norway, East Coast, Eastern Time Zone. That's pretty cool. Central America, Central United States. Eastern Australia time, EAT. Oh, not EST. Okay. That's what they use in Hungary? Okay. It is now. It's Viking time now. Oh, we got some stream glitches. I see them. I apologize. Let's assume it's because I have Google Sheets open. Basically, those glitches on stream that you saw were happening because I have, well, pretty bad internet. It's better than it used to be. But the internet right now is basically a cell phone tower internet. It's getting the internet from cell phone towers, which means it can sometimes be unreliable. But that's never been the biggest problem. The biggest problem lately has been if I'm using my download speed, it'll mess up my upload speed. I use upload to stream and download for everything else, right? And so if I try to use too much internet, the stream will glitch out. It's kind of a scumbag move by my ISP. I am looking into alternatives. But for those of you who have been here in the last few months, you know that this is a better alternative. Anyway, just wanted to explain those glitches. Okay, so we've been getting these helicopters in. So what my 2 cents might help me with soon is getting these to actually navigate around each other so they don't stack up on each other like they are and they're colliding with each other, and try to get them so they will even avoid trees and stuff, so that way they're just not being all obnoxious. Should you start content creation? I mean, if you want to do content creation, oh, they should avoid the houses too, because look, when you're down low, they go right to the houses. If that's something you want to do, absolutely. The sooner you start, the better, because you'll get practice. It's just like game dev. Get started. Just start doing it. Don't get held back by this fear and that fear. Just get into it. Just start doing it. If you've got a phone, an iPad, whatever, like, get to it. What you waiting for? You know? Absolutely. Of course. Other things I was thinking of doing today were getting the helicopter to attack. So, like, shooting out damage. It was a joke because it spells out eat. Okay. Oh, okay. Oh, Eastern Australia time, because hungry. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. I see what you're doing. You're making the classic American joke about hungry. Yep. Yep. That's one of them. That's one of the things people say. I apologize, Thoughty, on behalf of Merp. I apologize. All right, never heard it. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know, man. I just like Americans get a kick out of the fact that that the country hungry is similar to the word hungry. They do. They get a kick out of it. I don't know what to say. You made it up? Okay. All right, Merp. Okay, Merp. So, while I wait for my 2 cents, I guess I'll work on something else then, which is totally fine. Completely fine. I got so many tasks. I got tasks on tasks on tasks. Did I fix the collision with the physics body? I don't know if I fixed that. Oh, there's also healing stuff that I could work on. Ooh, maybe I should do that while I wait. I definitely won't get anywhere. But, like, maybe I should do it anyway. For fun. This one. I did add a static body to one of these trees. Okay, we got rid of it. Cool, cool, cool. So the healing stuff is its own thing. Basically, we have the limbs shrinking when we take damage, but the limbs don't regrow when we heal. That's not something I've set up yet. So you can see, of course, the limbs shrink down when I take damage. If I want them to get bigger, that's something I still have to set up. The firebrand from the Hickam combat initiation on Roblox is a 30 DPS. Just want to say that for some reason. Okay. All right, guys. There you go. If Roblox is your jam, there you go. Merp, I have a question, and you're not obligated to answer it, but are you under the age of 15? You don't have to answer this question. You don't have to answer this question if you don't want to. It's just a question. So I'm just going to pull up the body part script where that stuff exists. Boo, boo, boo. So we have like a dictionary here that determines how much the limbs will scale down. So when we have 4 health, and we added 5. I don't know if we still need the 5 health thing in there, but we just kind of had it in there as a safeguard. But if you have 4 health, the vector on the bones for the arms and the legs will be, on the head, will be 1. This is actually the limbs, not the head. So the arms and the legs. If you have 3 HP, it will then shrink down 0.7, 0.8, 0.9 on the vector 3. If you have 2 HP, it'll shrink down a little more. 1 HP, it'll shrink down even more. So it keeps shrinking down based on this dictionary entry, pretty much, as you take more and more damage. And so what I kind of need is like it to go back up, right? So we have the dictionary, it already exists, right? And so what I really want is for it to go up the other direction, right? So the way that it happens is this shape change limbs any. So here it's getting the dictionary scale limbs. This only fires when we take damage. When we heal, this function doesn't run. So what if we just run it when we heal? What if we just run it when we heal? Will that just fix it? I wonder if that'll fix it. So we're saying limb is damaged, emit, and then shape change limbs any. We also have an offset applying if it's the arms or the legs. So this whole script governs what happens to the head, it governs what happens to the legs, it governs what happens to the arms, all of those things simultaneously. It's like a class script. It affects all of those things. And I'm going to just experiment here for when we heal. I do need healing items to be there. Right now the healing items are cows. And you have to like collide with them, and then it'll increase the size. Well, it'll increase your health if you collide with them. So I'm going to add some cows back in there. And let's see like what happens. There's going to be some problems for sure, but I'm kind of curious what happens. So this is a little messy in here. If body part, self, empathy, okay, false. We don't want this one. If the current health is less than the max health, add health. So I would think we want it to increase right here, probably. I wonder what this will do. I don't know. There's going to be problems, and we're going to have to think about it, but we'll see. So I'm going to do the legs, since all we have to do is walk on the cows. I'm going to bring up these debug numbers, right? And these will allow us to see what the current hit points are. So here we have these all set to 2 down here. And if I walk over these cows... Oh. That didn't increase the health at all. Well, usually that would increase the health. Oh, probably because I changed the collision stuff. Oh, we got more collision stuff to fix. So I recently updated collision stuff. I forgot to update that for the healing objects. So that's a problem. That's a problem. Over on... What are the... How is this... I wonder why that stopped working. Why did that break? Why did that break? So these cows that heal us, they're on layers 1 and 3, which I don't think they quite need to be. Layer 1 is the ground layer. They definitely don't need to be on there. This is going to be true for all of these health obstacles, or health objects. We're also on layer 3, which we've set as obstacles. Welcome back, my 2 cents. I was distracting myself with healing stuff, and I realized that I hadn't yet... Apparently, the collision of the healing objects is now a little goofy, which I don't quite understand, truth be told. But welcome back. Why did that collision break? I was gonna see if we can get the limbs to inflate. Wait, all the collision is broken. Wait, what? What has occurred? Why am I clipping through things? I'm confused. I'm confused! What has happened? Why do I just pass through these? Oh. Maybe... Oh, I see why. I know why. I know why. We have to set these masks to 16. I know why. I know why. Because on this one block layer, on this one block layer, I selected all of these, and I added this layer 16 collision, which we're going to say is player. So I'm actually going to rename this to the player layer. And this is how we make sure that it collides. So if I want to do this, I have to actually update every single... Okay, I need to add this to the hack and plan immediately. I don't know if everybody here knows about Hack and Plan, but Hack and Plan is a project manager aimed at game devs. So if you're familiar with like Trello, this is very similar to that, except it is got more game dev specific stuff. So you can add tasks, we have planned stuff, in progress stuff, testing stuff, completed stuff, things like that. And clearly I need to add this so we don't have to worry about it right now, and we can add this other thing in here. I need to add in here fix collision masks for all tiles. Yes, I actually would love to do it. Oh yeah, we can do it on code. We can do it in code. Now, I will say, remove unnecessary ones. I would hate to do that in code. You make an excellent point, and we should do that. But I wouldn't want to leave... How do you spell unnecessary? That word is hard. I wouldn't want to leave things that, like, don't need to be there. But yeah, you make a great point. So actually, let's do that right now. So I do already have set collision layer to 3, which we don't need it to be on layer 3, do we? Actually, we need to not have it on mask 3. Now I gotta remember. I totally forgot about setting this in code. Absolutely. 100%. Wait, now I gotta remember. The mask, the layer is what it is. So if I remove... Okay, I need to do... Okay, hold on. Hold on, now I gotta test things. Now we gotta test things. So I can remove the masks from all of these, right? We just need them to be on layer 3. And then the collision stuff will work? Yes. Okay, got it. Got it. So then in here in the code, we can remove the mask here. And indeed, we can just change this to 16. Set collision mask, that is to say, and I'm going to even comment this. Collide with player. Be detectable as obstacle. And this is collide with player layer. Okay. That's what I really want. That's what I really want to do. Oops. And I don't want to break whatever I did there. Oh, okay. Collide with player layer. And then this one is be detectable as obstacle. Okay. Got it. Good. Yes, good point. So then on the health blocks, we can come right over here. And we can say the same thing. So we'll just add the same ones. Now, I don't think we need it. I guess we do want it to be detectable as an obstacle. I don't know, because it looks like I already had them on 3. So it is detected as an obstacle, which is kind of weird. It's kind of weird that it's detectable as an obstacle, but that's fine. Obstacle and healing. I don't think we even want to do anything different here. Because if I come to the layer with the healing objects on it, which is the one with the cows, and I look at what was already set up on there, I believe that the cows... Yeah, we do have it on 3. So I would want to come through here and unset. There's several of them, so I'm not going to do it all now, or we're going to waste all the precious time we have with my 2 cents. But in theory, I would come through here and I would set all these collisions. We don't need them to be on layer 1. We do need them to be on layer 3 because they're being detected as obstacles, although we could potentially change that. We don't need any of these masks, and in theory, we'd put it on 16, but we're just setting it through code, so we should be fine. And I guess just for the sake of testing, I'm going to uncheck it through code, just so we can appreciate. So we can appreciate that the code did something. Okay, yes. Oh, look, and it made them bigger. It made them bigger. Let's go. Let's go. So if I hurt the legs, they're going to shrink down to be itty-bitty. And if I walk on top of those, so they don't go gradually, it's just like pop, pop. Now they're bigger. So I would need to set that up. But at least they get bigger now. That's kind of nice. At least we got that set up. All right. So yeah, good point that just changes everything, and we don't have to go in each one. But I'm still going to set it up just for the sake of cleanliness, as we need to fix the collision masks. Because it's not actually a code problem anymore. So I'm going to make sure I specify that. Remove unnecessary code. We fix that. Update the inspector settings to not match the not match the code. Okay, so something to work on at another time. At least now I've got it. Looks good. Yeah, it's supposed to do it gradually, so I think we have to set the tween differently, but not worried about that. My 2 cents. If you're ready, I am ready to see if we can figure out the navigation of these copters. So, did I just close the copter? No, it's right here. So there's this navigation agent thing that Godot has. And last night we set up the movement of the helicopters to be based on velocity, because evidently these navigation agents depend on velocity. But since the copters are, and what was the main issue with it? Since they're like not like a static body or something, I can't remember exactly, but they don't have velocity as a built-in option. And so we had to create velocity ourselves, which I think means then we have to make sure the navigation agent knows how to use that velocity that we created, so that way it can move the helicopters away from each other and away from other obstacles that we set as, you know, not being part of the navigation path. So I don't know, it's just some cool thing. It'll pathfind and avoid obstacles. So we're gonna see if we can get this set up. We need to connect the velocity computed of the nav agent to a function in the copter script. Okay. Velocity computed. Does the food on the ground always heal its legs? Does something else heal the other body parts then? Yeah. So this is a good question. So it's not, you're not supposed to be able to walk on them and that heal you. That's currently an unintended feature. My original idea was that you could pick up the creatures. So we kind of can, if I can click on them, which is a little tricky. Oh, it looks like we've also messed up. I think they do need to be, oh gosh. Well, you could pick them up. Is that because I removed the, oh gosh. Just for test now. Yeah, I mean, I could, anyway, you were supposed to be able to pick them up and move them around, right? But I think in our collision experiments, somehow that broke. And so you're supposed to be able to pick them up and move them around, and then you're supposed to drag them to the limb that you want to heal, and then it heals it. But what I'm thinking of changing it to is that you hover over it, and then you click on it, and then you choose, do you want it to heal the character, or do you want it to go to your score? So that's kind of a work in progress thing, and for now it just does that. But ultimately the cows would heal you. It just isn't the modality that they would do it. That function should take one parameter. Let's call it safe velocity. Okay. That's a good question. It's the whole thing, but yeah, yeah. You can specify the collision layer of the mouse click, dude. I don't even like. It must have been that I like clicked. It must have been one of these other ones. Specify the collision layer of the mouse click. Right. Where did we even do that? I don't even remember where we did that. We must have done that. I mean, the raycast. It must be in the raycast settings. So if I took off, I actually, I have another one that has cows on it that I didn't update. This one. So this will kind of tell me what they used to have on them. So they used to have layer 1 and 3, mask 1 and 2. So one of these causes it to be detectable by the mouse. So let me just let me fix that. Let me add that on here too. It's the raycast settings. Gotcha. We broke some things. Fix the cows / mouse / raycast detection collision. We're gonna call that a bug. We're gonna squarely call that a bug. And I'm even gonna give that a higher importance. That's got a high importance, that one. Oh, it's taking a while to create. That makes me nervous. You should add mask 3 in the raycast for the mouse click. That should do it. Oh, you're right. You're right. Yeah, I'm not sure. All right, let's do it on the fly. Let's see. Where was that? Because I don't, off the top of my head, remember. Oh, where's the main scene? It looks like I closed the main scene. Okay. I don't remember exactly where that exists. On the camera target. No, the camera is where we have the raycast. I don't know where we're setting collision things. Collision mask 1, right there. Ray query collision mask 1. But then again, we do need it for that too. So I guess we'd want to say ray query. We want to add that in addition, probably. Collision mask 3. So it will look for both of them. Right? That'll fix it, probably. So there should be a little arrow that appears above them. No, that didn't fix anything. that didn't fix anything at all. I have no idea. That's a whole thing. I just gotta add that. We just gotta have that be a task. That's just a task to work on next time. And I will give it a high priority. Because that's not ideal. Thank you. Thank you, Thought T. This is how you can help, right? Dude, that's so helpful that you asked that question. Because now I know that I need to fix this. Now I know it sooner than later. Thank you. Thank you for asking about that. So really, contributions are as simple as that. Okay, let's get back to the detection navigation stuff. Oh my goodness, just like, that's it though, right? That's game dev, is like, you start adding new features and making changes, and it breaks 8 other things. Oh man. Gotta love it. Gotta love it. Okay. So. We need to connect the velocity computed of the nav agent to a function in the copter script. All right, so let's create a new script in here. Yes, thank you very much. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. In any and all case. So let's create a new function, and this will be function. I don't know what it's gonna do. We'll just say copter nav for now. And then we want to say the function should take one parameter. Safe velocity. What an interesting name. I like it. And then we're gonna connect. We're gonna connect. Okay, this is so messy. It's so messy in here. I'm gonna put this. I'm just gonna separate this anime. I kind of like doing the connections at the top, if I'm being honest. I don't know. I don't know why. It's just the way I've been doing it. Connections belong on the top. Okay. And so we want to say from the navigation. Right now, the navigation agent is just kind of floating here. It's just kind of floating there. I wonder if I should put it somewhere better. So this script is just on the copter overall. I guess it's fine. I guess we'll just leave it. I guess it's fine the way it is. So would I just drag it like this? How do you connect it? That's not how you connect this. Oh, I know what we do, right? We would want to do like an onReady up here, right? OnReady variable nav agent. The node tab. Would that be better than doing it through code? Should I not want to do it through code? I kind of want to do it through code. Like honestly, since I started learning code, I'm just kind of like, I prefer it. Because to me, everything is just more findable. Whereas if I have to go looking around through inspectors, I don't know, it just like kind of bothers me. Not that that is necessarily true for this, but it's possibly me being stubborn. It's as I wish. Okay. So that should set that, right? And then we say nav agent, and specifically velocity computed, connect to, what did I call it? Copter nav. Okay. Oh, I forgot to put a colon over here. Okay. We good? We good. I have done this. I have done these things. Dragonblade in the house. Welcome back, Dragonblade. Ta-bing! Shoo-bing! Welcome. We're setting up the navigation stuff. Continuing the velocity work from last night. So I'm kind of curious what this does, though. Velocity computed notifies when the collision avoidance velocity is calculated. Emitted when velocity is set. Only emitted when avoidance enabled is true. Interesting. Into the copter nav function, you can go. I can and I will. Global position plus equals safe velocity times get physics process delta time. Oh, it completed it. I love when it completes it. That's how you know it's gonna work. Probably won't work. Okay. Then you can run it and try to run the game. All right. All right, let's go. Let's see what happens. Cheers. Okay, all right. The helicopter's still spawning. Oh! Look at that! What? Dude, they're all adjusting. What? That's amazing. That's amazing. Wow. Look at that. Excuse me. Excuse me. Excuse me. Hey, excuse me. Come on, let me in. Hey, it's my turn. I'm the one. That's really fun. Wow. Yeah, it super worked. Oh, that's so sad. Again, still getting game ideas. Dude, this is awesome. That worked so easily. So I'm guessing there's like settings and things we can do to change it. I'd love for them to avoid like the trees and stuff as well. Dude, look at this beautiful spread. It's amazing to see them all like adjust. The like butterfly effect is really amazing. Wow. So I'm imagining we can even like set the radius for how. Okay, we got some settings here. This is kind of fun. I'm kind of excited to play with this. See what things we can do. If you want them to be further up from each other, you can adjust the agent radius in the inspector. I will. Believe me when I say I will be adjusting some things because this is fun. Love Godot. Love Godot for even having this be possible. Okay. You know, without having to design it ourselves. And if you want them to avoid each other in the y-axis too, you can enable 3D avoidance. I'll be doing that. I'll be doing that. Use 3D avoidance. Okay, I found it. It's right there. There we go. Do it. Do it. And then the avoidance radius, the agent radius in the inspector. You have to reduce the spawn time to something very low and see how long Godot can handle it. The spontaneity. I know. I mean, now that we've... So earlier today, my computer was crashing because we had, like, the optimization just terribly... It was terrible optimization. So now we could... I mean, honestly, we could probably go very far. We could probably go very, very far. I like how you say make the spawn time low, when to me, I'm like, dude, it's already so low. We could go lower. We could go lower. Right now, I set it to 0.5. 0.01. 0.02. That'll be the range. All I did was do the 3D thing. All I did was do the 3D thing. Oh, and we could make them move faster too. So they're spawning very quickly. 0.01 is good. Wait, let's make them move faster as well. Let's make them move faster. Let's give them some speed. Their speed is currently 100. 1,000. 1,000. Hurry up. Oh, geez. Oh, they go too fast. Oh my god. Oh my god. That monster can sure use some fire breath to fight off those helicopters. I know, right? Dude, totally. And that's 100%. That's at least 1 second, though, not 0.01. Right. But I thought I set the maximum. Okay, let me see. Let's do 400. I definitely want... Dude, DT, you totally get it. You totally... Like, I want that. I cannot wait until we can attack those helicopters. It's gonna be so fun. Just smacking them, burning them down, whatever. Yes, I want all of that. And I want it to have like a roguelike aspect, so you can like get different upgrades and different weapons to attack them with. So I said the interval minimum is 0.01 and the maximum is 0.02. What if we just do this? Okay. What if we just do that? That's gotta be so fast, right? I don't know. It seems like there's a minimum speed that they'll come in at. I think that's as fast as we can spawn them. It's not a feature, but the helicopters follow the alien. It's not a bug, but yeah, they do. Yeah, they do follow the alien. And so that's why when I move around, they be doing that. And then they look at it. You know, a part of me wants to like make it look a little more natural. Oh, there they go. They're going up. Nice. Nice. No, it was entirely intentional that they follow it. But you know, I think over time we could think about how it could look more you know, natural than it does. But that was an intentional thing set up for now. For now. You can make it so an ability can be learned to grab a copter and throw it at other copters. 100%. I would even say that's going to be a default ability, because grabbing is like one of the main mechanics in this game, is being able to grab things and eat them or send them back to your home planet. So that's like a main thing. I actually think you should, as long as, and the reason you wouldn't be able to do that is if your arm is too small. So if you get your arm too small, you no longer can grab them. You won't have the strength or the reach. So it would be more an ability you could lose. A nightmare to implement? I don't care. It must happen. It must happen. It must happen. Honestly, I mean, at some point we could just fake it. You know, look at all of, dude, the y-axis. I kind of need them to not go too high, so that way they're still visible. There's so many. It's actually a little gross. It kind of looks like a swarm of bugs. It's like actually scaring me a little bit. It's making my skin crawl. They will move up and down a bit. That's good too for naturalness. Yeah, right. So that naturalness is definitely something that I want. And look, this many, like, this would like insta kill you, right? Because I want them to be shooting also. I want them to be shooting. So they would be just completely wiping you out at this point. But for testing, it's fun. Okay, so let's adjust this stuff a little bit. What can we do? We can do, you said agent radius. We have avoidance radius. I'm guessing that's what you meant, is the avoidance radius. Oh, we can specify the height. So I wonder if I guess we could add something on top that it doesn't. So if we want, okay, so here's what I'm thinking. I want it to not only, oh, avoidance layers. Oh my gosh, there's a whole avoidance layers thing on here. Dude, okay. So let me make sure I understand this right. So layer is what it is. Mask is what it's looking for. So I would want to set the mask to 3 so it avoids obstacles. Now this is it avoiding the ground. So I could add avoidance radius. Okay. Now this is a little different because actually I think these are different, because when I hover them, they don't have the names. So I feel like maybe this is a different set of layers and masks or something. And I need to like create a navigation agent on everything I want. I see. I bet that's it. I bet you that's what we have to do. So I have to make a navigation agent node on everything I want it to potentially avoid, right? So if I wanted to avoid the ground, and I wanted to avoid the sky, and I wanted to avoid obstacles, I have to make sure all of those things have their own navigation agent. I'm guessing. Correct me if I'm wrong. It's a different set of layers and masks. Okay. All right. Very well. Very well. It would be kind of nice if the numbers were similar. I hate that that's different. And I honestly would like to set it in code. I prefer that over everything. But I'll do it in the inspector for now. So, well, we can just rename them. I'll just say this is copter or NPC. Let's say NPC is the first one. Avoidance mask NPC. Interesting that the layers and masks are different names. This one will say obstacle. I mean, I'd like it to avoid the player too, honestly. So actually, you know what? I am going to make them match. I'm going to say this is ground. One is ground. It isn't the ground, but we wanted to avoid it. 2 is NPC. 2 is NPC. It is that, and we wanted to avoid it. 3 is obstacles. It is not that, but we wanted to avoid it. And then I'm going to go ahead and make player 16. This one is obstacle. I'm surprised I have to name them both, but it's okay. This one is player. If you want them to avoid trees, you can either add a navigation obstacle node under the tree or add a navigation agent under the tree. Oh, so there's a different navigation thing. So the agent will actually help it move. The obstacle, I think we want to, oh, that's really cool. This is a cool feature, Godot. Godot, you're cool. Godot is cool. As for the ground and sky, I suggest you just add a line of code that limits the Y in the global position. Oh, okay. Limits the, how do you do that? You can limit, would that be like in the ready function? You can do that? Like we could like, wait, what? How do you do that? I'm gonna add to the trees. So really I'd want this to be on every obstacle. That's gonna be, that's a lot of work. That's actually a lot of work because I've created many duplicates of obstacles. You know what I need to do? You know what I need to do? I need to create an instant scene for different obstacles. I can't believe I haven't done this sooner. Oh my gosh. Oh, I see what you're saying. Gotcha. Limit? Are you just pseudocoding with limit? Is that a real thing? So something that I haven't been doing, and I now immediately feel silly for not doing. You add this line after the movement line in the physics process. Whoa. I've just been making trees, right? Dude, I only need one tree. It's pseudocode. Gotcha. I only need one tree. And I just need to instance it multiple times. I've just been duplicating. Why would I do that? Dude, get rid of... Honestly, I'm going to get rid of all of these. I'm going to instance this right now. Save branch as a scene. Objects, foliage, tree 1. There is a tree scene. Oh, but this is just for the... Oh, dude, use it there. So I do actually have a tree instance. Pseudo, the other pseudo. Not that pseudo. Not the administrator privilege one. The other one. Maybe the model is different. Yeah, so the model has an instance. This is where I should add them. Now this scene is, you know, supposed to be for don't remove them if the mesh is different. It adds a bit of variety. That's true. Yeah, the meshes are the same. So yeah, so that would be something I want to work on, is give them different meshes. But right now, they're actually all the same. I love that you couldn't tell. I just rotated them a little bit. No, they're all the same mesh. They're all the same mesh. So I want to say, because I really don't, I mean, we kind of got this working, by the way. Okay, I'm overwhelmed with tasks. Okay, hold on. I need to, there's so many things. There's just so many things to work on. Oh my gosh. I can't keep up. I love it. I love it. It gives me life. It gives me great joy. So I'm going to make the rate, first of all, let's play with increasing the radius of the navigation agent. And then I'm going to go in and I'm going to do the trees thing. First, let's play with the navigation agent some more. So I've set the radius to be 4.2 to see what that does. So when they all... Whoa! Oh! Yo! Dude, I'm gonna change it on the fly and see if it updates. Godot can be awesome that way. Dude, look at that. They're like making formations. That looks so cool. That looks so cool. So reducing it is only going to affect new ones, which makes sense. Let's change it to 1, and then I'm going to reload it. This is awesome. Minnie started doing some Godot. Yeah, Minnie has! I love that. I love it. Spreading the good word of Godot. Yes. Yes. Same. Same, my 2 cents. What will they create? Yeah, Discord link is in the description, everybody, by the way. Okay. Look at that. Look at them spreading out. Oh, it looks great. It looks great. They're so imposing. It cracks me up, dude. So I kind of want them to do it a little more slowly. They do it very fast. They move very fast. You know, I kind of like them to almost look like they're navigating around each other. Like they actually are making decisions. I don't know. I mean, we don't have to get too realistic with it, but neighbor distance. The distance to search for other agents. What? The distance to search for other agents. Max neighbors 10. The maximum number of neighbors for the agent to consider. Time horizon agents. The minimal amount of time for which this agent's velocities that are computed with the collision avoidance algorithm are safe. The minimum amount of time for which this agent's velocities are safe with respect to other agents. The larger the number, the sooner the agent will respond to other agents, but less freedom in choosing its velocities. A too high value will slow down agents' movement considerably. Must be positive. Did I understand that? Most of these settings are for optimization. Oh. The minimal amount of time for which this agent's velocities that are computed with the collision avoidance algorithm are safe with respect to static avoidance obstacles. I see. The larger the number, the sooner the agent will respond. I see. Yeah, right? I agree. Oh, we have a max speed. I agree, Thoughty. The maximum speed that agent can move. Slower. Let's say 3. I think that's what I'm looking for. I see. That makes sense, my 2 cents, that they're for optimists. Now that it says computation and safe and stuff like that, that makes a lot of sense. And I'm going to bring their speed down a bit. As wild as all of this is, I kind of want to see them behave like they're supposed to. I don't even know what their speed is supposed to be. Is it 10? It's going to take a while. Yeah, let's just do 10, and let's keep them spawning in a bunch. The whole Super Hot game was actually born from a random glitch, and it became a world-famous game. Super Hot. That's familiar. Yeah, and that's something I'm really loving. The more stuff I start adding into this game, I'm really enjoying finding out, like, little moments. Like, wait, this could be a game. That could be a game. I kind of wish they would spot each other sooner than, like, bumping into each other. It's a little comical, which, like, is okay. Like, overall, that's okay. So I can't be doing too much interneting or the computer's gonna freak out. But let's just at least look at the Google search. Or not. Or not. Super Hot video game. FPS where time moves only when you move. Oh, I've played games like this. There's a game like this on Dreams, actually. Maybe it's based on this. Wow, 2016. Yeah, I bet it is. A time-bending game where you can only shoot when you move, otherwise time slows down. Dude, there's definitely a game in Dreams that's based on this, actually. That's really cool. And that makes perfect sense that that concept would be from a bug. That makes absolute perfect sense that that's how that would come about. I bet that's a fun game. I want to make their radius a lot bigger. Because actually it's really helpful to see so many coming in. I just want them to have a bigger radius. So I'm gonna, but I mean, I guess I'm a little confused because it's like, I don't necessarily want their radius to be bigger. It's like, I want how soon they start negotiating around each other to be bigger. So here we can see them coming from the distance. eventually. 3 milliseconds is still too high in your opinion. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Yeah, you're probably right. See, they wait until they're right up there and then they move. Like, what if they were adjusting before they got there? I guess that doesn't make sense. I guess the collision has to occur. So if I wanted to do that, I would probably need to create like a bigger collision sphere. Ooh. Maybe I do that. Maybe I create like a big collision sphere and that's what they use to find each other. What's navigation layers? A bit field determining which navigation layers of navigation regions this agent will use to calculate a path. Changing it during runtime will clear the current navigation path and generate a new one according to the new navigation layers. What? There's so many fun things to play with here. Because it must be basing it on literal collision. Area 3D collision, I guess. Like if I were to come in here and just turn off its collision, right? They're not going to work anymore. All right, let me increase their speed. I'm going to put their speed back up again. I have so many questions. Oh, and we should slow down. Yeah, we should slow them down too. I have so many questions. That kind of raised some problems. Because now they get too close to the player. I guess I could say I actually don't fully understand. I'm a little confused. Target desired. Maybe they, like, how are they seeing each other? Is that this collision? Oh, because it's set, the layer is set to NPC. But we need it to be set to NPC. How do I even test this? I want to see if there is no collision, if they recognize each other. I can't really tell. What if I turn off the collision and I make sure they come in really slowly? Maybe then it'll be more obvious. If you want to do that, you have to create a navigation region node in the main scene, and you have to constantly rebake the navigation mesh of the region so copters can know where to go beforehand. That's way too complicated for your case. Right, yeah, okay. Yeah, that does sound like more than we need, right? It's not like a game about units that need to be placed in just the right spots. So that's a good point. I'm trying to see if they'll bump into each other now that I've got the collision turned off. I can't really tell because they don't stop anywhere. I feel like they are responding to each other. I mean, there's something happening. But, okay, so what about this? What if I don't turn off the collision? And what if I add a new collision in here? And I just make it like a big ol' sphere. Just a big ol' sphere. Obviously, this is going to cause some other problems. But I'm just kind of curious what happens. I'm going to make it quite large as I can, apparently. Okay, no, we can go larger than that. Okay, let's see what happens. Like, will they start avoiding each other sooner? Is, I guess, what I really want to know. Okay, we got to speed them up. We got to speed them up a little bit there. They know where each other are only when they come close to each other, more specifically, if the distance between them is lower than their radius. Question mark? So that is basing it on the collision then, right? Wait, they're not. Oh, they're stopping all the way back there because I made it way too large and they don't even get close enough. Okay, we gotta make it smaller. They don't even get close enough to see them. Question mark is for the spelling. Gotcha. Radii? 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 Only 11 months till Christmas. You make a compelling point, Jivas. Welcome. Welcome. You know, maybe in the Christmas spirit. No, just kidding. Yeah, so I don't think they're not bouncing off each other based on the collisions. So what are they, what's the, how do they see each other? If it's not their collisions, how do they see each other? You're saying it's that radius that we set? That's very interesting. Welcome, Jeeves. Hope you're doing good. Thanks for stopping in. Are you going to the Global Game Jam? I'm not. I'm not. Hell no. Hell no. Only because I don't know if there are any around me, A. And B, I just don't have time. I just don't have time. No, I'm just going to be having my own little game jam tomorrow. I might make the topic based on the Global Game Jam topic, though. Because sometimes if there is, like, a big game jam going on, I'd rather just, like, keep it kind of similar. So that way maybe people can use it as inspiration for that jam. But, nah. But you are. I think you are, right? They see each other thanks to their nav agents and the nav agent radius. Oh, okay. So I have to actually increase this radius. So if I make this radius 10, then they'll avoid each other sooner. But then they're also going to stay further away from each other. Yeah. Gotcha. I'm a little confused by the neighbor distance stuff. Let's bring this speed down to 1. Neighbor distance. Neighbor distance. The distance to search for other agents. What if I make this 500? I don't know. What does that even mean? The distance to search for other agents. But it's super cool. I mean, this is the super cool thing my 2 cents just helped us set up. Where these helicopters will start moving away. And this is a built-in feature in Godot. Navigation agent is what we've got set up here. I'm not sure I fully understand what neighbor distance is doing. The distance to search for other agents. I mean, that seems like overkill. I'm not really noticing much behavior change. What if I make this 0? Okay, I can't. We can make it close to 0. Neighbor distance is to help the algorithm avoid checking agents too far away for avoidance. So it's an optimization setting. Gotcha. So we don't even need to worry about it. In fact, this is gonna... Well, this would just... I don't even know. It just doesn't work. So there it just doesn't work because it needs to be... They have to be a 0.1 distance for them to start avoiding it. So we definitely don't want that. Gotcha. And then max neighbors is probably similar. The maximum neighbors, number of neighbors for the agent to consider. Okay, I gotcha. Time horizon, this is more optimization stuff. Gotcha. Max speed, we've got that a little slower. That looks better. Pathfinding algorithm, A star, that's the only one we can choose from. You can change the value while the game runs to see it live. That's true. That's true. I just have to, like, do this annoying thing where I, like, split the windows. I wish you could have the runtime be embedded. That would be nice. But oh well. Yeah, we can do that. Sometimes, you know, it will only do that for, like, new ones and not, like, ones that already exist. But see, I gotta do this, like, awkward thing. It's just like, ugh. Neighbor distance, right? So if I make this 0 or as small as I can, they'll stop reacting to each other. If I make it bigger, oh look, and they really do start choosing quickly. I like how they start sorting it out. Max neighbors 1. I mean, I'm surprised I don't even notice that really making a difference. Oh, I think I set... Okay, no, I did. Some of these, it's really hard to even see the difference. If I set this to 0.5... Maybe we can go even lower. What if I set the speed to 0.1? They're just like constantly shuffling. I kind of like that. Let me rerun it. I kind of like that. But then they, if it's too slow, then we just get the same problem of them like clipping on each other, which is like not what we want. Dragon makes a good point. You can change the radius of the nav agent based on its distance from the player. Wait, what did I miss a message? Dragon Blade was just saying you can change the value while the game runs to see it live. And that's a good point because it will start avoiding other copters sooner, but also stay close to each other in the end. Change the radius of the nav agent based on its distance from the player. In code, you mean? Seems complicated to make happen and debug, but theoretically it's possible. Wait, what? Did Dragonblade say something that I didn't see? I'm confused. Maybe I missed a message somewhere. Because the only one I saw from Dragonblade was that we can see it happen live. Get the idea of changing a setting at runtime. I'm a little confused, but I definitely hear you. I'm curious. He was talking about the neighbor distance, but I'm talking about the radius. And you're saying... change the radius of the nav agent based on its distance from the player. Oh, I see what you're saying. Oh, interesting. So set it up in code to actually have the radius be modified. Oh, that's cool. So like depending on how many I like that because they're all just like currently stopping right here. And so what we could say is like the ones that are closer to the play, or if like, I don't know, 3 of them are on this front line, start increasing the radius so they stop further back. I mean, in that sense, I could start increasing... Actually, I could start changing the collision that's on the player, right? That, like, what would that be like, right? So this, like, yellow orb here that represents the collision that's around the player, that's how they stop right there. So I could, like, increase that size as they start to fill in, so that way it starts to get wider and they stop further back. This is interesting. This is very interesting. And then I guess we can increase the radius as well. We're still printing is on floor. Okay, this is intriguing. This is intriguing. First of all, let's stop printing is on floor. For now. Someday, perhaps. Again, not today. So I guess I would want to have it determine how many have hit that collision point. So, and so then your approach was saying, so we'll start avoiding other copters sooner, but we'll also stay close to each other in the end. Change the radius of the nav agent based on its distance from the player, so we'll start avoiding other copters sooner. I guess my worry about that is that they'll get too far away. We still have to put the limit. There's so many things, dude. There's so many things to work on. I think it's better to ask ourselves what we're trying to solve here. Yeah, right? I know. I'm just like, there's so many different rabbit holes to go down. I mean, for me personally, like this is quite a few copters, right? Like I would say this many, it would be, you know, maybe maximum this many could build up. You know, like literally, I don't like it would have to be a very difficult level if more than this are gonna build up. Hey Thoughtsy, thank you so much. Thanks for checking in. Good luck with the Easter game. And thank you for asking the questions. And yeah, thank you for the well wishes. Good luck on your Easter game. And yeah, take good care. I'll see you next time, Thoughtsy. Bye for now. Bye for now. So it's nice to check in with people. I appreciate it. So for now, I mean, I just want to say that the way that they're all like clumping together is very unattractive. So like generally that's kind of what I want to fix is not have them all clump. I want them to be spread out across the land. That's what I really want. Not just necessarily avoiding each other sooner, but avoiding each other sooner as a way to potentially keep them from clumping. But if we can keep them from clumping before I even need to worry about them avoiding each other sooner, then that could be interesting. You know, it raises a question too, where it's like it needs to shrink back down, right? So if we make that collision bigger, at what point does it start shrinking down? When they get defeated? I don't have any mechanic for defeating them. So like, you know, then it's like, well, do I need to set up a way to destroy copters so that way we can actually start seeing what happens and how it adjusts? Or can I somehow predict what would happen? I doubt I could. In that event, you know, it raises some questions for sure. I mean, you know, I could set up a way to just click on them and make them destroy. Maybe I could figure that out. Maybe. It's getting complicated. All right, so here's what I'm gonna do. This is I'm gonna try not to go too deep into too many tasks. But what I want to try to do is I want to see what happens when we print the targets right now. I want to see if our raycast currently sees it or not. My idea was more to do with making the copters know where to go from the beginning. But if you already know there couldn't be more than 5 or 6 of them at a time, then it's unnecessary, I guess. Up to you, really. Well, then, the way you're talking right now makes me think I should try your way. Change the radius of the nav agent based... Because I'm just worried they're going to go too far away. Okay. Good night. Thank you for helping me set this up, my 2 cents. This is so cool. This is so cool. This is such a cool thing. I'm so glad we have this implemented. I appreciate it. Get some sleep. And yeah, I'll see you tomorrow at the Game Jam. Goodbye for now. My 2 cents, everybody. My two cents. Come on, my 2 cents. Give them. Oh, I don't have a round of applause. I used to have a round of applause sound effect back in the day, but I started overusing it, and I decided I needed to remove it to keep me from doing that. But you would definitely get one here. Okay, so my 2 cents is saying increase that navigation radius. It seems complicated to make happen in debug, but it's possible. So we want to increase the radius based on its distance from the player. So on each copter, so the closer the copter gets to the player, the smaller the radius would be, I would think. So I guess we'd want to almost have a raycast on the copter that is pointing at the player and or something. Or we could subtract, I guess we wouldn't even need to do that. We could just say we could just get the position of So we'll say its global position of the helicopter. We're getting into the vectors again. The vectors are coming back. I did do some research last night to try to understand vectors, and I'm getting there. We have to create a vector and figure out the hypotenuse between the player and the helicopter. So I guess I'd want to do global position minus player position. Wait, we're already doing that. That's right here. And then we're normalizing it. But we wouldn't want to normalize it. We absolutely wouldn't want to normalize it. Normalizing is great for a direction, but we specifically want to know the distance. Normalizing would obliterate the distance. So we'd want to do the same thing, and we would say variable distance from player, it's a very long variable name, equals but like if I subtract it, won't it be like a negative value and that'll be bad? I don't even know how to think about that. I don't even know how to begin thinking about which one should be first. I know how to begin, but I don't feel like it. So distance from player equal to global position minus player position. You can get the absolute value of global position minus player position, but I think Godot has shorthand for this. Oh. What? What? Oh, right, absolute value. Oh, yeah, you're right. That would take any negative and it would make it positive. Yes, you're right. You're right. I know about that. I learned about that in Dreams. See, this is one thing I love about Dreams. It taught me a lot about things like absolute value. But I forget about it. So, okay. Oops, I didn't type it right. Absolutely. Absolute. Is it just abs? I think it is just abs. We have a vector 3, a bunch of vector 3 methods. Maybe this one? Returns a new vector with all components in absolute value. Okay. I can't pretend I exactly know how to use it here, but yeah. It returns a vector 3. Probably vector 3.abs. Oh. Sometimes I'm still trying to figure out how to look at documentation and know how to apply it. So if it returns a vector 3, we would just say vector 3 normally and just make sure to put abs on there, kind of like a modifier or something. Like this, vector 3 dot abs like this. Nope. Oh, no arguments. So we would just do abs like that. But then, no, I don't know what I'm doing. Since it returns a value, you can set it to something like distance equals. Oh. I think it should be global dot position absolute value. Really? Really? But aren't we trying to figure out if after these are subtracted? Some other vector 3.abs. I'm confused. Right, it takes no parameters. What are the chances that someone would be willing to spell out how I should type this? So you do distance equals global position, player position. Then, oh, that makes sense. That makes sense. Okay. I see. Or you can do distance equals global position. I kind of like that better. Oh, wait. Oh, okay. So we're saying that this is a vector 3. And then please absolute value this. If you wouldn't mind. If the syntax allows it. It looks like it does. The first approach is kind of easier to read, but both are the same. I kind of like this because it's less bulk. But I hear what you're saying, because then you can see like the full conversion process, which could be nice. So if I say, just to check it, just to see what it's printing. Print distance from player. Let's just see what's going on in here. What's going on in here? What's the T, girl? Let's see. Oh, it's positive. That's a lot of positives. That's a lot of positives. I think we have done it. I think we have done it. So the lower it is, so now I need to say that the lower it is, the higher something else is. Somehow I have to convert this information. Well, I guess there's really only one vector I care about, which is, well, that's not true. All right, what are we trying to get here? So the idea is this. So the problem that I'm trying to solve is this. These helicopters, they come in here and they avoid each other. And that's wonderful. They just barely avoid each other, which is great. But they still are kind of like clumping around. It's very cool that they move out of the way. I love it. That's amazing. This is a great system. And now we're going to try to build on it a little bit. And so what I want is for them to actually avoid each other more sooner. So that way they don't even get to this point of being able to clump up. And so one idea my 2 cents had was, depending on how close they are to the player, they'll start avoiding each other sooner. So that way they don't even get to the point where they're clumping up, right? So my 2 cents left us with that idea, but not a way to solve it. So what I'm thinking is we create a vector that determines for each copter how close or far away it is from the player. And then in theory, the closer it is to the player, I guess the smaller, I guess, the radius of avoidance should be. So that way, when it's far away from the player, it has a huge radius. And it's more likely to avoid things before getting super close to other helicopters. And now that you've done it the math way, Godot 4 has a method on vector 3 called distance to vector, so you can probably do distance to player equals global position. I love it. But it's the same thing. Oh. Really? Are you serious? I could just not even... I mean, I'm glad we did that. That was fun. You're telling me I don't even need this? Is that what you're telling me? Vector 3 called distance to vector 3. So I could just say distance to player global position. And we're done here. Function distance to not found in base self. Wait, maybe that's not a real thing. Or I did it wrong. Or I did it wrong. If you want the distance, you can do vector 3 length instead of ABS, but you could also do mini suggestion. I love all these alternates. Distance to target. Whoa, interesting. The navigation agent has a distance to target built into it. Now the player isn't the target, but that's still very interesting. Distance to vector 3. There it is. Distance to float. Returns the distance between this and vector 2. Oh, I see. My bad. Wait, no, it does have an argument for 2 vector 3. You need to do global position distance to. Oh. Distance squared to. Wow. Is a method of vector 3. I think I still get a little confused about why. I see, because it has to be, I see, so it has to first of all see that we're calling this method on an existing vector 3 property. Gotcha. And then we can use this. I understand now. And then the argument becomes available. Now I see. All right, let's see what it prints. Let's see what it prints. Stuff. Ooh, and it's just one number. Let's go! Oh, that's gonna be so much easier to track than a vector 3. I was typing it out, but I figured it out. Okay, cool. Nice. Or somebody did. Dope. This is gonna be really easy to check. I love it. I wonder what the lowest it goes is. What if I just spawn one helicopter? Do I know how to make it spawn one helicopter? Maybe. Maybe I do. Let's just have it spawn them really slowly. How about that? Minimum 1,000. Maximum 1,001. I'm just kind of curious. Oh, wait. My bad. That means it's going to take that long for one. Okay, bad idea. Oh, I know what I could say. I could say, if total spawns is greater than 1, is less than or equal to 1, then add it in. Really, if it's 0. If spawns is at 0. Then it should only spawn 1. I'm just kind of curious to see what the smallest number is. Did that work? Is that what working is? Okay, fine. Less than 1. Less than or equal to 1. Oh, because it has to spawn 1 first. That makes sense. But wait. I'm confused. Oh, there we go. Okay, now we got it. Okay. Oh, right. It's going to be... So it's 10. So it's the distance that the collision shape is that's on the character. That would make sense. So it's this circle here. It's that, which is about 10. So 10 is the smallest number. And right, since it spawns at negative 130, that's why it's at 130. Wow, look at that. The squared version of it makes it so that the operation is a lot cheaper because you don't end up doing a square root like the hypotenuse calculation. Square root is very expensive, so if you only care about the relationship of distances instead of the actual distance itself, you can use the squared version. Already? So you end up with c to the power of 2 equals a to the power of 2 plus b to the power of the 2, rather than c equals square root of all that. The value will be a lot higher. You're saying I could do that right now? And that would be a good thing? Or did you mean if that's what I was looking for? Distance squared 2. I'm all for optimization, if it's easy, especially. Oh, it is a lot bigger. So the numbers are different. I don't get to enjoy the wonderful matching of all the other values. But I also love how it follows the player. But it's more optimized. How much optimization are we really saving, though? I don't know what I want to do. I know I'm like debating with myself, because a part of me like was really excited that the numbers matched. You know, like the copter spawn position is -130. And so before, that's what it was showing up as the furthest distance, and I love that. The distance between the player and the copter is 10, which is the size of that that sphere around the player. You'd have to profile that to know for sure, but for a lot of objects that check this a lot, it could be an issue in the future. True. True. So as an option to optimize later, you can do this. You know what? All right. All right. I'll do it. I'll do it. I'll leave it in. I'll leave it in. I don't know how many there'll be. Like, I don't want this to be the kind of game where, like, you know, you get overwhelmed with enemies and it's like, well, this is impossible. You know, I would want it to be somewhat reasonable. But, yeah, you're right. We could do the profile. All right, let's do it. Let's do it. Screw it. Screw it. Let's do it. Let's study it. Let's freaking study it. So I'm gonna put the NPC spawn. It helps us bring together all the things we're learning today, and that makes it totally worth it. So I'm gonna say, don't cap the spawns, please. Thank you. And this is with the squared. Oh, and you know what? Let me also add the count back in so we can keep track of how many are spawning. So put this in here. Profiler, start it. I gotta start it. Oh my god, it's still printing the distances. Oh dear. Okay, hold on. We gotta redo. Do over. Go to the copter script. Comment out the distance, print. Play it. Debugger, profiler, start. Oh yeah, we got it right away. Okay, so they're spawning in. It's probably gonna be so subtle. And I'm gonna have to like screenshot it to like make sure I know the difference between the last run and this run. It's gonna be interesting. I guess I shouldn't move around much, because then it's gonna mess up the results potentially. So in the profile, you probably want to find the function that does this operation. Good call. We have 30 copters and growing. The function that does this, which is the physics it's the physics process of the copter, is what it does this. Copter physics process. Currently, that's where it is. So I mean, 100 enemies on screen is very unlikely. So maybe I'll let it go up to 100. And then we can base on that whether it's... I'm surprised they still spawn in so slowly. I'm sure there's some reason that I'm not realizing, but almost there. 85, 87, 88, 89, 90. What's the zoom like? Is it? Yeah, it's pretty hard to read. That's pretty hard to read. There we go. 100. All right, 101 copters spawned. And the result on the copter physics process is 101 calls. Makes sense. 37 ms. I'm going to take a screenshot of that right there. Paste that on in. And I guess we'll just keep track of that. Change it to not squared 2. This is going to be interesting. Oh, this is fun. I like this. Yes, 0.37. Now, I guess I have to put it at a certain line, right? To, like, see at that point. I don't know what point that was at. Does it just do it? Does it, like, aggregate it? I have no idea. Because now that I'm... Oh, I probably said the frame before I started clicking around. It's the last frame. So the last frame that it was on is at 0.37. There were some spikes. So I don't really know. I guess I might want to look at the highest that it was. Try to get a feel of an average. Okay, that's true. Maybe you could average it for us. Maybe. Maybe not. I don't think that works. Because now it's saying it's 0. Because it'll vary. If it's not super significant, it won't matter anyway. That's true. That's a good point. I can't believe it averages it to 0. Like, that's weird, right? I don't know if average means what I think it means here. Unless truly it was usually 0. Maybe it was usually 0. It's kind of hard to tell. It keeps jumping around on here. Okay. So, I mean, it's tricky. It's tricky to follow. I wonder why it disappears sometimes. Oh, because it's 0. I guess when it's 0, it just doesn't even appear as something that's calling. That must be like, I don't even know. So we only want to look at when it's there. It looks like 0.3. I mean, if I look at the little peak, so let me get out of the way here. So there's like a little peak. Oh, it's still, you can't see. Way down there, there's a little peak right here. And that's actually 37. So that seems like the high point, as far as I can tell. And then the lowest is 0. So that gives me a feel. I feel like that gives me a feel. It looks like there are some 42s in there. Maybe some other peaks that I missed. Okay. All right. We got a feel. Now, let's try it with the other one. I'm going to... I already did it. Okay. The code is out. Play. Debugger. Profiler. Start. All right. They have begun to enter the arena. And we're going to wait for 100, which is a few. To say the least. To say the least, that's a few. We've got 20 so far, so we got a little ways to go here. Probably overkill to do 100, honestly, since it's not... Because I guess before, overtime was really important. But now, it's staying pretty much the same, so I probably don't need to do 100, actually. we just kind of want to look at what this baseline is. It's still hopping all over the place, so I can't really follow it. I guess if it's really hopping, that means it's not happening. Which is interesting, that it wouldn't be happening. Point 0.3, 0.35, 0.35, 0.37, 0.48, 0.5, 0.4. Yeah, I would say it's like, maybe like, if I were to guesstimate, like on average 0.1 milliseconds higher. Oh, we got it. We did enough now. Doesn't look very significant in this case. Yeah, if I were to just like guess, right? And what do I know? But if I were to guess, it looks like it's like 0.1 to 2 milliseconds more on average. If I were to just guess. That's interesting. That's not nothing. It's not insignificant. It's definitely something, and it's perceivable. Because I almost don't see that. I mean, there are some 0.3s here, but there aren't that many. There are much more 0.4s and stuff. Anyway, so we'll let it go. I can have my numbers. I can have the nice numbers that I want. Can I have the nice numbers that I want? I want them. Not significant, but you have taught me a way. And you know what? Let's it's a thing to know. Right. And so here's what I'm going to add in here. Consider using distance. This is the legacy of our experiment. Consider using distance squared 2 as an optimization. If to consider using distance squared 2 to improve or to better optimize this operation slightly. So that's the legacy of this experiment. So we can at least someday consider it if we want to. And I can search optimize in my files and look for all the things I've marked as optimized. Pierogigon is here. Pierogigon is a member. Pierogigon is a patron. So you get a song. Pierogigon is not gone. Pierogigon is not gone. Pierogigon is here. Pierogigon is here. I'm so glad to see you. I hope you're doing good. Pierogigon is not gone. I hope you're doing good, Pierogigon, because right now you aren't gone. Yeah. Welcome, Pierogigon. Good to see you. Thank you so much for stopping in. Hope you're doing well, and thank you for supporting Hyper Game Dev. I appreciate that. Look who came on as a member. Now there it is, Milo. Milo, yay, family. Squared? Yeah. So, Pierogi's like, ooh, math. Yeah, so here's some things that are happening. So we've got these helicopters that spawn in. My 2 cents helped me set up a avoidance thing. So that way that if they are near each other, they'll try to move away from each other, right? And what I really want is for them to never even get this close to each other in the first place, ideally. And so a suggestion that My 2 cents left us with is perhaps we could detect distance from the player on each copter. And the closer it is to the player, or let's say the further away the helicopter is from the player, the wider its radius of unit detection will be. So that way they don't ever get that close to each other to begin with. So Psychonic and Minnie helped me set up this little code line here for detecting the distance from global position to player. I actually had set it up initially with math, just subtracting the distance, and then Mini helped me absolute value it. But then it became clear that this would work really well using distance to. And distance to, when I searched it up, it revealed that there's also a distance squared to. And we ran some tests using the profiler, and evidently there is not no difference, but a very small difference in how much memory, is that a right way to word it? How much memory is used by distance 2 versus distance squared 2. It's very small, about, it seemed like maybe 0.1 or so milliseconds on average. More time spent rendering distance 2. Now, I personally like distance 2. And the reason why I like distance 2 is because the numbers that it outputs match the numbers that I've set elsewhere. And so I'm kind of partial to distance 2, but distance squared 2 made the number like really explosive, and that's fine, but like I really would like the numbers to be the same, and that's just a me problem. I admit that. And so since it was such a small difference, I've just added like a little note in there that, hey, if you need to save some space, maybe try using squared 2, because it's one less operation. A thing I would not have even considered if Mini hadn't pointed it out. So thank you for that. Truly, patchouli. And then on the copter, let me print the distances so that can be appreciated. So this way, it's going to print a crap ton of distances. But actually, if I set it to only do 1, yeah, I'm doing it all over again. So if we only spawn 1 copter, the minimum, the closest that it gets is 10, which makes sense because there is a collision shape around the player that is sort of where that helicopter stops, and the radius of that is 10. So I love that these numbers match. I love that these numbers match. It makes me happy. It makes it, to me, that's more readable overall. I can be like, oh, 10, just like the radius around the player. And then the copter speed is set, or the copter spawn position, I mean, is set to spawn at -130. And indeed, the furthest distance is about 130. So I love this agreement. And so I really want it to just be, I just want it to be similar. And so my greedy self is going to force the game to be a little less optimized. But I'll keep a note here that reminds us that if we do need to save on some space, if we're doing all kinds of distance stuff with a bunch of spawned and things, perhaps we could consider using squared 2 instead. So that's that whole thing. I think my way of doing it would be different. I would use the last spawned position to create an interval in which the next helicopter cannot spawn in. What? Yeah, absolute value was the wrong one, by the way. Length would have been the correct choice. Oh, as Psychonic, right. Psychonic Joe did make a suggestion earlier that kind of got steamrolled because other things took me, and I was like, let's do this, let's do that. Yes, right. That's a good point. That's a good point, that length would have been a better way to do it. I barely understand why, but I totally believe that that's true. Distance 2 uses one singular more operation for each calculation. Negligible for what we're doing. Negligible in this case, but this was for every frame, all copters. So if it's going to be a lot of them, it could be an issue. Right. It could add up, potentially. I don't know what you mean also, Pierogigon. Use the last spawned to create an interval I see what you're saying. Oh, I see what you're saying. So like a new one can't spawn in, right? But like it would so while that makes sense, there's one extra thing there. So even if they spawn in slowly, it's not about their interval. But I guess I see what you're saying. We could like have well, okay. So that's not gonna mean that they don't clump up, right? So if I come to the spawner, let me fix some of these things here. We don't want that. We want multiple to spawn. So they're still gonna clump up even if it's slow. So if I say the minimum interval is 10 seconds, right? So it takes them 10 seconds to come in. They're still all going to clump. So we need some way. So the reason why they're stopping in front of the player at this point is because of this collision sphere that's around the player. And that's where they're deciding to stop. So they're all going to stop around that collision sphere every single time. Dude, is 10 seconds longer than I thought? Or is it not spawning? My goodness. Oh yeah, there's a bug. Okay, hold on. What'd I do? Unexpected identifier in class body. Oh, okay. I'm like, oh, what's going on here? This doesn't make sense. Okay, I'm gonna try it again. Like, that is the longest 10 seconds I have ever felt in my life. Like, I know ADHD warps my sense of time, but that's a little excessive. There it is. So there's one after 10 seconds. If we get two after 10 seconds, they're still going to clump. It's probably going to bump right into it. So they still are coming. So I don't want it to even consider getting close. One idea I had was saying that every time one spawns in, that sphere around the player gets bigger. But then, we got to think about when there's less spawns, it has to get smaller. So I kind of want to try my 2 cents idea where we don't even have to worry about whether or not they're clumping up in that spot, because before they even get there, they're deciding not to get close. So right now we've laid that foundation a little bit here by having the distance to detect. And so then the next step would be to have the bigger that number is, the bigger the radius, and then go from there and see what that does. That's the rundown. I've been listening to songs from a musical for like 4 years and finally watched the actual thing. So the songs finally have conventional context as well as the context I created over time. Dude, that's so real. There's one called Hades Town that my partner and I listen to a lot, and I don't think either of us have even seen the musical yet. And we think of these songs in a certain way, and like they're just like songs to me. That's a fun, yeah, which musical? That is a really fun thing to do, actually, about musicals. Sometimes that frustrates me listening to musical soundtracks, is I'm just like, okay, but like, what's the context? I need it! I must have it! This doesn't make sense! But sometimes they're bops enough in their own right, that it makes sense to listen to them separately from the musical. That makes sense. They'll still clump if it's just the spawn. Yeah. I listen to that one too. I do that with a lot of musicals. You like the Hades, dude? The Hades Town is awesome. I really like that one. Okay. The Color Purple. Nice. You've never seen The Color Purple. You've never seen What? What? Thank goodness. Thank goodness you've finally seen it. Oh my gosh. It's required. If you're an American, you must watch The Color Purple. It should be required watching for every American. Oh, you have seen it. Okay. Well, you have now. The context for Dear Evan Hansen made them worse. Oh no. Wait, what is that? Do I like recognize that? I like recognize that. High school senior with social anxiety who invents an important role for himself in a track. Wait, why have I heard of this? Was this in the news for some reason? I've definitely heard about it. The song's really good though. Noted. Stick to the songs. Don't actually watch it. I've definitely heard of it. So now that we've got this distance, now I need to make it actually do something. I need to make it matter. Let's make it matter. Over on the copter, we now have that distance. And I want to say, if distance from player is... I guess I would rather it scale with it. You know, since it's like a single number, we could just say... So first of all, I need to get the radius and know how to change that. I don't actually know how to modify the radius in here. If I say navigation agent 3D dot radius, can I just like set it to... Let's make it really large. I'm going to set it to 100, which should be really obvious if this is going to work. So this should just set the radius to 100, which means that they should avoid each other very incredibly. Yeah, they're going really far apart. Nice. Yeah, they're going really far apart. Oh, and so this is the other problem. So even if I set the radius really big, right, they wait. So this is the other problem. They wait until they're right next to each other to start moving away, which is why I want them to start avoiding each other before they get close. So that's the other thing. So this is with the radius set to 100. The helicopters are alive. I know. Isn't it awesome? Like, this whole navigation agent is freaking amazing. It's such a great tool. Hey, thanks for hanging out, DTR. I appreciate it. Yeah, let me know if you find something. So yeah, DTR was asking earlier about Godot visual scripting. And if there are people like in the community who are making visual scripting stuff for Godot. And there is, and me too. So I don't know if you're on the Discord or anything, but I'll definitely look into it. And then next time you come through, I'll be like, oh, I found it. I'm gonna look into that because there's somebody who does it, and they're doing a really good job. But anyway, take care. Good night. Thanks for hanging out. I really appreciate it. Remember to hit that thumbs up on your way out, if you haven't already. Thanks, DTR. Good night. They're like a swarm of bees. They are. It's actually terrifying, isn't it? We have a couple other problems. Their height, they're going in places they shouldn't go as well. But let's not worry about that right now. Okay, so we can set the radius now. So I want the radius to like change relative to the position of, or the distance between. I don't want it to go too high. So if they're super far away, right? If they're 130 away, what if I like divide it by half? You guys know math better than me, so if I'm doing something silly, please God, tell me. The fun thing is you can just add more colliding bodies where you don't want them to go, right? Kind of, yeah. So what I'm going to have to do, and this is another thing I want to try to do, is I have to add like a navigation obstacle node to the obstacles. And then, yeah, they will see them as obstacles and avoid them as well. Yeah. Which kind of raises questions, which is like, you know, I don't know. It's going to be interesting. Dividing 1/2 is the same as multiplying 2. Dividing 1/2 is the same. That cannot be true. No, okay, so that is true. Right. So let me rephrase that. I want to divide by 2. What I meant, you're taking me literally, which in math, everything should be literally. No. What I meant was I want to divide it in half. That's what I meant. Thank you for catching that. I meant to say I want to divide it in half. Oh, yes. Oh my goodness. Okay. So I want to say, or multiply it by 0.5. Ooh, right. 0.5, or dividing by 0.5. Right. So we divide by 0.5 is the same as multiplying by 2. Yeah. Okay. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to say distance from player times 0.5 divided by 2, whatever. Divide the distance from player by 2. And then I want to multiply the navigation radius by the navigation radius. Divide by 2. I think Godot will not like 2. I could be wrong. Oh, so then what do I do instead? I mean, I could just do times 0.5. I could do that too. That's fine. I'll do this. How do I even type this? Okay. Distance from player times 0.5 times navigation radius, and set the navigation radius to that. That's going to be exponential though, isn't it? Isn't this a bad idea? I don't know what I'm doing, guys. I don't know what I'm doing. I don't know what I'm doing. We're trying things. Set the navigation radius to distance from player times 5 times navigation radius. 2.0 instead of 2. It's a float is all I meant. Gotcha. This is a mistake, right? I'm making a mistake. I feel like what I should do also is say, I mean, it's going to be different for each one. So who knows what's going to happen here. But what if we print the navigation radius? So it's going to be a little chaotic. But hey, chaos is fun, right? Oh, infinity. Oh, we got infinity happening. I've made mistakes. Mini would do lerp, min radius, max radius, inverse lerp, min distance, max distance, or something. What? So first of all, I don't think anything is working. I don't know what the fuck is happening. I don't know what is going on right now. But they seem to be just infinitely spreading apart. It's definitely not working. And I don't even know if this would work, because they're still kind of clumping in the first place, which was kind of what it's supposed to avoid. I mean, wait a minute. I don't think increasing the radius is going to work. I think you made a divergent series. What can I say? What can I say? I've been known for making divergent series. I don't know what that means, but I have done it. I have done this. Okay. So this is incorrect. Why do I feel like this isn't gonna work? Why do I just feel like this isn't gonna work? Because here's the thing, like if I even set this, if I set the navigation agent radius to like 300, right? Set it to 300. Well, shouldn't they be avoiding each other anyway already? But they're not. So like, why would this make any difference? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, why would they start avoiding each other sooner if they're not already doing it with the high radius? You know what I'm saying? Like, I feel like this isn't actually gonna work. Interpolation gives you the value between minimum and maximum and a percentage given by a value between 0 and 1. Yep, I got that. Inverse gives you the percentage of a value given by minimum maximum value. So by plugging an inverse lerp in the percentage field of the lerp like that, you can control values like this. That's fascinating. That is fascinating. I don't even know what no, Pierogigon would not be sarcastic about that. That's very interesting. But I don't think it's even gonna work. I kind of want to just do it the way I was thinking. I think I really am not happy about this, guys. But I think I need to just not do it this way. I know we spent so much time on it. We've learned so many things. I think I'm just gonna do it the other way. I feel like my 2 cents would have to be here guiding me, because I don't really understand what the idea is supposed to be. I don't understand what the idea is supposed to be. Like, then, look, hey, you gave Pierogigon, a math genius, a math trick to use in code. That makes it all worthwhile. That makes it all worthwhile. I think what I'm just going to do is my original idea, which is expand the collision around the player to be larger as more spawn in. But not just as more spawn in. Teach linear equations every day and still mess up the lerp function regularly. Zang. I can't comment on this level of mathematicism. It's a whole new level when it's programming something. Yeah, it's different, right? Math in different disciplines is applied so much differently. Did I say something that makes sense? I think I did. So if I want to actually detect when they collide with it. Not when they spawn, but when they collide. So we actually have this copter stop. When they're in this, if area is set to copter area, is moving is set to false. Copter area is, where's that defined? Here. Area copter. Oh, I see. So this is player area entered. Copter stop. Oh, so that function. Why do we have... I see. I see. So we're checking to see if... So I need to actually rename this. I'm going to say this is not copter stop area, but this is player... Player perimeter. Or let's say in player perimeter. It doesn't make a lot of sense. If in player perimeter, it doesn't really make a lot of sense, does it? Keeping this stuff straight is pretty hard sometimes, or a lot of times. Dude, I mean, it seems like that's so much what mathematics is freaking memorization. That's where I start to fall apart. And like what was happening last night is just like learning, okay, velocity, difference between distance between whatever, acceleration, magnitude. It's just like, what do these different things mean? I don't remember. But I guess repetition, it kind of maybe sinks in. Thing in player perimeter. You'll forgive me. Thing in player perimeter. If the thing in player perimeter is set to copter area, I just want it to be more readable. Is moving is set to false. Applying it really helps. True. That sounds true. I mean, I feel that even with what we did last night. Like last night, you know, I went and I did some research and I was looking at a lot of videos about how to understand some of this. I now understand normalization, right? And it was so helpful to be able to think back to what we were doing here, for sure. Yeah, true. Very true. Checks out. So when the copter stops, I'm going to want it to do something extra. I'm going to want it to update something. And I'm going to want this to be a global thing. So this class is actually a global class. So what if I say variable copters stopped? So they should all update this. This shouldn't be local, right? This shouldn't be local. This is tough too, because I kind of want them... It's going to be a little weird. It's not really all that I want, but we can let it go. Because what I really want is for them to spread out, but the way my 2 cents talked about it, it's going to be really complicated to set it up otherwise. That's great. Really smart of you to watch some videos about it, because it's definitely hard to learn without visualizations. I found some good ones. And some ones that were game dev specific as well, which made it a lot easier. I'm still a little confused about velocity. Like, I get that velocity is... like how far something moves over time. Like, I get that. I don't know. I don't even want to talk about it. I did. I posted some of the videos that I looked at in the Discord, in the video channel. Some of them. I watched a lot more than that, but those were the ones that helped me the most. Even though they're really only talking about normalization, they kind of covered some other things too that made it. I totally understand normalization now, which is nice. I'm really thinking this isn't going to ultimately do what I want, but it's fine. Copters stopped. Also, this can't be global. This doesn't make sense, because is moving is being set to false, but is moving is here. So I don't think this is going to be like a global value. This is still going to be local to each one. We can update it globally, but I don't think I'm quite understanding how this will work. Because I want it to be something that would update, and every single copter would be able to fetch that value. You know, and I don't think that's gonna do that. Do you know what I mean? So I think what makes the most sense is to send it somewhere else and then send it back to the copter. You know? Does GScript have a static method variable? That's what you want. Yeah, it does. I don't remember how to do it, though. Check the reference. All right, I will. I will. Yeah, there is a way to do that. There is a way to do that. I'm just not sure how to do it. So in theory, I'd want it to say copter stopped plus equals 1 every time one gets in here. And then in theory, once that copter goes away, so I don't even have a copter destroyed function. I don't even know what that would look like. I guess right now we could say, So that was the other thing I was thinking of setting up. But what if we set up so I can click on them to make them get destroyed? But it starts to cascade into so many tasks that I don't even know where to begin with it, you know? So one thing I was gonna do, we're bouncing all over up in here, was come to the raycast and see what targets it sees. Just put static in front of your variable name. Seriously? That's awesome. Okay, well, that would be nice. All right, I'll do that. I'll do that. Then it'll belong to the type copter and not instances of copters. What? Variable static. Oh, shoot. Copter stopped. That looks like that's going to work. Okay, it didn't. Expected variable name. Oh. After variable. So do I put it like static variable? Like that? Nice. It's accepting this. So that gives me some confidence. And then I'm gonna have this print copter stop. Oh, that's not even supposed to. That's like not even supposed to work. Maybe it understands that, and so maybe you were saying just say static and then that's enough. Oh no, it doesn't. Expected func or var after static. Actually, it does want var. Let's see if it works. So it's gonna print that number. Oh, oh. Invalid operands nil and int in operator plus. What you talking about? A static variable. Oh, so use static keyword to specify that variables be added to the singleton thingy. Maybe it hasn't worked yet, so I think we should wait. I can't say it's yet working. Invalid operands nil and int in operator plus equals. Static means that it belongs to the class, so to access it, right? It seems like it should be the other way around, is what you're saying. Oh, okay, there it goes. It's counting up. Oh, it's going. 1, 2, 3, 4. You have to do copter my variable. Not my copter dot my variable. What? Oh, to access it. I see what you're saying. But it is counting up. It is very much counting up. Why are they going so far away? Did I set them to go that far away? Did I forget to unset? $50. I guess that is pretty big. That is a pretty big radius. Let's just do like 5 for now. So you're saying for when I actually reference it, I have to do it something different? I'm confused. Copter dot my variable. Not my... Oh, you're saying like... You're giving like an example. Like logically. What would make more sense. And why this doesn't make as much sense. I think maybe is what's happening. Correct me if I'm wrong. You have to specify the type. I guess in this case it's copter dot copter stopped. So wait, why is it working then? I'm confused. Are you sure about that? Are you quite sure? Oh, yes. Oh, yes, you're right. Oh, you're right. Yes, 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 yes. That's true. Yes. I see what you're saying. Yes. Yes. And it has to be a capital C. Yeah, yeah, yeah. So this is, I actually have done this before, and I think I know how to do this. I see what you're saying. So, where I want this to change is going to be on the player, so it can increase the size of the detection area. I could put this, I could make a new script. Maybe I'll give it its own script. Let's give it its own script. Let's give it its own script. Yeah, yeah, yeah. No, that'll definitely work. Kind of. Sort of. No, I don't. Do I want this to be running constantly? That seems like kind of unnecessary to have it be running constantly. So I should probably do like a signal. Conceptually, a static member belongs to the object and not an instance of the object. Yeah, yeah. So we've used this before somewhere. But are you sure? Yes, yes, yes. Cut that together. Conversation with myself. So I've used this before here, I think. I think this is what this is doing. So this is like a class name. So I think it's kind of like this, and then we reference it like that. Yeah, 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 yeah. Did I just delete everything below there? What the hell? Why can I even do that? Okay, anyway. What the hell was that? It just like collapsed everything? Oh, it did. I see. We collapsed it. Okay, got it. But I don't want this to be running in the process because that's going to be checking it constantly. So I think what I want to do is I want it to emit a signal. So I want to say that when that happens, let's say messenger, and let's create a signal so we can communicate with these efficiently. So many signals. So very many signals. Signal. We don't want to just say copter stopped. I want to say NPC unit stopped. Let's just be a little more vague with it. Come over to the copter script. Messenger NPC unit stopped. Emit. Or do we do it like this? And then I don't think I needed to call anything or have any arguments. No, we do want to say that. We actually do. We want it to be copter stopped. Right? So we want that to go in here. Okay. And I guess I could always... I don't even need to calculate it here. Actually, I don't even need to do the class variable. Here I go making class variables. We don't even need it. But we learned how to do it. You know, I actually think we don't need it. Well, I mean, unless I want that to be available here. Maybe I should do it here. You know what? I'm going to keep it. Maybe I'll keep it because here's the thing. What if we want the behavior on the navigation agent per helicopter to change? I might want that. So I'm actually going to leave it on here for now. But we might not need it technically because I could just calculate the adding up elsewhere. But I think maybe I won't. And if we don't end up needing it, so I'm going to say, consider moving copter stopped calculation to the area on the player if this count isn't needed on a per copter basis. Yeah. Let's put it that way. So then I'm going to come over to the area script. Messenger NPC unit stopped emit. And we want to connect that. Messenger NPC unit stopped connect to area size. Create a new function. Area size. And I want to say, well, we want to just increase the size. I guess we want to also have NPCs stopped. Okay, we're back with another math formula. So I'm going to want to say for every one of these, I want the size of it to increase quite a bit, honestly. Right? Enough that they will just be kind of far away from each other. So maybe, so right now it's at the size of 10. If I make this 15, let's try that. Let's say 5 at a time, which could get pretty big, but that's okay. Maybe not, I don't know. So I'd want to say NPCs stopped times 5, or maybe let's start with 3. NPC stopped times 3 plus times 3 plus, and then we have to get, so let me also define this. I'm going to actually rename it here. This is just called collision shape. I'm going to rename it to collision player proximity. I'm gonna say at on ready variable collision set to that. So you want to increase the collision radius. I assume that's all we have to do. Oh, maybe not, because we also have this shape. I might need to say like shape radius. Mixed use of tabs and spaces. Whoops. Maybe radius will just work. I guess we'll see it. If I do debug visible collision shapes, we should be able to see it. So if I say NPC stop times 3 plus collision radius, and make sure that collision radius is set to that, perhaps that works, unless this isn't how we actually change the collision radius size. I might need to be more specific. No. Invalid get index radius. So maybe I need to say like shape radius. I'm not really sure how to fetch that. Oh yeah, there it goes. It's getting bigger. Hey, and look at them going far back. Nice. Oh, that works, baby. That freaking works. 3 is a little much, though. So I'm going to say times 1.5 or something like that. Yo, that works. Let's go. So they're stacking further in the distance as it increases. Which means that it's just going to keep going further into the distance as more are spawning. But, like, whatever. Dude, that works. You know, I might even want to say... So now it's starting to raise some more questions, right? Like, maybe I want them to go up, right? Because I kind of don't just want them to go further back. I just want them to go in different places, far away from each other. Is what I really, really, truly actually want. That's what I actually want. But it's getting a little complicated, right? I'm going to actually turn off the 3D avoidance, which makes them vertically go in different places. It doesn't really matter right now, because I'm thinking maybe I want that to be controlled manually. It's strange how so it's exponential, it seems, right? Because they get pretty close to each other at first. They get pretty darn close to each other at first. I wonder if something in these settings is making it, like, go even further somehow. Like, what if we bring the radius back down to 0.5? We're just playing around with the settings. Yeah, they're definitely getting a little closer. I don't really like how much they're bunching, though. They're still kind of bunching. But you see how they seem to get, like, further and further. So there's kind of an exponential thing going on, which I don't really love. How would I even, like... Would this be a way I would use that interpolation you were talking about before? I don't even know. Because I guess... Let me go back to the copter. I don't know. I don't know what I want out of it, you know? I'm just kind of guessing. I'm just kind of trying things. Because you know what would be cool, too, is if they would stack up, and instead of just being on one Y level, maybe they start going higher, too. I don't know. I don't really know what I want. I mean, if I'm thinking about, let's say, a different type of unit, you know, something that's going to be definitely on the ground, right? They can be underneath each other and it doesn't matter. And so I wouldn't actually want these units. I wouldn't want like a soldier or a tank to be spawning way in the back. I'd want it to be spawning maybe up close. The interpolation thing I was talking about before was a way to get a radius between X and Y based on a distance between Z and W. Okay. Get a radius between X and Y based on a distance between Z and W. Okay, I almost understand that. I almost understand that. But okay. Yeah, I see. I guess they're not necessarily going too far apart or anything. So between 100 and 200, if our distance is at 150, the percentage would be 0.5. That's what the inverse lerp can give us. Okay. 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 Yeah, totally. Totally. Okay. That makes, like, that seems like that makes sense. And if I really thought about it, I bet I could figure it out. I don't know, this raises some questions to me. I mean, in a way, it's like it can limit. We can then plug that into the lerp since it was at 0.5. The result from the lerp is 50. Somebody's following you. Somebody's following you. But this is basically putting a limit on how many can be there, right? We've got like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 7 or 8 of them. Pretty much 7 of them before there's too many. And like, you know, like how many enemies maximum do we want on screen, you know, is kind of the question that begins to raise. If I put their radius at like 5, and I bring this separation thing down, I mean, 1.1 is as low as I can make it, and it still matter. And that's pretty low. It's pretty low. No, but you know, that's not bad. They still are going back. It's still building up pretty quick. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. We don't really get that many more that way. I mean, it almost makes me want to set like multiple conditions for where they stop and how the size changes, you know? Like, maybe different units respond to different areas, but then I'm going to have multiple collisions on a per unit basis. Maybe that makes sense. Maybe we have like a separate collision shape for helicopters, and they'll file in differently than people will. They'll file in different than tanks will. They'll file in differently than airplanes will, or whatever is gonna come through. I mean, airplanes would be totally different, right? They'd be like flying across and coming back and things like that. So I wonder if it does make sense to have multiple collision shapes. I guess I could make this smaller. I could say 0.001. Very small. But it still should be enough difference that they stack up into the distance. I'm kind of amazed at how much. I mean, is it even changing? I swear it's like exactly the same. I guess so. I mean, it's just times 1. Like, it's basically just a different multiplying by 1. And if we think about it, it's adding on to their existing radius, which is at 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. What's up, Merp? Merp is back, everybody. Merp is back. Inverse lerp is really powerful because it lets you answer the question, how far in percentage is my value of 237 if our start was 44 and our end is 499? How far in percentage is my value of 237? Oh, that sounds useful. That does sound useful. When you put it that way. When you put it that way, it sounds very useful. Actually. I like that as a way to understand things. Inverse lerp, more like inverse merp. It is very similar. And then in terms of them avoiding the obstacles, so I feel like that would be fun to put in there. I don't know. I don't really know what my final decision here is. Because I want to have a lot of different enemy types. I guess we could say there could be different types of helicopters, different types of ground units. So you know what? I think I'm going to say... Because then I'm like, well, do I want to make this a script that's on every collision, or just have it on the player proximity area and then define different things depending on what kind of thing it is? I think I might do that. Okay, we got a lot to think about here. So I'm going to say, this is for now. I don't know where this is going to go, how this is going to change, but I want to be able to put a pin on this and move on to other things. And I think the only way I'm going to do that is if I just make some decisions. So I'm going to say this is an NPC unit stopped. I'm going to say this is copter unit stopped. And then I'm going to come out here to the copter script. I'm going to make sure that we update this to copter unit stopped. And I'm thinking we just have different collision shapes for different types of units. So people on the ground will have their own collision shape that they stop at, which may be different. What if it's a melee attacker versus a ranged attacker? A melee attacker needs to get right up next to the enemy, and they should all be crowded around. Oh my gosh. Dude, that's what I should work on. Okay, I'm going to try to get that by next week, a melee attacker. That would be hilarious to see them all like crowding around the base of the alien, like attacking it. That would be so entertaining. Okay, so that's something we need. But we would want them all to have different collision responses. I don't know what this is going to do for performance to have such multiple collisions, but it is a sphere, which in theory is like cheaper. So not even in theory. Okay. Copter unit stopped. Emit that. That's great. We're good. Come back to the area player script. We want this to be copter unit stopped. Instead of NPC stopped, we want to say this is copter stopped. Can you use different navigation layers to get that to work? You might be right about that. You know, you might be right about that. Truly, I don't know. I don't know enough about it. You might be right, though. A bit field, determining which navigation layers of navigation regions this agent will use to calculate a path. Changing it during runtime will clear the current navigation path. Interesting. So I guess I'm just not exactly sure how to use it. Yeah, I can't look it up, unfortunately, because it's gonna glitch the stream out. But now I'm very curious. Now I'm very curious. It's gonna be hard to look up without glitching the stream. Advanced layers and masks too. So then how do I define the size of the layer? Where would I assign that stuff, I guess is my question. Because I do have the avoidance masks set. I'm just like not, I don't even think they're doing anything right now, really. They're more theoretical. I don't think my brain can handle it. I don't think my brain can handle it. They'll be on your scene for the melee monster. I'm confused. So you're saying... I'm confused. So let me just... So the problem... And I'm not saying you don't know this, but I'm just trying to, like, wrap my head around what's happening here, because I'm confused. So the problem I'm trying to solve is I want these units to not bunch up as much. And I'm fixing that by having the collision shape around the player get bigger every time one comes and stops. Okay. And so if I want different units to aggregate and spread out in different ways, I was imagining using different collision shapes. So having one collision shape that's devoted to just copters, one collision shape that's devoted to just melee attackers, which wouldn't even really need one. Another collision shape that's devoted to just ranged, you know, boots on the ground, and stuff, and so on and so forth. And so I create multiple collision shapes that represent those different areas, and those different collision shapes would expand or contract depending on which, how many have built up. Using collision, not neighbor distance. Yeah, the neighbor distance, it seems like it's more of like an optimization thing. And it's just like how far it's going to keep looking for things to bump into. But it's still only the radius that it's actually looking within or something, I think. So then that's why I was asking, how would I define the shape of it if I use navigation layers or avoidance layers? Do you want the little ground melee guys to avoid where the copters are hovering over? Yeah, right. So, oh, yeah. Or can they sit underneath a copter? I see what you're saying. Yeah, yeah, they could be underneath a copter. Absolutely. I would want them to pretend like the copters aren't even there. They just ignore the copters entirely. But yeah, right, in terms of navigating around, the only other thing that would be in the air would be a plane. Unless I haven't thought of some enemy. Who knows? You know, maybe there's like some enemy that has like a really tall, maybe it's like a, I don't even know. I have to just look at military things. You know, whenever things could, maybe they could set up like a barricade. Like, what if they deploy a barricade and it's really tall, right? Maybe I'd want that to avoid it. Just having different collision layers. Yeah. But maybe both. But like, I feel like the avoidance layers and the navigation layers are things to use. I'm just like, yeah, I feel like both. Okay. All right. So I'm going to call, I'm actually going to rename this. This isn't area size. This is copter area size. Copter area size, and then it's going to track the number of copters stopped. And this is like the copter unit. So this could be different. Maybe there's a different type of helicopter, and it will be included in the copter's thing. And so right now, you know, that value is being tracked on the copter, on each copter. Maybe I don't need it to be on each copter, but for now I think it's fine. Now this also means that there's a maximum number of copters. Like, that's kind of been decided, because I only want the copters to be able to attack you from a certain distance. So I don't want them to be shooting you from way out here, because then it's kind of unfair, because you can't even really see them. So like, maybe this copter is the furthest one. Even that's too far. I would say maybe this one is the first. That's even a little too far. Maybe this one. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I'm gonna say max 7 copters at a time. That even seems like a lot, because I don't want it to overwhelm the player. You know, you could borrow from the rule of thirds here. Ooh. like visually. The golden ratio. I'm gonna come, so the NPC spawner right now, it's in theory the NPC spawner, but it's only set up to spawn helicopters. So actually I kind of want to track how many helicopters have been spawned. There's a lot to think about here. So this is just spawning a helicopter, so that makes sense. We have a separate function for spawning helicopters. There's a lot to set up here. There's a lot to set up here, right? That depends on a lot more systems being understood. But for now, I'm going to say this is copter spawns. This is copter spawns, and we might want different spawns for different units that we track. And then we'll say we could actually use this. If copter spawns is less than or equal to 7, that might make 8. Or maybe not. I don't remember. Let's just see how many it spawns. Then spawn the helicopters. Otherwise, don't spawn them. So that should cap our spawns here. 5 capture spawns, 7, 8. Okay, that does. Oh, it's spawning 9. That's spawning 10. It's spawning 12, 13. Oh, because the count is outside of the if statement. That makes sense. We gotta keep that in there. Rule of thirds in composition is splitting the screen in a 3x3 grid. Right. So you could put your copter's max distance in such a way that they intersect with the horizontal line. That's a third of the way up. No, I understand. I understand completely. Let me just get like an overlay. I think about rule of thirds a lot. I don't use it very much, but I like it. Rule of thirds overlay. We could do that. Easy. Easy. Open up this. Or save it. This will be rule of thirds grid. And then I'll just add it in here. This is an awesome thing. I can't believe I don't have this sooner. I haven't had this sooner. Oh, but you know what I should? Oh, we can do it in OBS. Add an image. Rule of thirds grid. It's about to take over the screen. It's gonna just be everywhere, but I'm gonna fix it. Oh, that's not that big. Wait, it needs to be widescreen. That's a square. That's not useful. Hold on. That is useless. Okay, rule of thirds overlay 1080. Like it has to be widescreen. Come on now. But I wanted it with the little circles. Alright, fine. Forget the circles. I don't need the circles. Give me this. Oh, and this one's already invisible. Let's go. We gonna be alright. We gonna be alright. I'm just gonna... Yeah, rule of thirds. There we go. Let's change this to that. Nice. That's what I'm talking about. Bam. Rule of thirds. Okay. So now we got that. I just gotta pull up the game. Kablamo. Rule of thirds. Dunzo. That's a little tricky, but it is kind of helpful. It does make me think. So this is, how many did this spawn in? This spawned in 8 of them. So I do want to say less than or equal to 6. So that way it only spawns in 7. And we can just check it to see if that fits aesthetically. I like that as a way to check it. They're still kind of bunching up a little bit, but I think we can fix that a bit. No, but it's still a good idea. And look, now I have a rule of thirds overlay. Now I have one. Now I have one. Maybe I always wanted one. And was just looking for an excuse for it to be there. But I mean, you know, I'm kind of thinking like the top half, like I wouldn't, you know, maybe like I wouldn't want it to be too far back there. Because in theory, the player is going to need to be able to see these and like get them. I almost feel like that's still a little too far away. But it's interesting. It's interesting. It's interesting. Okay. So one thing that I'm noticing, if I put this, they're still kind of like ramming into each other in a way that really bothers me. Well, what if I make it slower? Like they are also moving absurdly quickly. So first of all, let's bring their speed down. Let's make it like 50. And they wouldn't spawn in as quickly as they are. I mean, it is nice for testing, but I guess I'll leave it for now. If I come to the script, what if I pump this up to 2? So we definitely, now we have a fixed amount of 7 coming in. It's not going to be any more than that, which is kind of nice. They're still kind of like on top of each other. And actually, this grid is helpful here because it's like it allows me to see a little bit more clearly the difference between the distances. So before it was about halfway in the top row, but now it's like much further up at the top, which isn't ideal. So it is still a helpful grid to have. And you know, 7 does seem like a lot of helicopters. It does seem like a lot of helicopters. But what I like about this is they don't ram into each other quite as aggressively. See how they're keeping like a bit more distance? And they spread out from each other very far. I'm thinking, what if we make it them faster at spreading out from each other? What if I make the max speed something ridiculous? It's 10 by default. We have it down to I think it was 0.5, not 0.05. Oh, yeah. You know, that actually looks kind of cool. I actually like that. It's weird that, like, all of them move. So I might actually want to bring the neighbor distance down a little bit. And let's bring the speed to 5. This is actually kind of creating the effect that I want. Nice. It looks kind of good. Like, they look like they're doing a formation of some kind. It looks thoughtful. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I think 7 is too many. I'm gonna bring it down to 6. I'm gonna bring it down to 6. Come back to the main scene. Or, no, the spawner. What about 5? Maybe. I kind of like the number 6. But let's see. 5.52. a partial helicopter. It bothers me a little bit that these are stacking on each other, because it means that their bullets, like this one's bullets, is gonna hit the one in front of it. That kind of irritates me. I'm not sure why it would do that. Like, they're all so aggressive in their movement. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So if we did 5, it might avoid that, but we shouldn't have to. That shouldn't have to be the way that it is. Maybe I need to bring the radius distance up, the neighbor distance up a little bit. It's fun to play with. Like, it's a really cool system that we can play with. I love this navigation thing. That's a little better this time. They still might hit. Look, if they shoot each other and it clips through, it's fine. I don't care. We're gonna... Oh, Psychonic, I think, and/or My 2 Cents were helping me set up a way to rein them in so they don't go out too far or up too far. That would be something else I forgot I want to do. So that way, you know, they stay within the play area. Which, by the way, I'm still not sure what the boundaries are. I guess we don't need to worry about up too far or anything. This is interesting. Okay, so I'm going to say that this is pretty good for now. And then what I want to do next in the time that I have left, which is some. It is. I'd like to see if we can get them to avoid the trees so they don't just clip through those. And I think we can do that. I think we can figure that out. Let me just make sure I've set everything up here good enough. The area script, copter area size, yeah, it looks fine. Oh, yeah, collision, yeah. Oh, actually, we want to change this. This would be copter area collision is what this would be. So, because we're going to have a different one for each unit. And I'd like next week to set up a melee unit. I think that would be really fun. So this isn't just collision player proximity. This is going to be tricky. I'm just going to call it. I usually like... No, I like to prefix them all with collision. Because I like to. I'm just going to call it... It kind of doesn't make sense, but I'm going to say collision copter proximity for now. Which I then need to rename this as such. Okay, and that should all be up to date and good enough. All right, next task, tree avoidance. Oh, so this kind of broke down into a couple different tasks because I've got all these trees in here and I've just duplicated them, but I could just make them instances. So I have this instance. This is like the way it comes in from Blender. I have this instance, but all of the logic that goes along with the trees, I've not put in the instance. I've put them in the scene. And so if I want to add this navigation, I kind of want to clean up the whole tree instance thing. So otherwise I have to add the navigation to each one, or just this one instance and then leave all this hanging out here. I don't want to do that. So I think what I want to do is fix this instance to be better. I'm going to rename this to tree1. And I'm going to paste in the collision. I'm going to paste in the obstacle. So that means I have to replace all these trees. Right, because it's an area. This is going to get a little weird. I need to create... I guess what I could just do, since it's a class, I can do Control A, obstacle, and we can just create a new obstacle class here. And put the collision inside of that. And we should be perfectly fine. That shouldn't be a problem. And then that should be it. What is this mesh? Oh, that's editable children. Gotcha. Okay. Now, if I save this instance and we come back in here, it's now going to have an extra obstacle on here. So I can actually get rid of a lot of things. In fact, I should just get rid of all these trees and just drag in the trees separately as instance scenes. So I've got objects down here, foliage, tree one, we want tree1.scene. And so I would basically drag this in on its own. And then we'd get rid of literally the rest of these. Just kind of redoing it a little bit. And you know what I'd really like to do is I'd like to spawn them. That's what I'd really like to do, y'all. I love to see the trees actually be like spawning in instead of fixed in place. That's what I'd like. Okay, I gotta let that go for another day. There's so many things. One of the most annoying things about game dev is like how long I have to wait to do everything. Because I want to do everything. I want to do everything. I want to do it now. I want to do it now. It all seems fun. It all seems interesting. I want it to come together, and I want it to come together right now. But, like, realistically, it's just gonna take time. It's gonna take a lot of time to do all that. And I hate it. I want it now. Do you know what I'm saying? Okay, duplicate all these trees. I don't remember how these were set up. I don't know if I really care. A part of me is kind of sad that we're just changing it. But you know what? It's going to be random someday anyway, which is the whole other thing, right? Like making sure things spawn in a certain way near other things, but avoiding other things. There's a lot to think about. There's so many things to think about. I love it. I want to do the same thing with the house, right? Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I want to make so many things, but there's no way I can put every piece together, which sucks because it's like we're creating this multi-step structure, you know? Like, I'm building a new house. I want to live in my house today, but first I got to build a door. And then I got to build, you know, a room. I got to build another room. I got to build a kitchen. I got to build a hallway. But I want to live in it right now. I want to live in this house right now, but I can't because it's not finished. And so it's like a game, you know? And so many of the aspects of the game, I can't even appreciate all the aspects of the game because so many are missing. And there's only so much time. There's only so much time to work on it. But I want it to all be here. I want it to all be here. It really makes me want to like own a studio and have a team and like see like my ideas happen because like 100 people are working on it. That would be freaking awesome. Okay. Hyper Game Dev Studio. That seems redundant. I don't think you have to say that. Just Hyper Game Devs. Hyper Game Devs? Whoa. Cool. So the houses, right. So the houses I also need to separate out because we have the house instance. What? Wait, the house doesn't even have a scene? I haven't even created a scene of the house yet? I have. I'm just not using it. No, it isn't. It is just the automatic imported scene. No, create a new one. Wait, but how could that be? How could that be? Isn't that what this is? I'm confused. That has to be what this is. This has to be this isn't imported. This is a created thing. Doesn't make any sense. Yeah, this is, okay. That was very confusing. So I want to rename this as House 1. This is House 1. That's what it is. Rename this to House 1. And now if I come into here, wow. I'm gonna delete it. No, don't delete it, because we want to get the collision shape. Copy the collision, come in here, paste it. And I'm gonna create an obstacle, put the collision in the obstacle. And we should be good at that point. Once everything breaks. Who knows, honestly. And then I want to drag the house scene into it. What we're going to lose are these color combos. These dope color combos. Well, then we're going to grab them. We're going to grab them. We're just going to copy this right here. And we're going to paste it onto here. And so it should still be unique for each one, so that way we get some variety between them. I just have to make sure, I don't know if I have to make sure that it's unique. We'll see. On this one, we've got a surface for the door. So this lets me kind of add some variety to each of these instances. And I kind of that's why I broke this up in Blender in all these different ways. So that way I could have separate colors that I set in Godot. It's a lot of colors to set. It's definitely a lot of colors to set. But it allows me to do some variants for each of these. So this is a little doors roof. The doors have their own little roof. Paste that on here. Window trim has a color. Paste that on here. We could even randomize. This would be something we could definitely randomize someday. So that way it just automatically chooses different materials for every house, which could lead to some wacky colors. I might want to rein in what those colors can be a little bit so it doesn't get too weird. Okay, then I should be able to delete this house. I'm surprised it still says 10101. Oh, because it's unsaved. I just kind of want it to say not that. I actually kind of want it to say House 10101 because this is the type House 1. Oh, so I guess what I should do, I should probably name this House 1 without an underscore. So that way Godot will not try to update. Is that how that'll work? If I say this is House 1, like this, and then I duplicate this. Oh, it still changes the number. No, 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 you don't understand me. I'm saying this is the type House 1, but don't change the number. What if I add an underscore at the end? Do you see what I'm saying? I like want it to... I want it to add a number on here. Yeah, House 1, 2. Exactly. That's what I want. Okay, so let me actually rename the tree here. Tree underscore 1 underscore. So then we can get the multiples and I can be happy. I mean, you almost want to say a leading zero. I'm a big fan of leading zeros. So I kind of want to add a leading zero on there, which just makes this look pretty chaotic. I'm not going to lie. But you know what? I'm here. I got the power. I'm going to do things. Now all of these have the wrong ones on them. That would be 0. What would it, if I duplicated that, what would it call it? It would add a 1 on there. That's okay. Won't there be a 0? I'm okay with that. I just kind of want it to be like as simple as possible. But wait, did it add an O1? It didn't. No, it was supposed to be a leading 0. What if I make it 0, 0? Will it do 0, 1? Yes, it will. Okay. All right. So they're all 0, 0. Maybe it's pedantic. Maybe it's awesome. I just want it to be more readable, you know? Like once I start multiplying these and adding these all in here, I want it to be more readable. So obviously right now I have to do it all one by one. But the reason I'm doing this is because I might have like a different tree, right? Like in Blender, I make tree underscore O2, right? And I want it to have that name here, tree underscore O1 or tree underscore O2. What if O2, tree underscore O2, is something that's destructible or whatever? I might want to even use the name someday to and make sure it looks for anything that's prefixed with tree underscore O2 instead of O1. And if these names are all messed up, then that's kind of useless and it can't read it anymore. So to me, it's just like more flexible if I keep some of this consistent on here. And it's still a little nicer than doing like tree and then naming a type. I'd still rather just do a number. Anyway, I don't know if that explanation made sense or was necessary, but I said it, I gave it, I did it, and I have no regrets. Okay. Tree 1, 0, tree 1, 1, tree 1, 2, tree 1, 3. This is the new house. Wait, there's 2 houses on top of each. Oh, because I duplicated it on top of itself. Right. Okay, let's delete it. We want to rename this to house 100. We've done that here. We've done that here. And so now, if I duplicate this, it'll be house 101, just the way I like it. Now I'm going to push this back here, and I want it to match the old house on here. It's a lot of effort. I'm not going to do it for every tile tonight, probably, maybe. But at least a good few of them. Okay. I'm going to do it kind of next to it, just so I can see the colors. House base. Copy the color. Some of them are the same. Like the roof looks the same. Paste it on. Get the doors. Copy those. So I actually chose these colors. You know, if I were going to randomize it, I don't know. I don't know how I would like decide like a range of colors for it to choose from. But I would. I feel like this is actually the same color. But I did it anyway. Window trims. Oops. This might be the same color as well. But here I go. Pasting it anyway. Glass is definitely the same color. Roof is the same color. Okay. Good. Looks good. Right, so I don't necessarily need to change all the things. We could just change, like, the base color of the house and the door. And that kind of, like, is enough. Okay, get rid of the old house, this old house. And now, we've got all these replaced with true instances. Why did I do this? So I can now come into here and add a navigation obstacle 3D, and it'll appear on all of them. I'm not exactly sure how I want to... So I also don't know how to use the navigation obstacle. So that'll be interesting. Avoidance layers. So I think we already named these. This is the ground layer. It's not a ground. It is not an NPC. It is an obstacle. Okay. Now I don't want it to move. I want things to move around it. So now all the trees, how many do we have loaded in? Right now I have 2 different tree blocks loaded in. Let's just load one. This is block mix trees houses. So let's get the cows one out of here. And let's see if they, I mean, are they just gonna avoid it? They might just already avoid it. Oh, it's kind of hard to tell. We don't have a lot of trees in here. Oh, I guess we would have been able to tell. Let me get rid of the blank one too. So it's just gonna be the same tile, just like in a row. It's gonna look ridiculous, but that's okay. They are definitely not avoiding the trees. They are most certainly not avoiding the trees. So I think I need to do a little more than that. Just a little more than that. Oops, I just opened Blender. Editable children. Yeah, they have it on there. So what am I missing? Certainly something. First of all, they don't have any radius set. Whoa! It shows a gizmo. That's awesome. That's cool. I'm a little concerned. What the frick is... What is this? Stop this. What is this? What is all these points? What am I clicking? What the flip? Get out of my face. What was that? What? Is this like drawing the navigation box? I hate it. Stop it. Stop doing that. Leave me alone. I'm so confused. What the flip? Vertices packed vector 3 array. I'm so confused. The outline vertices of the obstacle. If the vertices are winded in clockwise order, agents will be pushed in by the obstacle, else they will be pushed out. Outlines cannot be crossed or overlap. Should the vertices using obstacle be warped to a new position, agents cannot predict this movement and may get trapped inside the obstacle. What? And also, what is this height? I'm so confused. This is not making a lot of sense to me. I mean, I'm just moving around the UI here, and it's like changing its shape and position, but it's not like saving it. Is this broken? Surely this is not how it's supposed to behave. Like, how do I even confirm this? Well, I'm very confused. I'm gonna give it a radius and just keep moving, but I'm mostly very confused. It does not seem to be avoiding the trees. Still. So I certainly haven't done enough. Oh man, I don't think this is something I can figure out without pulling up a tutorial or something, but I can't pull up a tutorial or we're gonna break the stream. So I don't even know if I can figure this one out right now. A 3D obstacle used in navigation to constrain avoidance controlled agents outside or inside an area. Your phone died, so I guess I fell asleep. Oh, good morning. Good morning. Welcome. Thanks for stopping back in. Sorry about your phone. Rest in peace. Rest in peace, phone. Some exciting things have happened. The helicopters spawn in and move out of each other's way and sort of line up in a nice formation that is a little different every time. And there's only a certain number of these that actually spawn in at all, which is nice. And so what I was trying to do now was I was attempting to get them to avoid trees, but I think everybody who knows anything about this isn't here right now, and so I'm just kind of like on my own, especially since I can't pull up any phones are like Jesus nowadays. That's true. That's true. They do resurrect. It is kind of amazing, and they perform miracles. Dude, you're right. Phones are Jesus. Phones are absolutely Jesus. So they come in different ways, and that's really great and cool. And I wanted to get them to avoid trees, but I'm very confused by the navigation obstacle 3D node that, in theory, would mark the trees as obstacles that these would avoid. But it's got some quirks. It's a node with some quirks, and I don't really know what to do about that. So I was setting up some of my obstacles to spawn in a better way than usual, which is currently the case. I wouldn't say they spawn in, but they appear better. I think it's trees, houses, this one. And they are definitely not avoiding the trees, and I'm not really sure why they aren't. I'm not really sure why they aren't avoiding the trees. Their avoidance layer should be set up correctly. The copter has an avoidance mask set on 3, which means it'll avoid anything on the layer of 3. And it's got a navigation agent on it on each copter. And on the tree, I've got a navigation obstacle, and I've set its avoidance layer to 3. I've also given it this radius. You know, I could try... I don't know if this was available in Godot 3.2, but if it was, I could try asking Bing. I don't know if it's going to know what to do. I have a feeling it isn't gonna know what to do. It's just a hunch, but I have a feeling it's not gonna know what to do. How do I set up navigation obstacle nodes in Godot relative to navigation agents so that the agents avoid the obstacles? You're not gonna be able to figure this out. ChatGPT, do you know how to figure this out? While used statically, navigation obstacle constrains avoidance-controlled agents outside or inside a polygon-defined area. When used dynamically, navigation obstacle pushes away avoidance-controlled agents in a radius around them. When used dynamically. Okay. To make the agents avoid the obstacles, you can use the navigation region 3D. Oh, and navigation mesh instance nodes. It's quoting the docs you linked. Wait, you linked docs? Oh, Minnie, I didn't even know you did that. So we can't put links in the chat. Have you been posting links and we didn't even know it? I was all like, we don't know what to do. We can't do anything. Nobody can help me. And Minnie's out here like, I'm trying to help you. I'm trying to help you. I guess you can put him in the live text channel on Discord, which is a risk to go into, but if we go into it quickly, we should be safe. If I just hop in there quickly and hop out, we should be okay. Yeah, so this is definitely not based on its, like, learning. This is totally just coming from the docs. You didn't know that it got nuked? I hate that. Yeah, so here's my chat. Here, I'm so sorry. I wasn't ignoring you, Minnie. I hate that. That's been happening a lot lately, is folks posting things and not knowing that they're being cut out of the stream. But look, this is what it looks like on my end. And I feel like you've definitely said things, probably, between here. But that's all I see. I guess that's one good reason to have a live chat on screen, is so you guys can confirm whether your message went through. Otherwise, how would you know? Dang. I almost want to... I need to... Well, YouTube needs to let you know when messages get cut out. That needs to happen. Alternatively, I could maybe have some way to tell you guys that sometimes that might happen. It's unfortunate. It's very unfortunate. It's not fair. So we have to use the navigation region 3D and navigation mesh instance nodes to define the boundaries of the navigation area and the mesh that characters will move along. You can also use the obstacle node to block the path of a character and force it to find an alternate route. So it sounds like what I need to do is add in more things. I'm still a little confused. There's a GIF. I linked it on Discord. Oh, I'm still pretty confused in so many ways. Now, opening up Discord can sometimes cause stream glitch. But if I'm fast... Oh, you know what? Let me load Discord a different way. I think I have a hyperlink to... Let me rename this. Okay, so that should be 6,000 at the top left, plus or minus 1,000 kilobits. And then we should be okay. Oh, I gotta click on it? Okay, you know the Godot engine webpage is actually not that resource intensive, so I think we should be safe to go there. And you say there's a GIF on here? Oh, there is! A navigation obstacle is considered static when its vertices property is populated with an outline array of positions to form a polygon. Dude, I found... Oh, we have to connect it! Static obstacles act as hard do not cross boundaries. That makes a lot more sense. We have to connect it! Oh, that GIF is so helpful. Internet survived so far. Okay. Thank you, Minnie. And thank you for, speaking up. I'm sorry that the messages got removed. Okay. Oh my god. This is so frustrating. Okay, so... I mean, this is fine. I don't really need it to be different, honestly. That's the thing, is I don't really need this to be different. Like, this is a good shape. Really, if I want it to be different, I want it to be taller. But maybe I have to define it some way? Oh, this is so unpleasant. Who came up with this? Bless your heart, because thank you for making Godot better. But oh my gosh. I connected it. They made a thing. Okay, so it made a thing. And then I can change its height. That is wonky. That is wonky as all heck. That's one of the wonkiest things I've ever used in my entire life. Oh, look, and so it created this. Oh, so I don't have to do it that way. We can create it here. It made so many. Why did it make so many? that's for each point, and then it just has to like wrap around at some point. This is confusing. So if I delete one of these, whoa, it'll take out. It's just 4. It is just 4. I mean, that's true. But like, I thought we created one thing. So I guess I'm just confused. So vertices, so there's multiple vertices. So by vertices, we're talking about like those points that I clicked out. And then I can adjust them. I don't know, man. It's got me wildin'. It's got me wildin'. I find it appalling. But I guess now that it makes more sense, I'm gonna actually put the 4th one back in there. It's nice that I can fine-tune adjust this. Several vertices make a polygon, and then that polygon is extruded. Yeah. I mean, it's just, and I don't know if you've gotten in here in your Godot instance and like tried to click it, but it's very aggressive. It just like starts placing things. And it's just like, it just really stresses me out because I like didn't, like, why is it starting to press things? Maybe that will like, maybe you'll understand where I'm coming from. Dude, it's so weird. It just starts adding these vertices without telling me what they are, why they're happening, and I didn't decide for them to be there. They just are. It's a little scary. I think I need to make these a lot wider. They need to be the size of the tree bush at the top, not the stump at the bottom. And then I guess this is the only way I can adjust them, which is fine, as long as I can fine-tune it. I would be interested to know if you feel what I feel when you click around on it, if you ever get the chance, because it's so weird. I know I'm making a bigger deal of it than we probably have to. But it kind of had me bugging. Okay, snuggle this in here. It's a little off still. And it's just a little hard to tell which one's which. But you know, it's nice. It's nice. It's nice. It's nice. I don't know. I feel unsatisfied with this. But I'll learn it. And I'll accept it. But overall, I find it pretty unsatisfactory. It's a bit funky. The first click after you select the navigation obstacle 3D starts placing a point, and then basically just ignore the bounding box it makes. Right. Like, I have to just ignore something that's being created in front of me? How is that acceptable? It's open source software. If you right click to cancel, you have to reselect the navigation obstacle 3D node again in the tree. Oh, that's interesting. Oh, you're right. To get back into the mode where you can click. So it just like automatically sets that mode on. Wait, it got rid of it. No. So not only right clicking actually removes what was already set there. It gets rid of it. It's weird. It's weird. Chat, I'm sorry. It's weird. It's weird. It's just weird. It's great that it works. I love whoever put this together because this is a wonderful tool that I'm going to benefit from. But it's weird. From a user experience perspective, I have to say this is weird. I'm also surprised, like, that we can't, and maybe we can, that it can't just like be a collision shape. I wonder why. Like, I wonder if there's some technical reason why we can't just have it be based on a collision shape. Maybe we can, and I just didn't realize it. But you know, I did it from top down. Maybe you're right, but like, yeah, maybe you're right. Maybe I should do it from top down. I thought maybe I was missing some things when I did it that way. But maybe I wasn't. Go away. Leave me alone. Freaking clicks coming out of nowhere. Maybe I just didn't really try it as much as I thought. If you click on the gizmo at the top right, you can snap to the various perspectives. True, true. That's true. We kind of got there now, though. I know I can be irrational. Emotional. But god dang it. What the flip-flop? Alright, tuck it in. See, it's a little hard. I just like fly around. I find it really jarring and irritating to use the snapping to different angles. Sometimes I do that, and maybe I just need to like learn to appreciate it. But generally, I just enjoy flying around. But I don't know if it bothers people to watch. But I prefer flying around myself. Not that it's always optimal. But I like it. Let's bring that height down. Okay. Cool, 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 cool. But see, to me, it's just very jarring to, like, you know, be switching like this. I love fly around. It's just more fun. And then if you use your scroll wheel, you can make it be slower or faster. And it works that way in Blender, too. Alright, so that's been created. Is that enough? Has it been set up enough for it to avoid it? Maybe. Actually, yeah, it is avoiding it. It's a little... It looks pretty silly. It looks pretty silly. Stop moving around. This is wild. Because now we're not just trying, we're not having those settings be for, wait, now it's stopping. What? Wait, why did they stop? There's some weird stuff happening. They're getting like stuck between everything. So before, all those settings were about avoiding the player or each other. Before, it's about avoiding each other, but now they're trying to avoid the trees, and something is breaking. Something is very much breaking. I wonder... I wonder if they're constantly hitting the, if they're making the area grow bigger. Because they're maybe constantly stopping again. I wonder if that's what's happening. Let me get rid of this print. And if I say instead print copter area collision shape radius. Copter collision radius. Like, I wonder if this is growing bigger and bigger. Copter, oh, I spelled it wrong. And then that's pushing them away. Or the parameters before set for avoiding each other. Copter radius 30, 40, 52. Oh no, that seems to be stopping. Sorry, I'm in the way. It's not changing, but let's get it so they start actually going off screen. Wait, why aren't they going off screen now? Oh, this one is getting a little too close. And then I have to wonder too, is them being stopped causing an issue? Because at this point, I'm like able to run past them. I'm very confused. And is it like spawning less of them? What in the world is happening? Because it works well at first. They like kind of, it's sort of. The fact that the last one didn't get weird makes me think that the combination between navigating around themselves and the trees, or navigating around each other and the trees, causes some issue. So one of them has completely gone away now. It's very strange. So that's not it. If I adjust, I mean, ideally, I would adjust the values on the tree, and that would improve it. Ideally, that would be enough. But we don't really have many options on here. There's really not a lot to choose from. There's just avoidance enabled or not. The size of the region. Use 3D avoidance, which I think the obstacle affects 3D avoidance using agents with obstacle radius. I mean, I think that would just mean that they go up, but then again, I didn't set that on the helicopters, so I don't think they would go up. I would think that that would mean that the tree could go up. Actually, now they're not moving anymore. Now they're not moving anymore. And what if I uncheck it? Now they're avoiding it. I'm confused. If I come over to the helicopters themselves and change them to have a different set of parameters in general. I mean, I don't even know. Let me redo it. So what if I make the radius very small? Certainly causing some highly unintended behavior. If the radius is very small, now they're not moving away from each other. It's hard because the trees aren't moving. So I feel like that has to be part of what's happening. Update it to 1, update it to 3. They start shuffling a lot more. By the time we get to 4, they start going outside of the player. But we don't actually want them to even be able to go that far, potentially. I don't even want them to be there. I don't want them to get that close to the player whatsoever. I mean, in that sense, I guess I could add an obstacle avoidance to the player itself. And then I'm going to need to limit sort of what their positions can be, which seems like that'll be weird because then won't they just like all cram up against, they'll just all bunch up again. It's kind of giving me that bunching thing all over again. There's a lot of things happening here. This is complexifying considerably. On the player. So if on the player, I add... I almost feel like it is worth just adding like a whole... I don't know. No, maybe it's not. I was going to say adding like a whole, like rebaking the routes constantly. That might be worth it. I don't know. So if I had a navigation obstacle for the player, we're going to have to do the same drawing thing in here, which I guess now is a little less appalling to me. But it's still a little appalling to me. Go to the top view. Okay, snap points, very helpful there. And then just adjust these. Definitely need it to be a very big area. I could get used to this. I could get used to this. It's hard to tell which one's which until I get in there and start wiggling them around. Okay, move this one out here. Move this one down a bit. Merp is back again. Merp left, I'm told, and has returned. You think you're the only viewer now. Okay. I try not to look at the viewers, personally. I don't even want to know. Because to me, it doesn't really matter how many people are here. What matters to me is that I'm here. You know? Yeah, and that's the other thing. It doesn't always report the actual numbers either, which can be frustrating. Also, let me make sure this height is good. Yeah, I just don't really worry about how many people are here myself. And, you know, if I know how many people are here, then, like, subconsciously, I start acting as if knowing that means something. So if I know there's no one here, I might be like, okay, I don't have to play it up as much or something. I don't have to entertain as many people, which is ridiculous because people watch us after the live stream. I watch us after the live stream. Like, what about us? Don't we deserve it to be entertaining? And then if I see there's a lot of people here, I'm like, oh no, I need to, like, subconsciously, I need to entertain more, right? But the problem with that is that's not always true. And whatever I think is more entertaining is not often so. It's just always wrong. And it just makes me worse. It makes everything worse. So it's set to avoid the player as well. It might still like end up going around the player somehow. You can see this one is getting really close. But it is kind of keeping its distance. Their movement is ridiculous. Oh no, see, if I... that's it. If I move out of the way, it'll start seeing that it can go this way. And then by the time I cut in front of it, now it's going to push all the way back. Or that way, I guess. And then eventually, they all just get pushed away. So they kind of need to, like, try to stay in a certain area. Which seems like a whole thing. I don't even know where to start with that. I don't even know where to start with that. I mean, I was planning on there being an area that limits their range, but that was for attacking more than anything, not movement. What are you doing? Get out of there. You flying over my head? Don't you dare. It's all a little confusing. I mean, this is kind of cool, like that it's right there over your shoulder, but there's a point where it stops really making sense. And what I'm afraid of doing is telling it that it can't come this close. Because if I tell it that it can't come this close, then I'm afraid they're all gonna like bunch up, you know, and it's gonna look really weird. But maybe we do that. Because I don't even know what to set for the condition. I mean, eons ago, someone was talking about what to do with the global position. I'll see if I can find it. Mighty Sen says, if global position... Oh, limit, right. So we have to limit it somehow, but we don't know how we're going to limit it. If global position Y is greater than a certain limit. Then we want to make sure that the global position Y limit is something else. No idea how to even begin doing that. So this is a little complicated. I think this is getting complicated. I think this is getting very complicated. How do I want to solve this? What I could do is say that I guess I'd be curious to just see if we put up like a wall of limitation, what happens. Really what I'd like is for it to move back. I'd like them to try to go back and renegotiate again. But they kind of have to like pick a place. You know, and that's going to require some serious intelligence that I don't think they're going to have. Navigation link, a link between two positions on navigation region 3Ds. The agents can be routed through. Navigation region 3D, a traversable 3D region that navigation agents can use for pathfinding. Yeah, that's going to be really tough to set up because it would have to be, if it's going to be procedural, right? It would have to be changing and shifting constantly. as things are being generated, which is going to be really complex. So the other thing is that maybe, you know, they just clip through things. Maybe they just don't try to avoid the trees, you know? Maybe they just don't. And they just clip through the trees, and that's just okay. Because in reality, most of the trees aren't going to be that tall. Some trees are, but most of the trees won't be that tall. And so once in a while, maybe they'll clip through a tree. I mean, I don't like that, because what if there's cliffs? You know, there might be like a literal cliff wall, and like a mountain, like a mini hill, right? And how the hell are they going to get around that? I honestly think that there needs to be a way to bake in the routes that they have to take, and to like dynamically change the region that they avoid. A mini hill, you approve. We got merp functions in merptilation and mini hills. I tried. I did my best. Because that's gonna be a whole mess. So I think it's because even though, and I think, let me go back to the message that Minnie said. Or not Minnie, but my 2 cents said. I don't know if I have it to put up on screen, but I definitely have it. If you want to do that, you have to create navigation region. Okay, let me see if we still have it. No, I don't think we do. Is it on here? Maybe it's on here. Let me see. We've got the oldest messages on here. It would not seem that way. It would seem like we do not have the oldest messages on here. So, but here's what my 2 cents said, and I'm just going to read it. If you want to do that, you have to create a navigation region node in the main scene, and you have to constantly rebake the navigation mesh of the region so copters can know where to go beforehand. My 2 cents says that's way too complicated for your case, in my opinion. They know where each other are only when they come close to each other. More specifically, if the distance between them is lower than the radii. Right. I don't know that it is. I feel like it might be worth it. You know, because part of the point of this game is that there are obstacles that can hurt the player. It's like the entire idea of the game is that you bump into things hit you, and it causes problems, and it has effects. And so, you know, there's going to be, I want as many obstacles as we could possibly imagine that make sense for this game to exist. Whether it's a mini hill, a mountain, a cliff, a barricade, people, helicopters, airplanes. I want as many different things as possible to be present that can get in the way. And including the entire terrain getting higher or lower. And so to me, that almost seems like it could be worth it to have all that navigation calculated and recalculated. It won't be easy because it's going to have to somehow respond dynamically. That sounds really complicated. So I don't know. I don't even know where to start with any of that. But what I do know, what I absolutely know, is that these obstacle things, these are causing all kinds of problems, and I'm not interested. So I'm going to disenable them for now. Not that I'm sure that disenabling the avoidance is going to fix it, but I assume it will. Yes? It seems like they're not doing that anymore. So they're not trying to avoid the trees. And they'll just clip right through the trees, which sucks in some ways. You know what would be ideal is if they would just go up or down. Instead of going left or right, if they just went up or down. You know, like, obviously that could be a problem if there was ever some object that was infinitely tall. But that would make it a lot better, because then I don't have to worry about them trying to move forward and backward and stuff. Even if they just move left and right, like, that would be better. But the fact that they're trying to avoid forward and backward is kind of where the problem is coming in. That's kind of interesting. That almost seems like something that could be fixed. But I don't know if those settings exist. So over on the copter stuff here, the copter navigation stuff, I wonder if there is something quite like that. Path desired distance. The distance threshold before a path point is considered to be reached. This allows the agents to not have to hit a path point on the path exactly, but only to reach its general area. If this value is set too high, the navigation agent will skip points on the path, which can lead to leaving the navigation mesh. Well, we don't have a navigation mesh. I don't think so. I don't think we need this. If this is set too low, the navigation agent will be stuck in a repath loop because it will constantly overshoot or undershoot the distance to the next point on each physics frame update. I don't know if this is relevant to us. Target desired distance. The distance threshold before the final target point is considered to be reached. This allows agents to not have to hit the point of the final target exactly, but only to reach its general. If this value is set too low, the navigation agent will be stuck in a repath loop because it will constantly overshoot or undershoot. Path height offset. The height offset is subtracted from the y-axis value of any vector path position for this navigation agent. The navigation agent height offset does not, I don't know what these things mean, does not change or influence navigation mesh or pathfinding query result. Additional navigation maps, I feel like this is not relevant at all. The maximum distance the agent is allowed away from the ideal path to the final position. This can happen due to trying to avoid collisions. When the maximum distance is exceeded, it recalculates its ideal path. I don't know if this is super relevant, but what if I just make this 0? So I've re-enabled the tree collision avoidance. It's still going behind. This isn't helping. I don't know what I thought it would do. I guess I thought maybe it would not go too far away, but it's going too far away. Path processing. Corridor funnel versus edge centered. What does that mean? What does that mean? The path processing applied to the raw path corridor applies a funnel algorithm to the raw path corridor. I feel like there's not pathfinding. I'm just going to go ahead and say I don't think there's pathfinding. I think this is avoidance. I think all we're dealing with is avoidance. And pathfinding is related to those regions that we can set and the links that you can add in them. I think avoidance is all that we're currently dealing with right now. So that's all I'm going to look at. And then there's a few more things. Avoidance priority. 1. Oh, I didn't know there was more of these. Tell me about avoidance priority. The agent does not adjust the velocity for other agents that would match the avoidance mask, but have a lower avoidance priority. This in turn makes the other agents with lower priority adjust their velocities even more to avoid collision with this agent. Can I adjust that for the obstacles? Would be my question. I can't. So there isn't a priority on here. So that's just for this itself. That's not that helpful. Okay. All right. Height, radius, neighbor distance, max neighbors, time horizon agents. I mean, if I give it use 3D avoidance. You know, maybe it'll behave a little better in these instances. Oh god. Now it's just... now it's going who knows where. But maybe now it's not moving behind the player anymore because it has vertical space to choose from. It does seem to be getting closer. Like if I move way over here, the boundaries might not end up being that big. Yeah, see, this one is like right on top of us. There's the shadow. If I get way out of the way and we come close back inward. Was there one behind me? I honestly can't even tell. I don't think so. I think I was just seeing the alien shadow. Or tree. It actually seems to be staying in place once we add the vertical in. So maybe if we add a vertical limit, that could resolve that problem. So then it's not constantly navigating. It'll find a height and it'll stay there. Okay. So then if we add... we still need it to mean something. Like, we can set a limit and say it can only go so high. But, like, then what? So let me figure out what the maximum height would be. So I have some, like, little tester objects in here. We have one for position, furthest spawn, furthest attack area, furthest player area. Let me add a new position tester thing. And this one will be... now, it kind of depends, right? Because it's not going to be like a single point. It's going to be like on an angle, right? So if we want to set its global position, we kind of have to keep that in mind. So maybe I would want this mesh to be super long so I can just see what it looks like. I'm sure we could set it up as like a vector that would be at an angle. And that would also be acceptable, doable, and stuff. I'm going to make it... it shouldn't go that far back, but let's make it like 70. That's like really, really long. But that's okay. Put this here. And just out of curiosity, this should be right in the middle-ish. So that's like right there. So we can still see it all the way down. So this would be limiting the height, basically. I'm just going to squish it down a bit. And I want to make sure it's still in view with the way the camera is currently set up. So that's too high. Bring it down. It might be too low. I think we could go a little higher than that. And then we'll say that's the upper limit that the helicopters are allowed to go to before they can't negotiate going higher. And so some of them should start to go up if they end up colliding with trees. Alright, this seems pretty okay. We could probably eke out a little more height, because there's a certain distance in the background that they won't really be able to go anyway. So we could probably get away with like this being a max height. So see, that one just like flew like way out of here. And in theory, this would prevent that. So that's at... y 2.4. I wish it was 2.5. I don't know. I like things to be easy. But if it can't be easy, that has to be okay. All right, so 2.4 is the highest point, we'll say. So I come back to the copter, come to the script, and we want to say that if global position is greater than or equal to global position Y is greater than or equal to 2.4, I don't even know. I don't even know. Like, I guess I could make it not do 3D anymore, adjustments. That could be something. I don't really know how to tell it to stop going any higher. I have no idea. That's beyond me. So I'm gonna say, I don't think the navigate, oh it is, nav agent. Okay. So we'll say if that's true, not ideal, but nav agent 3D avoidance, use 3D avoidance. False? Maybe that'll work. I don't know if that'll fully stop it. It might still get bumped up too far. It's going to be a little hard to check because we need it to be in a scenario where it actually flies up so we can see if it's doing it. I'm also going to have it, let's see if it prints. A copter went too high. "3D avoidance is," and then we'll say nav agent use 3D avoidance. So I can just see what it is that it's reporting, just to make sure it actually set it. Okay. So I'm trying to keep an eye down here. Now it's not actually happening now. Like now it's not happening. I would be curious to know. No, I don't think that's going off. It's only if it's greater than, so I think we're okay for right now. I'm not really sure what creates that situation where it goes too high. This one's a little too far away. I'm not really sure. I don't know why it was doing that sometimes, and then why it wasn't. I mean, it almost looks like they're not doing it, but then, are they even avoiding the trees anymore? Like, kinda. Sorta. The avoidance is turned on. I kinda want to increase their avoidance space a little bit. Just like extend it out so they try a little harder to avoid it. Because right now they're kind of not. Now I would think this is going to be perceptible, but I could be wrong. I've been wrong about a lot of things. I gotta get going soon. Oh my gosh. Oh my gosh. Okay. Let's see what happens. That one just went right through the tree. Like, they're not even avoiding it. Did I make some settings super low and forgot to unset it? Because they don't seem to be avoiding it at all. The trees. I'm a little confused about that. What if I turn 3D avoidance off? It's like they're not doing it anymore. So now they're adjusting all over the place. But when we did use 3D avoidance, they're not constantly adjusting anymore. Okay, that kind of is now. Sort of. So I don't actually know if this works. I can't get a test of it. You know what I should do? I should keep this off. No, because then they're not going to go high. Then they're not going to go high. Oh, maybe it was if I jump. Maybe that makes them go higher? Yes. Okay, that one's going way too high. But its origin might not be past that point yet. So I'll bring it a little lower. Let's bring it down. Let's just make it 2, which is a lot lower. Just to make sure that that even works. Oh, it did right away. The copter is too high. 3D avoidance is false. Oh, so then if 3D avoidance is false, then they start doing all that shuffling crap again. And now they're just like zipping all over the place. Which is going to slowly start to push them too far forward. Which would mean... Okay, that doesn't work. That definitely doesn't work. Dang. Yeah, I mean, I guess I would almost want them to stop adjusting themselves, right? So maybe have their radius go down to 0. So they just stop bothering to try to avoid things anymore. But it seemed like that was happening before they even got to the player. It was happening like very early. They were like immediately starting to... Yeah, so like it seems like out in the distance, they're all too high. So that's too low. I'm gonna try 2.3. Okay, let's jump around, see if one of them can bonk up too high. They didn't. I can't say I see that one is too high or anything, so that's good. But let's keep messing with it. Okay, this one looks like it's too high. That looks like it's way too high. Apparently my measuring was not sufficient, because they are definitely going way above that block. It could still be the origin point, because the origin, I think, is like way down, like the center of it is kind of low on the helicopter. So I actually wouldn't be surprised if it hasn't gone past the block where the like origin of it is at. There's one that's too high. Okay, 2.1 then. But 2 was making it happen before they even came in all the way. I'm confused. Is it like... I mean, it's definitely a float, not an integer. But so then they're all immediately too high if it's 2. Okay, then I'll say... This is ridiculous. So what if I say 2.05? 2.05 maybe? I mean, I think they just don't hit it up close. Also, why are they sinking into the ground? Boy, I'm confused. What's up? We got Pepe. We got Pepe. We got a pinch of Pepe. We got a pinch of Pepe. Pepe is a member. Pepe is a patron. We got a pinch of Pepe, a little bit of Pepe. Pinch of salt, a pimp of Pepe. And that's how you season your live stream meal. Pepe, Pepe, a pinch of Pepe. Welcome to the stream, Pepe. Oh yeah. Good to see you. Thanks for stopping in. How you doing? Hope you're doing good. I've been doing some helicopter spawn stuff. Someone told me about this way that we can have these helicopters avoid obstacles in the scene. And it's working with some caveats. And I'm just trying to sort of manage those caveats. But yeah, I've been spawning in helicopters. They don't do anything yet, but they do spawn in. And in theory, they would be attacking. There's something very fishy going on with this height situation. There's something very strange happening here. So I just don't think this is working right, and I don't really know why. If global position Y is greater than or equal to 2.001, it should be running all of this. In fact, what if we even print the height of all of them? Print global position Y. I don't know how you stick to one project. I jump between way too many I have going. Honestly, I don't know either. I don't know either. I honestly don't know either. Now, why is it not printing the height? Is something... Oh my god, you guys. You guys, I feel like a doofus. I was putting all this logic in the ready function. I was putting it in the ready function. Of course it's only gonna run once if it's in the ready function. Oh my gosh. Wow. That would do it. That would do it. I don't know, Pepe. For me, I mean, all I can say is I really, really want to make a game. I want to make a game. I want to make a game of a medium size, and I want to see it finished. I want to play it. I want to get to the later stages of game development. I want to have a prototype that people can play. I want to observe them playing it. I want to make changes based on that feedback, and I want to release a new version and get new feedback. Like, I want to enjoy the process of people playing the game and what that does to a game's evolution. I'm desperate for that experience. And so that's why. That's why, for me, that doesn't really explain it for everybody, but for me, that's what I have, that's the prize I have my eyes on. And, yeah, I don't know. And I mean, I'm motivated to work on this project. Like, I like this project idea, and it feeds into bigger project ideas that I have. So it just kind of works. I don't know. It just kind of works out for me. So at least now it's actually printing the avoidance. So it is actually keeping from going higher. But the problem now is that now it's those ones that went too high are bouncing around in the ways that we don't want them to, which causes an issue. Sort of. Maybe. I mean, it's not too bad. It's not too bad, but it still could be possible that these start drifting where they don't belong, especially if we add in different trees. So let me add a complication in here. But so there's also I don't know if there's some other way I could block them from going in certain places. Maybe there is. Maybe I could add an object that they really want to avoid somehow. I don't know. I don't know. Um, but I think if I'm gonna test it better, I need to not have. I mean, ideally, the trees would be procedural, so it would truly, they wouldn't be able to determine a fixed spot to stay in. But at the very least, if I add in another terrain block that has different position trees, that will give some insight into the movement. However, I do need to, and I do want to, update this because this is not using the instanced. Whoa. So actually, it does have them in there. Oh, great. I mean, I do want to update it, but I guess technically I don't have to. Those red boxes are the navigation areas that it tries to avoid. Well, you know what? If it already works, screw it. Let's go. I'm a little surprised, but good. Whoa. Wait, why did it... Okay. Maybe we should update it. It might be a problem that we're doing it this way. Okay, hold on. Let's get the new way that we're doing this in here. So I'm just gonna get rid of this tree entirely. I'm gonna come to this. We're gonna copy a tree. So I basically I optimized these and I just sort of like set up how they are a little bit. And this should maybe make this function better. We'll see. We will certainly see. This tree is right there. I don't really need them to be in the same places, but I guess it'd be kind of nice if they were sort of in the same place. So it's like right there. Get the new tree I just put in here, duplicate it. It's a little tedious, but that's what I get for making it this way. And then, you know, I would even ultimately not want these in here because ultimately I'd want it to be entirely procedural, if I'm being honest. That's what I'd prefer. But for now, I can live with this. I wonder if it's because the way I have these debugs ones set up. I'm just gonna get rid of these debug ones. I bet that might be causing the problem. This debug script basically yeets these way off screen. I bet that's causing a problem. I actually wouldn't be surprised. I'm going to delete these debug trees. I hate them. I mean, I like them because they do something that I need, but I'm just going to delete them. I'm getting rid of the debug trees. Out of curiosity, does that run better right away? Oh, we're still stopped in our tracks. That may just be because so the performance is better, but I think the collision stuff is all set up wrong. So I still need to change a lot of these. I might even need to change more things. I'm just going to get rid of all these trees. I don't care where they were. They don't have to be in the same places. It doesn't matter. Curious, if I just put 2 of those on there, will that be enough? And will it let us move? It will. Okay, cool. So then I'm going to duplicate this, move it over here. Don't really care where they are. Just put them around. Give me a bunch. Okay. So now I'll be curious to see if they will have to adjust their navigation more. Let me put some more, like, in the middle, actually. So it has, the helicopters have less safe places, and the player have less safe places to go. I do think it's important that there's like kind of generally an open path in the middle for the player, but, oh, those aren't in the middle. That's not what the middle is. The middle is not what I thought it was. Apparently. I guess that makes sense. Okay, there we go. All right, copters, let's see you navigate that. They're trying. They're trying. None of them went too high. And it does kind of seem like, since it's not procedural, they can settle in to a spot. They just can't settle in as quickly as before. I mean, this one right here is just ramming through that tree. Like, why? Why would it stop trying to avoid that tree? What would make it decide that it doesn't need to avoid that tree anymore? Why would it do that? Why would it do that? Is there like a limit to how many times it'll try to avoid things? How long it'll try to avoid things? I'm gonna do some jumping. So some of them are getting put up too high. And so that now they have to constantly adjust. I think we lost one. I think one went too far back. Yep, there's one that went too far back. It got stuck on a tree. So then we have all these issues that we don't want. So that height solution is not acceptable at all. It's totally unacceptable. So I don't know. I feel like this is a very multi-layered problem, and there's no way I can solve this tonight. But it's nice to experiment and just kind of see generally what we're in for, what we've got, and what challenges lay ahead. There are many, but you know, as the game complexifies, there's just going to be more and more problems to solve. And I mean, what can I say? That's just how it is. Looks like I shouldn't put one in the middle in the front, so that way we don't spawn on top of a tree. Ideally. Oh, nope, we still spawn on top of a tree. Okay. That didn't fix that at all. It's a little unfortunate. That's another thing that I plan on fixing someday, somehow, is having more control over when and how the tiles spawn. There's so much to work on. I can't possibly do everything, but it's fun to go through what I can, see what we can learn, and what challenges we have ahead of us. There's a few. Look at this one. It doesn't know where to go. Where do I go? What am I doing? Who am I? Why do I exist? It's a good question. Oh, Pepe. Of course, I never expect anyone to be here. I never expect anyone to be here. Literally, I am prepared for people to be here. But I don't expect anyone to be here. I'm here if you want to join. If you have capacity to join. But thank you. Thank you. Heard. That's nice of you. I feel that. Much love. You take care as well. I tell you what I'm not gonna take care of, or what I am gonna take care of, is this whole condition. This condition don't make no sense. Get it out of here. Maybe someday we can make it make sense. I'll be working on this game again next week. Next Wednesday and Thursday will be the next time I start working on this. I'd really love to make some melee attackers. So I think during the Monday member stream, I'm going to make a melee NPC. Because it'd be really fun to see like a bunch of little things like assaulting the alien like around the feet. I'd really like to see that set up. So that might be what I work on next Monday during the member stream. And then tomorrow, we're doing the 1 hour game jam. We're doing one game in 1 hour. What the what? So come through if you're interested in that. It's a lot of fun, whether you are participating or just watching. It'll be a good time. So I hope I see you there somewhere, sometime. Big shout out to the patrons who support this channel. I appreciate it. If you head over to patreon.com/hypergamedev, you know what you're gonna find? You're gonna find you can join for free. You can join for free, and that means you're gonna get a newsletter in your email inbox that helps you know what's going on at HyperGameDev, whether you can join the live streams or not. And there's a secret live stream that comes along with that too. So you'll get a top secret live stream if you join the Patreon for free. So check that out if you're interested. Big shout out to the YouTubes, not the patrons, the YouTubers, the people who are members. I have an updated one I haven't added yet. Pepe's got an extra gear, and we've got Tincho, My 2 Cents, and who else? G-Wiz added some donos yesterday, so there's some names that aren't on there, but we'll get those added on. If you join on YouTube or Patreon, you'll get access, paid that is, you'll get access, you kind of have to pay. You'll get access to the Monday member streams. If you have YouTube Premium, you can actually join for free for the first month, and that means 4 free live streams you wouldn't have gotten otherwise. So think about that, see what happens, see what you think. If you're watching this after the live stream, hello, thank you for joining, and for watching to the end. What the heck? Make sure you hit that thumbs up button, but before you do that, or wait, after you do that, wait, this doesn't make sense. Don't worry about the thumbs up, don't thumb up anything. Don't even worry about that. Tap or click in the bottom left. I'm a mess. It's late. I've been working long. Tap or click in the bottom left to watch the last live devlog in this series. Tap or click in the bottom right to watch the next one. And I hope I will see you there. You're most welcome, Minnie. Thank you for all your help and for your company. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. Take care. See you guys next time. Goodbye.